Thank you so much. All right.
I believe an impression of Curly was promised.
I'm quite certain there was. So.
Okay, that was dope. That was worth the hype train.
Yes,
that was worth it. That made it all worth it.
Yes, Empress.
I use my powers for good, not evil.
Thank you, Empress, so much for starting that hype train. No, seriously, it wouldn't have happened without you.
I did not see that coming, but yeah, of course.
But okay, yes.
And Alice. Alice was.
And Alice, yes, and us as well. Everyone, please.
Hey,
and
Prime, why
yes.
did you say R.I.P. tomfoolery?
Tomfoolery, unfortunately.
Looks like he's banned.
Yeah, it looks like he's banned. He DM'd me telling me that he's banned. I don't know why. He doesn't know why. He says he didn't tell. Yeah, they said they didn't tell him. I don't know what he did. He looked like he ran a pretty tight ship before. I don't know what could have happened. So hopefully it's not a permanent ban. I'll get more details from him. Hopefully that's not like a permanent ban, or maybe like more of a suspension. So hopefully he'll be back because we like Tom. Tom's been awfully kind to us, and yeah, Tom's definitely a welcome member of this community in which way. So fuck you, Twitch. All right. War Talk, thank you for gifting 5 hot tier 1 gift subs to the community. Oh, that's really kind of you. So kind. Thank you so much. This is amazing support. This is a really beautiful support. Thank you so much. Means a lot. And everyone who got a sub, welcome to the Rich Generation. Okay. Yeah, and we got did you have another question, Universities?
No, go back to what I was gonna say before. I was gonna say I love the contrast between the foreground and the background on KOE's thing. It's so classy in the front, and it's like a mullet. Business in the front, party in the fucking back, baby. Woohoo!
Oh, there's nothing more classy than Old Glory here. I mean, there's nothing.
Debatable.
It's number one.
Debatable. Well, it's more so the skull of the whatever fucked up animal that is.
Bison. I went bison hunting with my dad.
Of course it is.
That's the national fucking mammal. You have the
oh my god,
the American flag.
Wow.
Next to the dead skull carcass of our national mammal. What is this?
The national mammal makes a great national burger.
Is our actual
I mean, you're not wrong, but like, they're really cute.
Are they actually national mammal?
Yeah, I want to know that.
Now, a lot of people, there's an area in my state that's actually called the Badlands. You really can't grow many good crops there, and all you can really do is
Utah?
Animals. No. This is in the far west of Nebraska, up kind of by the.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yep. All right.
But
all you can do is murder.
But literally, I got to go out there, and there was a small herd of bison, and like I literally got to see like the whole herd go over a hill and come up, and I could feel the ground shaking beneath my feet. It was actually a very interesting experience going out to see them. And so it's one of the few places you can go. But yeah, it's out. And I know that sounds so strange when I say that to other people. Yeah, there's a part of my state called the Badlands. But yeah, true story.
I live in Colorado. We've got weird places like that. And hello, Prime. Hello, everybody. I'm Zen. Thanks for letting me in. Good to see you all.
Where
Good to see you
where
again,
I live up in Canada, it's the same way. We got from some crazy wildlife, man.
We just got 3 feet of snow yesterday.
Gross.
Pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I get to run the snowblower and just throw it everywhere. It's kind of fun sometimes. It feels like crazy when you're throwing snow. I don't know.
So let's jump back into it. Thank you for being here, Zin. Thank you for being here, Zell. For Zell, is that how you pronounce it? Just to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. All right. Got more new friends. Thank you all for stopping by. Okay. So back to it. We were talking about American culture. That I do have another topic. If you want to move off this topic, it's fine. And what it exactly means. First of all, Alice, what does it mean to you? I'm really actually quite curious.
What does American culture mean to me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's a difficult question because I think we're a very, very, very overly diverse country. And I think that we have very different ideas of what American culture means. So like to some people, American culture is like absolute freedom. To some people, American culture is hamburgers. To some people, American culture is just, baseball. That's a good example that some people give of American culture. So I just think it's we don't have a homogenous culture, and in some ways that can be good, in some ways that can be bad, and There's not really something that unites America. Like you could argue freedom, but what level of freedom? Where exactly do we draw that line? So I don't think we have a purely united, national zeitgeist, national culture, and I don't see that. What does American culture mean to me? Some level of freedom of expression and of personal expression, of freedom of speech, of my ability to be unfettered in daily life. That's about what I get, So, that's what it means to me.
As a response to that, I would say that a lot of it comes down to a matter of how you define culture and by what metrics, because culture encapsulates so many things about a society that a lot of the times the only way to talk about it appropriately is through context. So for me, I would argue that a lot of the culture I see or would like to see in America are the standards we've seen in history that through, rosy lenses were really what has driven progress and actual, strive for freedom, that freedom you were talking about, and those conditions that we all want to live under. Like in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Like you could say that as a driving force for the culture that was intended. Whether we actually meet that right now is a different story. So it's a matter of whether we're talking about what people's personal idealistic representations of what they want American culture to be, or it can be where is the state of American culture right now. And then after those two are well defined, I think it's easier to be able to like bridge the two into how you actually get to that idealization.
I guess that's kind of my problem, is that I see American society to not be very clear on the fact that they actually want all men to be created equal. Maybe we've got some people who want all men to be created equal, but they don't really care about women. Maybe we've got some people who
white men, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good example. Is that
gross.
things that there's racial reasoning behind a lot of things. I just don't see that America is going to strive towards those ideals because there's just too much diversity and opinion of what that actually means. To a lot of people, it just doesn't mean sufficiently all men are created equal. It literally can. Yeah.
I would argue that kind of vagueness is what gives it its power. Because if you had a concrete foundational statements as to what you wanted your country to be like, or what direction you wanted to take it in, there's very little room to actually adapt to the changing times. So a lot of the power we give these documents and give our government comes from interpretation. And what the interpretation is a lot of the times feeds into that culture that country currently has and the direction that society in that point in time is taking and where they want to take the country. It's a living document, the Constitution. We have ways to amend it and fix things. So it's a matter of interpreting it in a way that's productive and moves the country where you want it to go, not necessarily having to take like the literal meaning. And I think one thing we lack in our culture is an honest conversation about intention and about what we mean, because there's been an obvious disconnect in the last few years.
I mean, the fact that one political party basically is building its entire platform off of let's stop the gay people and the trans people from like having, freedom in society. Like the fact that we have a political party that bases like a large amount of its policy on that is a little bit indicative of the problem that we have right now. Is you're saying that, yeah, and I'm hearing what you're saying. It's just that I think, what is that? 30 or 40% of the country is not hearing what you're saying. So that just gives me pause.
No, definitely. It should give everyone pause.
Yeah, wait. So are you trying to levy the blame for what's going on in America on one political party here?
No, I mean partially. So the issues that happened with Trump, the pushing of anti-gay, anti-trans policies, those, yeah, I can pretty clearly direct those at conservative, we'll say, which is largely Republicans, conservative, politicians. That is who is pushing those policies. So yeah, I can pretty clearly point out that yes, it's kind of the Republicans' fault that people are pushing anti-trans and anti-gay policies that yes got passed under Trump's presidency. Yes.
So okay,
from my perspective, we're getting fucked over by a two-headed dragon.
Define.
The two parties aren't actually two parties of the same thing with different flavors.
I don't disagree with you, but one of the parties hasn't tried to pass a law that says that I am male and that I'm always going to be a man because of that. One of them has.
I don't know why either one is getting involved in personal matters.
Well, the Republican Party is, so
yeah.
State
Like,
does.
it doesn't matter what they ought do. What matters is what there is doing and how we respond to it.
As somebody, who has I engross myself in American culture. As a Canadian, we live close to the border. I have friends in Canada. I would say that America honestly has three cultures. They've got KOE over there, super nationalistic. I want to make that clear. That's just patriotic. Patriotic would be the better word. We've got the liberals who want everyone to have express themselves as they will, but then the third one is how America tries to portray itself to the rest of the world. And that, regardless of political party, is always the same. They want to be shown as we've got the most freedom. We are the shining light on the hill. Regardless of your party, even the most staunchly anti-capitalist, government, they want America to be that shining light on that socialist hill to lead the way into a world of socialism. So
I would modify the last point. I would modify it. I would say it's not a matter of America wanting to be perceived a certain way by other countries. It's a matter of convincing Americans to perceive the country in a certain way, whether it be realistic or not, for the sake of political motivations. There's never been a concern realistically with other countries because America's selfish and will do what it wants to do for itself regardless. True. So it's more a matter of pushing narrative and pushing support from within the country. It has become less about the actual outcomes in America and how Americans perceive America. And right now, perceptions are completely disjointed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. Sorry, go ahead.
What I was going to, I kind of have a weird, I don't know if anyone else has noticed it, but there's kind of something weird going on with this conversation, right? We're talking about culture like it's this kind of static object that has attributes. This is a really bad way to think about culture, right? Culture is this kind of amorphous, socially constructed collection of narratives and common experiences, right? That result in certain practices within society, right? And certain understandings of self in relation to society. This idea that America is somehow new in terms of American culture having the problem of diversity internally is just kind of doesn't really reflect history to me. When we look at the Roman Empire, for example, Roman citizens in the Middle East, Roman citizens in Africa, Roman citizens in Rome, all had very fundamentally different experiences, but we don't start saying, well, there was no unified Roman culture. Well, because we understand that culture is not a static thing. It's not bound by points in time. It's constantly changing and evolving. And there are, even within cultures, things that are contradictory. You can have cultures that simultaneously have ethno-nationalistic sentiments while also having civic republican sentiments. Rome is an excellent example of this, right? So I think maybe we should take a step back here, right? And kind of think about culture more in the sense of two things, right? That which, through the American identity, through ascribing that identity, is projected onto Americans, right? And what do Americans in turn play into that? Obviously, intersectionality of identity is going to impact this in both directions, right? But I think that's probably a more solid way of thinking about what an American is than kind of this creating pillars of culture. I think it's just not a very
I thought that's what we were doing. We were characterizing the culture and where we were at, and a part of that current culture is a divisiveness and separation of subcultures. Like that is a part of it.
These things aren't mutually exclusive. They all simultaneously exist. I don't think anyone was claiming they didn't. Interpretation of American culture.
No one was claiming they didn't. I felt as though people were just expressing how they felt about the current state of American culture, which is relevant because everyone here is different. And for whatever their perception is, it is a small subsection and segment of another subculture within the overall culture. And things become a lot less mesh and a lot less it flows a lot less smoothly when you have bigger and bigger distinct lines and barriers between the cultures. And I think that's where we're at. Like it seems to be a big part of the culture is being in whatever bubble you're in and having a very hard time translating your wants and needs to other cultures and actually having it not be fucking just completely skewed.
And another thing with like how our cultures meld in is with the age that we're in, with everyone being connected across the world. Like somebody in New York probably has more in common with somebody who lives in Toronto or Montreal, maybe not Montreal, but you know, those larger Canadian cities, than somebody who somebody who lives in Alabama is going to have more probably in common, honestly, with a poorer European country, just because of like they're just because of their state in their region.
It seems like cities almost have like a monoculture thing going on, where like any city you go to in the world pretty much functions the same way.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, because if you can even look at New York itself, like New York's got New York City, and then it's got the larger suburbs in northern New York, which are completely different cultures.
Boroughs. Like between boroughs, between blocks, you walk 2 blocks, you're in a completely different neighborhood, right? Like,
and that's with these cities that are like basically, you know, you can't have millions and millions of people all have the same ideas and culture because there's just too much variance. I mean, you're going to have some,
Well, then, right? But any New Yorker will tell you it's a very diverse place. But if you see a tourist standing in the middle of the street looking up, you're going to have some single finger sign language for them, right? There's still unifying characteristics that most of the residents, if not all, are going to share, right? And that, like, for example, right, one of the things that is, if I recall correctly, there's a study on this. I might be misremembering. New Yorkers tend to be more blunt and direct on average when approaching social situations compared to like the average American, right? So like, there are certain behaviors, right, that are more accepted in that particular culture that become more normalized compared to say rural culture, right, or southern culture, right? So like, you can have absolute diversity and still have unifying characteristics even among those groups.
So let's try this. So culture, right, as it is. So I mean, you're absolutely right. For instance, Empress, right? Like, you know, culture isn't just one static thing, right? And it's not one unified thing that other people were saying that we have different cultures around. But still, other nations have an idea of what American culture is, and we have an idea what other nations' cultures are, right? Like, we have very vague ideas, especially in America. We have very vague ideas what those are, especially since we don't take in others' media, and we don't really like care what's happening in those countries, like their events, right? So we have a very vague idea of what they are, but. Is the culture that we are advertising, especially through like Hollywood, right? Is that something positive? Like, I feel like I hear from a lot of foreigners that they think very little of American culture.
Do you think there's a disconnect between the way America sees itself and the way other countries see it?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
100%.
before moving on from there, what is that distinction and why does it exist?
Well, I mean,
because it's like basically saying you write a paper and it doesn't matter what anyone thinks. You don't go and get it edited because you're the only one, your opinion is the only one that matters. But realistically, when you're operating within a global system, and you have to, because that's the condition we're in, you have to be able to take criticism and be able to say, what do they mean by this? And where are things lacking? The USA feels as though it's unable to do that. There's always a separation between what other countries think and what the internal perception is, but no one ever wonders why that is and what distinctions are valid and which are not.
Right.
Well, a huge part of it is the levels of patriotism the United States experiences compared to European nations. I think the only European nation that has comparable levels of nationalism, or rather, not nationalism, patriotism, not the same thing. These are not the same thing.
Close.
Sorry.
Very close.
Is Ireland. Which is again another country that had to fight a revolution.
I don't even mean by like race,
from fucking genocide. So
I don't even mean by like race.
There are distinct differences
like
that would lead
legislation,
to that
like
distinction.
outcomes, measurable things. I'm not talking about like the cultural arbitrary things, because the thing is that a lot of the culture is defined by actionable consequences, by things that the country did, passed, decided on. When we have major votes, marijuana legalization, whether abortion is thought to be legalized or criminalized, the outcomes of those legislative decisions affect the culture. So we don't necessarily have to mimic their like softer, like more sociological aspects of their culture. It's more a matter of what strategies have they adopted that have resulted in outcomes. You can definitely take culture into account for how those outcomes occurred there, but at the same time, there's useful information you can get from that, but we disregard it completely.
So one thing I want to ask here is that I think it goes beyond just patriotism, right? Like it's a sort of jingoism that's really unique to Americans. And the question that I have is there another country on the planet nowadays that has the sort of manifest destiny mindset that's been so traditionally American in the past?
That's a tough question.
Britain?
Yeah, I would say the
British
UK is probably
Empire?
pretty close.
No, I mean
British
today.
Empire.
Today, not previously. I mean today.
And, like,
I can only think of
China.
one.
American dream.
China.
Yeah, China's
China.
close. I mean, if we're being honest, they've been doing a lot of, like.
I mean,
the
Japan's probably
colonialistic
like
stuff.
that, right? I mean, if you work hard enough, you get to a certain point. I mean, that's.
I don't think
just-
Japan anymore. Definitely
you put
like
effort
in the
in, you
30s
get
and
what you get
40s,
out. Right?
But
I don't know. I don't know about
There
other
was-
cultures in other countries.
There was a thing that Prime said that caught my ears, like he said that Americans don't really take in media, but I feel like for whatever reason that's actually been changing a lot lately. There's been, I mean, if you look at during this, you've got to see the influence of J-pop and K-pop on America. You have VTubers for whatever reason, like influencing large portions of online media at this point, like where, for whatever reason that blew up, and that is a very Japanese thing that's now being embraced by a large portion of Americans. So I'm not sure exactly what that changes, but I feel like for whatever reason, Asia's influence culturally has been growing like exponentially, and I would say it's because of China's market share, but I'd say that Japan and almost taking advantage of that too. It's an interesting change that's been kind of happening.
I think
with the
you
ease
raised.
of access of information, we just have more availability to see what other people are like, right? Like 2 years ago, whatever. You're talking about, like, different cultures integrating themselves into like our media. Parasite won Best Picture. So what is it, South Korean film or whatever? I mean, so it's not like, I think with the ability for us to like see what other people like and talk to other people like through just texting or typing or calling or whatever, instead of hearsay almost, where like people would go and visit and then they'd be like, oh yeah, this is what it was like, and that's what we kind of knew. Now you can really get a grasp by communicating, so the access of communication, I think, is really key to understanding other cultures.
Let's go to George and then Chris. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, definitely, I think that Universe is on something there. Like, that's kind of the technological singularity we were talking about, right? Like the idea that if we are stimulated to everything going on in every culture in the world, more or less, like it's a lot harder for things to seem a world away, right? Because it's on our computer screen. The other thing I was going to say is that I think the answer is right with China. Like, China has got like a really big manifest destiny thing going on right now, and and the sad thing is it's not a socialism thing. What I am pretty convinced nowadays that like there is a serious element of Han supremacy that exists within China, and that is somewhat ethno-nationalist and is pretty cringe. And I pretty squarely blame Deng for this. Mao Gang forever.
But you have to also ask how
Deng, by
they
the way.
make so
It's
much
Deng
progress.
Xiaoping.
Like realistically,
Dang.
when you learn about how they actually garnered all the influence that they've been able to muster these past years, it's because they've leveraged their position when it comes to other countries' need on their manufacturing, and then on top of that, they've used capitalist strategies in different business hubs and regions to actually be able to fund that change and to fund that strategy. So they aren't limited to like an ideology like how they're described in the US, where people will just say, like you were saying, like it's not just like they're just some socialist country doing socialist shit. It's a lot more nuanced than that, but
Absolutely.
people take that complexity and they use it to as ammunition for their own like political perspectives, regardless of like what is actually happening. Like a lot of people don't actually know why we don't like China or why they're a threat.
Let's go
China,
to Chris. Go ahead.
So the thing with China is that like what George said is spot on. There is totally Han supremacy. I mean, like if we look at what they've been doing for the past couple of years to the Uyghurs, and you know the blatant genocide that they've been conducting, I think the lack of coverage of that is pretty concerning, especially considering the fact that it's you know genuine ethnic cleansing. The fact that they've been re-educating quote unquote people and sterilizing Uyghurs, it's very concerning, right? And what Misag? How do I say name, dog? What you said about like regional dependence on China is spot on. I mean, like it's gotten to the point where even ASEAN, like they're like solely trading with China. Like Australia is dependent on China. Like they're really starting to get a lot of geopolitical clout since the late 80s and early 90s.
And the cringe thing, the particularly cringe thing is just that the founder of Communist China literally wrote an essay that called "Criticize Han Supremacy," right? Like you'd think they could take a hit, but
I mean that just goes to show you how Machiavellianism works. I mean, you're going to take the path of least resistance, regardless of how compromising it is to your supposed ideology.
So, in my personal opinion, I've seen kind of. When I saw the evidence, I didn't look very far into it to know how to feel about it, but I've seen reports of their strategy changing too. Like as they get more geopolitical influence through the leverage they have, they're finding it more beneficial to actually do things diplomatically. So I'm finding that more surprising news about diplomatic steps with China are becoming, and honestly, that has the potential to be the final nail in the coffin for American relevance.
Their way.
Honestly, because at that point they become, you know, to the rest of the world, they're not that same demonized China. And even if the U.S. still decides to demonize them as much as they do, it's not going to matter because they're the ones influencing geopolitics at that point. Like it's done. We've lost our leverage. We threw it away.
I have a question for you guys.
Precarious position, if I may. It's still a very precarious position because China still is not like it might be able to get there in about 20 years, but where they're at right now,
they're expected to pass the U.S. GDP in 2025.
I don't the GDP that's fine, but if they don't have the ability to actually sustain their own energy demands, which they are still relying on, a lot of people don't know this. The United States Navy is what keeps shipping lanes open. And so China does not have the Navy that the US does. And so it's actually the US Navy that actually secures those lines of oil and all those different varying energy sources that make its
like
way
a bully.
to China.
Yep.
So
but they still need us regardless, and that's why the dollar.
So you're threatening violence. You're basically saying, oh, if you don't give us our way, we'll take away your resources. And then at the end of that, we want to be like, oh yeah, but we're the guys, we're the standards, we're the people you should rely on. That's the thing. I thought we were discussing international politics. They're using leverage politically and diplomatically. They are having to find less and less to actually, yes, they take advantage of some African countries, I will admit, but at the same time, they put something on the table. When the U.S. tries to basically get its way,
apologist?
No, I'm not. I am saying the demonization and the strategies we use to try and basically hold our position when it comes to geopolitics is fucked. And us demonizing them and acting like they're the enemy, by the time we realize it's fucked, they're already going to be the superpower. They're going to be the influence. And we can try and do shit to stop that. But then it's basically us making a fool of ourselves, losing more.
I have a question. Regarding this, right? So obviously we understand that China is growing like geopolitically, right? And my question to you, to all of you is, do you like? I know we have a lot of
We all learn
criticisms of
Mandarin.
America here, right? And I have my own criticisms, right? But do you think that the world would be better with China as a hegemon, as the sole hegemon? And if not, like, what can we do to actually like?
Wait, but that's the thing I wanted to
I-
address. Okay, because there's like a lot of
There
fear
is like
mongering.
another way to go.
Sorry, one time. So hold on. So
I would say the world is better.
So hold on. Sorry, hold on. One at a time. Hold on. One at a time. So I wanted to let's let in Marks and Clearus. If you want to answer that question, then we'll go to Clearus, who had his hand up before, and we'll tackle this. And Landry, I see your hand up as well.
Yeah, so a lot of people that are scared shitless of China automatically have this dichotomy in the head where they think if like the China somehow becomes like surpasses the US, then the US is just suddenly going to disappear, and the US is suddenly just not going to become a superpower. The US is not going to stop. I'm not talking to anyone in particular. I don't know who the fuck. So the US is never like, or at least not for a while, not going to stop becoming a superpower. Even if China somehow passes a superpower, the US is still going to be here protecting the trade routes. We're just competing right now, which is who's going to be like the literal sole superpower. And China, for at least for right now, has a long way to go, because what they're trying to do is exert their influence, and they're trying to do it in the same way the U.S. is doing it, by protecting trade routes, by facilitating trade. That's why they're trying to build up their navy. That's why they're trying to exert their influence. That's going to take a while. There's a lot of things the U.S. can do to stop that. I prefer to do that diplomatically by setting up relations with other nations. But like this fear mongering that China is like in 20 years, they're gonna surpass the U.S. They're gonna gain more GDP. And they're gonna spend, like, no one's doing, like, the US is still gonna be here.
So tell me, if China provides most of like the actual production value and imports for a country, and America offers nothing, down the line, who is gonna have more leverage? So when it comes to a situation where the outcome is conflicting between who benefits in that situation between China and America, China has more of a propensity to succeed because they actually hold the leverage.
Okay, real quick, China.
Right now we're in a symbiotic
Marks, I got you.
Neither side likes each other. That's where we're actually at. Is a symbiotic relationship, and neither side is really all that.
I'm not talking about the relationship. I'm talking about the reality.
No,
message.
The reality is
we need each other, and we don't like it.
The reality is China is not poised to do anything of your saying message. Like, they've tried it, and all that ends up happening is they end up not being able to build a port, because China itself is in insane debt, and they have huge demographic problems because their one-child policy worked a little too well. They have an entire aging population of 40 to 50-year-olds that are going to retire all at the same time, and it's going to cause a huge debt.
Heard of baby boomers?
Yes, but listen. If you break down our demographics versus China's, ours is nowhere near as like heavy at the top as China's.
Ours is a lot more balanced.
Ours is way more balanced. And baby boomers did not. China doesn't have the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency. China has to constantly manipulate its currency to make it cheaper, so they can have favorable trade exports, and they're going to be stuck as a cheap labor country.
Government supported crypto farms.
Like,
you're
literally projecting all of the United States onto China, and that's what I'm pointing to as being the problem. So we actually have an honest conversation about where the U.S. is lacking, because a lot of the things people blame China for is just them outclassing us diplomatically. And by the time people realize that's happening, it will be too late. So
let's go to
for being I'm asking for a certain amount of skepticism is what I'm asking for.
So I want to go to.
You love China so much. Why don't you marry it?
Oh wow!
I might be, bitch. I might.
So let's go to Clearus, and then let's go to Landry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to echo something, basically part of what Marx said. Marx was talking about how China's basically, they've seen the U.S.'s influence in the world geopolitically, and they want to simulate they want to replicate it basically for themselves. A big part of the problem with that is that because the U.S. is already in a lot of the critical spaces, like have been talked about with shipping lanes and things, it's hard to really share that space with another power, and you end up basically having this kind of conflict where you're basically trying to, I'm saying basically too much, you're fighting over the same space. You want to control the same space, and the more that those minor conflicts happen, the more likely you are to have a larger conflict. And I would say anybody on this panel who's thinking that China is innocuous or is not dangerous to geopolitics, I just got to say you're wrong. Sorry.
Absolutely, I agree with you, man.
Didn't I play a video game not too long ago with this exact premise of resource wars between the U.S. and China?
I'm sorry. Are you trying to portray like a video game as reality?
Art imitates life, my guy.
I was thinking the Fallout.
Has none of you seen War Games, or like, am I too old?
Oh, hey Samantha.
Like,
oh fucking yeah.
I don't see. I mean, I see China as a threat in the same way that I see America or not so much Russia lately. It feels like, but I don't know.
Russia's fallen out. They're no. I mean,
Yeah.
they're still a power.
They
but
lost
they're
their
not.
they lost their little puppet and they lost their puppet state. So they don't really have any power anymore without their puppet. So.
I mean, they're dealing with their own aging population and their like crippled economy. I mean, our sanctions with Crimea completely fucked them.
Let's go to go to Landry.
So yeah, I've heard like a lot of people say that China is maybe a special kind of threat, maybe because it has a high population, and if the people there ever reach like a per capita GDP, the per capita GDP of the United States, they would be like a larger economic power. And that's why they're a threat. And I've also heard like claims that China, it has like an ethno-nationalist streak or something. At least there's Han supremacy in that sense. At least that's how I interpreted it. And I just don't see that there's like at least evidence for the second one. And I don't think there's I think it's kind of pessimistic to think that improving the lifestyle, people's like well-being will necessarily produce a situation where there's going to be like inevitable like catastrophic conflict. So at some point I was saying there are like multilateral ways to go about this. If like the United States invests in its Western alliances and its economic like connections with the rest of the world, there's always going to be enough of a population and an economic balance to balance out China. I feel like it's a problem on our side.
I think the best solution for this is to actually strengthen our ties with Southeast Asian countries, the countries that are trading the most with China. So like getting better trade deals with the Philippines and Vietnam.
What leverage do we have? Like, what do we?
Well,
how do we develop?
We already do that though. We have bases all over the South China Sea.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Actual, like, economic
resources. We always revert back to militaristic action. I am talking about the diplomatic route.
Yeah,
resources.
No,
What do we have as leverage?
That is part of the diplomatic route, like with Southeastern countries.
Key driver
the Philippines and Vietnam. Vietnam is already coming to support, even though we bombed the shit out of them. They still like us more than China, so we supply them with military material. We supply them with military tools. The Philippines hates China, so we help them out. So does Papua New Guinea. So does Australia.
So
Japan,
that helps the
obviously.
people in power, the actual living conditions of the citizens. What do they get out of it?
That's what that's what the TPP was supposed to be. Obama was working on that. Trump went, you know what? That entire corner of the country that's developing, that we really should be helping out, that we really should be making trade conditions with, just screw them, because I am friends with China and I want a hotel in China. So unfortunately, that got screwed.
Are we honestly wondering what is like what nation actually benefits when they try to if they win a massive war over resources? Like, yeah, that's what they win. That's the.
It's not about what they win. It's about what is lost. That is the issue.
But that's the way the world works. We're talking
when there's
big
war,
leverage,
no
big
one wins.
Power.
That's the point.
Actually, okay, but now you're getting to the whole war morality, subjective bullshit. Like this, that's not what they're describing. One person loses, one person wins. Trust me, war is pretty much defined by the slaughtering of my people. That definitely the colonizers won that war. Okay, like somebody wins, somebody loses. That's how it works. But like you're coming at this from one standpoint where like it shouldn't be this way, and everybody is telling you, motherfucker, this is the real world.
Can I
Can
just
we
also
frame,
point out
can we
really
not
quick?
can we not frame the
This is the real
failure of the
world. This is the way
TPP
it
on
The
Trump? By
real
the way,
world is that it's an
that-
excuse to hide our own downfalls and inadequacies. If our greatest asset is our military, that really should make you put thought into
Also our
what
productive capacity and our agricultural capacity.
productive capacity and what positive outcomes we're
said
providing
agriculture.
for
We have one of the best in the
ourselves
world.
and the world. Because when it comes down to it, the stability of those around us will also affect our comfort and stability within our own country. So it's important.
America
Wait,
has some of the
I think you're
best agricultural
downplaying the
capacity in the
facility.
whole world.
I think you're
We also-
downplaying it. So we don't have. It's not like a one-for-one thing. Yeah, I agree with you. We need to supply more material support for these countries. But I think
I
you're
know it's not
downplaying a
one for
little
one.
bit. Yeah, I think you're downplaying a little bit of the military support. By providing military support in some regions, we provide stability of their
But that's
nations.
not unique to
That's the thing.
America.
No, I know. Wait, not
Yes, it
unique,
is.
but we provide most of it throughout the world. That's why. That's one of the reasons why we're a superpower.
Marx-
and that
Marx
gives
is
us a
right.
lot of our diplomatic use.
Marx is right. What
we haven't had
Can I
big
say
world wars
something?
again.
it's like the reason
but
Germany
you know.
and the reason Germany and Japan are like Japan from 1940s, right? We bombed the shit out of Tokyo and like carpet bombed Tokyo with napalms, everything. And look at it now; it's like incredibly advanced. We napalm strike Tokyo.
We firebombed
whatever.
Japan, but nuked
Yes,
Hiroshima
and then
Nagasaki.
we also nuked everything, right? But like, look at it now; it's a freaking metropolis. A lot of that is attributed to the fact that they didn't have to spend a dime on military budget because, again, the U.S. military was there. This is what a lot of countries use as leverage, right? We can base the same with Germany. The same with Germany. We become the world's military that, of course, creates influence and you might say some weird moral grounds.
Bruh.
But kind of like Samantha was saying, this is the real world, right? What do you
But
do?
the
What do
thing
you want?
is, if it's the real world, why are we not characterizing it the correct way? Because you're trying to act as though it is beneficial to those countries, when realistically, when the United States doesn't get its way, it imposes itself through those same actions. So you're trying to make it seem as though trying to make it seem as though those countries benefit more than anyone, and we're doing them a favor, when realistically, this is a self-perception of America. And when you ask other countries how they feel about it, they will not say the same thing.
So yes, we want to be number one in the world.
This was the literal disconnection I was speaking about earlier.
Stop. Thank you. Please. I gotta let some other people in. All right. So I'm gonna let in Sevatar. I'm gonna let in George. And I'm gonna let in Samantha. Okay.
Yeah, so I think you got both sides are a little bit right here. Misaj is definitely correct that many of the countries that the United States imperializes, if you ask the population there, are definitely going to be against like United States imperialism. This is the simple reality that the United States isn't just going into these countries out of the goodness of its own heart. It's definitely trying to get something out of the countries that it makes deals with, that it imperializes, that it conquers. This is just the reality. As many people, okay, well, Misaj can correct my statement then. If
No,
he wants to.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying someone tried saying that was diplomacy earlier.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
Hey,
that's,
credit,
yeah,
you feel like
I mean,
damn
yeah,
good filibuster
we can go either or. It's like diplomacy or war conflict. It doesn't matter. But like, I think the main thing here to like realize is what I've said multiple times on the show is that the United States, even though it does a lot of shitty things, I'm not going to deny the shitty things the United States does when it comes to its imperialistic nature. It is the best possible alternative out of the three potential hegemons of the planet.
The reason people go with that is because it implies there's a worse
Three
option.
potential hegemons. Which three potential hegemons?
China and Russia.
Russia's
two.
Okay.
Okay,
then.
Not even two.
Well,
China could not
Russia,
do what the US
wait,
does.
stop. China, Russia, and the United States are the three potential hegemons of the planet.
Yes, but the U.S. is so far above the next
No.
two. It's not even. It's like
You don't think
it's just
India
hard to even.
has any power?
India is an up and comer like Brazil.
India has no ability to project any power.
No,
period.
wait, stop. So India is an up and comer, but currently is mainly between the United States and China. But Russia is a like runner up when it comes to the third. Yes, the United States outpaces like the entire world in terms of military might, but as China clearly demonstrated under the ignorant Trump like presidency, its ability to implement soft power has increased greatly and has even surpassed the United States in some instances.
So let's go to.
Thanks for entertaining my question.
Let's go to George and then Samantha.
Yeah, so all I wanted to point out here is that I mean anybody who doesn't think that China is like ethno-supremacist right now or or ethno-nationalists. Like there's literal Han revivalism in China right now. Like people walking around in Han Dynasty garb with doing Han Dynasty mechanisms. Like that's some pretty serious cultural fetishism right there. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, Samantha.
Wow. Or you could just go to Han nationalism. There's an entire Wikipedia article on it.
So saying that like it's really bad that America uses our military as our sole like fucking diplomatic way. Yeah, it's shit, but yet again, you keep looking at this from an idealistic way. But like this is the American way.
Why do you look at it as a
We don't-
static way? Like why do you act as though it's the only option? Why
okay,
why are
this
you
is
so
what- this is-
why are
hold on,
you
hold
so
on, hold on.
concerned?
First options are going to the best one.
Concerned and
Dude,
reluctant
you
to
gotta
actually-
stop filibustering everybody. Let somebody get in a
bro,
word in
He literally
edgewise.
asked me a question,
Hold on,
and
hold
I'm
on,
answering.
She wasn't done. She wasn't done.
This is our
if
friend
you want to
Samantha.
address, if like you want to butt in, at least have a fucking visible hairline. Now chill the fuck out, bro. Here's the thing. I
Yo,
understand.
you're one to fucking talk, bro.
Like this is the lack of self-awareness I'm talking about.
Comrade Samantha, please get her
Anyway.
point out.
Yeah, like it'd be fucking nice. You keep looking at this as an idealistic way, okay? I'm telling you, this is how America has done things. So according to America, like if we're not getting anything out of it, why the fuck even try? Why bother? That's what they do. And like you're
All
surprised and
greed,
stuff.
all
You keep coming
day.
at this from an idealistic standpoint, which is, yeah, that would be great if we could just do things out of fucking humanitarian needs and do everything the right way. But guess what? America isn't known
I
for
never
that.
said that. Was never my angle
You
at
keep
all.
coming across that way.
Well, I'm sorry if you can't actually fucking come outside of yourself to interpret someone else's fucking argument in a way you're not conditioned to think about it. Like that's
can
my
come
fucking
outside of your
point.
mom.
Is that
Not
you're saying I'm
conditioned to
idealistic?
think
You're
about it?
saying the
What the
irony
fuck was
is
that?
you're trying to say I'm idealistic when you are unwilling to even consider other options. And you want to act like I am the rigid one.
Wait,
when
hold on.
you
hold
are
on.
unwilling to actually address the
I
actual
would
conditions.
probably agree with the way you want things
That might be a
done.
little
I'm
rigid.
literally a fucking Marxist, but like I'm just trying to tell you,
What
unfortunately,
do you
the way
think?
America
What
is
do you
right
think
now.
my political ideology is? Because you
Dumb
trying to
shit.
like pin me down and act like you know what I'm talking about when you haven't actually characterized anything I've said correctly so far. It'd be better
keep
for you to just shut
screaming
the fuck
over
up.
everyone in anger.
Okay.
So I don't know. I
You
think
just
you're
sound
kind of
angry,
fairly
bro.
rigid there,
Problem
dude.
here. I
Sorry.
think I get the problem here, and it's like
And
going to
rigid.
be a
Angry
really
and
stupid
rigid.
point. So yeah, you whatever your name is, Massage, whatever. You're saying that the U.S. should try other avenues of gaining other countries' support to stop China instead of just the military, right?
And I say that because currently us utilizing that strategy is the reason we're losing ground. China would not be gaining the influence it's gaining if our strategy was as productive and successful as how they're trying to have it basically make it come off to be.
Okay, I think does everybody in here agree with that to some extent? Yes.
Well, I would just say he's
Yeah, for sure.
mischaracterizing United States foreign policy. Like we don't only use our
Yeah,
military.
I agree with that as well. But like everybody here
I
agrees we
didn't say
could
that
use more
either.
diplomatic
But the thing
means.
is others
This is-
themselves have
It
said
doesn't
that
matter
is
if we agree or not.
when I asked what resources earlier we have to offer, the main answer from
now.
most of the people in here were, "Oh, our
Chill,
military
bro.
power." That was literally the answer
Dude,
they
let me-
gave. So I
Guys
didn't
here, man,
characterize
hang
it
on,
this way.
hang on. I also answered you that America has one of the best
Jesus.
agricultural capacities in all the world. Now, let's see if you can go at least a New York minute without shouting at everybody back. But what I'm saying here
The
is
irony.
there is actually
Indeed, right?
a worse option. And so the reason that a lot of the world goes with this particular option is it implies that there is a worse one. And we're talking about the different hegemonies. Everybody's made their bets. They know which horse they want to back. And I'm sorry that it offends you that so many back the American horse. It's an awful good one. It'll get you through the worst of times. And guess what? We've got the Navy and the agricultural capacity so we can keep
Jesus.
trade routes open, man.
Chill,
so
bro.
So I want to make
as
a.
still as all there as there can be.
I think there are a lot of good points being made. It's
A
important
lot
to
of bad
recognize.
ones.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you got to take what you can get, man. My position on this is that I think we need to reevaluate how we use our diplomacy and our military in conjunction, right? Like it's important to hold the U.S. accountable for what we've done with our military over the past fucking 50 years, right? I mean, we've overthrown how many governments? We've,
Many of them were justified, and many of them were not.
Well, there were, yeah. I mean, it depends on what you consider justified. I mean, like if you look at our track record with like Central and South America, right, to extend our sphere of influence, right, within the Western Hemisphere, we've done a lot of important shit. Like we've propped up authoritarian regimes that have been responsible for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of deaths, right?
Yeah.
And it's important to recognize that and consider the risks of consistent military force, especially when it comes to Southeast Asia, right? Like because it is a flashpoint. The South China Sea is a very dangerous place, and I mean the last thing we really want is to provoke a war with China that would be incredibly deadly.
We would never go to war with China.
See, that's the thing, right? Like I know we survived the Cold War, but we're still in it. Like there's always that overhanging. I mean, like look at Taiwan, man. I mean, I don't know if we'd be able to bluff with Taiwan if China did anything.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think any president would be willing to risk LA, San Francisco, Seattle, and Washington, D.C. over Taiwan? And do you think any Chinese CCP authority would be willing to risk Hong Kong, Beijing, and Shanghai over Taiwan?
I mean, that's under the assumption that we would use nuclear weapons. I don't know if a war would resort to that, to be honest.
You don't think that like war would immediately means we're using any means within our ability to like beat China?
I think that
we wouldn't just use
in a hot war. I don't know. That's a good question, and I think that the amount of military strength that we both have, right, is a good deterrent to war. But it is always a possibility, and that's what concerns me.
China, I don't think China could beat us in a conventional war.
China could never beat us.
I don't think they could either. But they could totally win against us in a defensive war. Without a doubt.
All it is just a nice, fun little showing of how good at tanks and planes we got for a little bit until the inevitable nuclear exchange. So that's exactly what.
Why waste that though? Like, why waste the manpower in order to send troops overseas or use battleships or anything like that? That just seems like you're dancing around rather than using. My thing is that we have precedent and we have tons of case studies and data saying that nuclear powers don't go to war with each other. They have skirmishes. Yeah. They'll fight each other, like China
proxy
and India.
Wars,
yeah. Well, proxy wars, but China and India have like direct skirmishes and stuff like that just recently, but they don't go to war with each other because the actors are rational in the sense, yeah, I'm not going to risk fucking Shanghai over Taiwan. I'm not risking San Francisco, LA, Hollywood and all that over fucking Taiwan. We're not doing that shit. We're not going to nuclear war. They'll try other things. They'll use their soft power. They'll use their influence. They'll use trade agreements. Sanctions I think is a really good thing that the United States can use against China. Well, if we could use it against China, that's another thing entirely. But no, nuclear powers do not go to war with each other.
Well, also, I would say here that it's insane. Nuclear war is insane, right? Like people like I've talked to like tinfoil hat wearing peppers who are like, yeah, I'm here to survive nuclear apocalypse. I'm like, bro, unless you're a millionaire, like you're not surviving a nuclear exchange. It's not happening, right? Like there's no possible fucking way. Like you're gonna come out of that.
These days, it's not even millionaire. You've got to have far more than that to buy a silo, like one of those.
Well, it's not. No, it's not that. Hold on. The problem is nuclear warfare. It's just that it's the radiation, right? And radiation, you got to think of it like dust.
But if you're living
underground,
stop.
Let him finish.
Comment, please.
All right. Thank you. So if you the thing is that if you don't. Like if you've ever gone camping in the desert, you know how fucking hard it is to keep dust out of shit that you want to keep it out of, right? Yep. And so you have to have thousands of chem suits and decontamination facilities and all this sort of shit, right, to survive a nuclear exchange. Like I don't think many people at all are going to survive, including those idiots who paid millions of dollars for a fucking apartment in a silo, because I would be willing to bet that there's some old Russian nuke that's still pointed at that fucking silo. But the point is that like I just don't think that it's a good idea for people to think in society that like nuclear warfare is a survivable scenario. Like if you get extremely lucky. Maybe, right. But yeah, it's
a name, mutually assured destruction, right? Like,
I'm just saying. Well,
we can get into whether or not it's survivable. I'm pretty sure if China and the United
countries,
States,
you know,
but you're seeing, but Sevatar, the
rich
concerning
can
thing is
survive.
just that you're seeing this rhetoric from like hyper nationalist sects of humanity, right? Either from Republicans or from like Chinese nationalists of like, oh, we'll fucking nuke them if we have to. Fuck these guys, and it's like, no. That you're gonna bury your fucking farmland in 6 inches of radioactive topsoil, like it's a non-fucking.
What does this have to do with the United States foreign policy?
George. Okay, so hold on. Let's steel man this. Let's take let's take hot nuclear war directly off the table. Let's assume that's the case. Let's look at historical precedent. What has happened in the cases where two global superpowers want to fight against each other? What is it? It's a proxy war, right? It's Afghanistan, places like Vietnam, things like that. That is most likely what you're going to end up with in these places, in places where you have a certain trade interest, and these giant industrialized countries, that the two major superpowers that have a vested interest in that specific place will fight over it. And that is basically where you will end up with the hot war. That's where
That's what we're doing now.
Yes,
exactly. I would say if
you're going to end up with more of that. You're going to end up with more of it.
I would say if you're lucky, you end up with a proxy war. I mean, you recall that in the 60s, it was one Russian dude who literally saved the world from nuclear holocaust.
It could be the first step.
Right.
That's the whole point, though, is that it could be the first step to more direct action against each other.
Sure.
But that is the concern with having all of these competing international trade interests between these two superpowers. It's easy when the United States controls all the different trade routes, controls all the different negotiations and things like that. When you have a Chinese navy that now is controlling certain areas of their interest, they can technically they can have better leverage to shut off certain supplies to the United States, and then you have a reason for conflict. The economic international trade is the foundation for peace in the modern world. That's just a fact. It's a fact you have to face.
There's in an economic sense
like that.
You can even look at these weapons in an economic sense.
Global trade left.
Go ahead, Landry.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like, in some sense, as like stockpiles of weapons are built up in over time in any countries, especially like large superpowers, there's this sort of declining like cost of using these weapons. So even nuclear weapons, at some point, if we continue having this sort of like anarchic world where like you can just produce nuclear weapons, eventually a superpower or a minor power will collapse or have a region which has nuclear weapons and uses them for a small war, and that will lead to the big war, or at least it will cause like significant damage. Essentially, as it's like the overproduction of any like commodity, even a nuclear weapon will just make it easier to use. So it's like you can't expect that just because nations are rational actors that they're going to be like rational actors at every scale, and that we can just like trust that everything will be fine. Like,
so it's not about trusting. It's not trusting that everything will be fine. So firstly, if you haven't been paying attention to foreign policy, I know it's kind of boring to people, but like I'm pretty sure we have just re-signed a treaty or redid a treaty with Russia about nuclear proliferation. We've been slowly but surely limiting the number of nukes, not only within the United States, but like just with other nuclear powers. And in China particularly, one main thing about China is they don't produce, I haven't checked very much recently, but as far as I understand, they haven't produced as much nuclear weapons as the other nuclear powers. And when asked about this at various summits, the foreign policy manager or commissioner or whatever title he has of China literally just answered the question like, yeah, we don't have enough nukes to like destroy the United States, but we have enough to hit LA. We have enough to hit San Francisco. It's what I said before. No president is going to risk these major cities. I don't need enough to destroy your country. I don't need enough nukes to destroy your world. I just need enough to make you back the fuck off. Because no president is going to risk these things. And well, sure, not every. What?
Like we did back then. We only popped 2 cities.
Well, no, that's a different thing entirely. But yeah, you just like China has realized you don't need enough nukes to just wipe out the entirety of the United States and all its allies. You just need enough to like make them scared enough to like, okay, maybe we need to find other options. Because risking tens of millions of people over Taiwan is kind of stupid, or Hong Kong is really stupid.
So Phil.
Oh, thank you. Now, this is something very interesting. Landry was talking about when nuclear-bearing nations have collapsed. We've actually lived under a very fascinating reality since 1992. There have actually been private nuclear warheads available on the black market. We've actually lived under a reality of privately owned nukes since the early 90s. And you can even look this up yourself. Vice News, dirty nuclear nuclear warheads on the Bulgarian black market. There we go, third time's a charm. But yeah, definitely look that up. On the Bulgarian black market for about $5 million, you can get yourself a nuclear warhead. And
it doesn't matter. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk have their own private nuke centers. We're all good. Daddy Musk will save us.
So what I'm saying here is we've actually lived under this very unusual reality that we've actually had private nuclear weapons in private hands for 30 years, and yet we haven't had, the sky has not fallen on our head yet, which is fascinating because you'd think someone would misuse, but it has not yet. So, and I yield back to you, beautiful people.
I'm pretty sure many of those nukes have been hunted down by international organizations.
I think the most specific example that Landry was pointing to is probably Pakistan. When it comes to like sovereign nations that are like unstable and have the possibility of nuclear weapons falling into a quote unquote irrational actor.
That's what happened at the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I mean, but the difference is that the Soviet Union wasn't.
The Soviet Union was mostly rational as well. Like when we say rational, it just means you have a goal and you do your best to achieve that goal with your own knowledge. That's what we mean by rationality when in the case of foreign policy.
Yeah,
The vast majority, if not all actors within like international relations are rational in the sense that I have a specific goal. I will do my best to achieve that goal. Even Kim Jong-un is considered a rational actor.
I mean, yeah, Kim Jong-un possessing, nuclear weapons is perfectly rational. And if we're looking at realist political theory, I mean, like he wants to guarantee the survivability of his regime, right? And what's the best way to do that when you have the United States and Korea and Japan like down your throat, right? It's to have a nuclear bomb, so that way they can't fuck with you as much as they want to.
Yeah, that's the use of a nuclear bomb. It's a defensive weapon. I don't think most countries use, because like we have enough nukes. We have enough nukes to blow the world over. I don't know, like 3,000 times over at this point. Like, and also the U.S. does have the largest stockpile.
Russia does actually.
But
Russia.
But Russia has they don't have as many like intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach the US the way we have like nuclear submarines patrolling every coast of every country. Like we have the most projection of power when it comes to nuclear bombs versus China, Russia, all these other countries. And to another point, real quick, China has zero plan to attack the US like in a total war scenario. It is fun to think about, but that would never happen. Like even the Chinese would say, no, we stand no chance. They have like 2 carriers from the 1980s while we're constantly pumping out submarines, like 30-something aircraft carriers. And if you control the sea, there's no war to be had. Also, we control the most satellites in the air. We have over 3 times as many satellites as China has. We could knock down their entire GPS like electrical grid system. That's why the Space Force was created. That's the space race that's happening right now. They're trying to match us in as many satellites as we can throw in space. If you look at space chart right now with how many satellites are in space, it's actually insane. But we win war in every aspect, and that's what we do because we have the #1 military. Blah blah fucking blah.
I don't think we'd win a conventional war, an offensive conventional war against China though. I don't think there's any chance of that.
Because we most certainly will.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on how brutal we want to be.
Shit out of them. I mean, those people are oppressed. They don't get to have a bunch of weapons. They can't defend themselves, and we could just carpet bomb the shit out of them, and they go and shoot the rest.
That's under the assumption that we can get carriers there.
We would literally just.
What would stop us from getting a carrier there?
Transgender pilots bombing them from
Yeah, that would be great.
No, but
I'm a
Go ahead, Marks, go ahead.
No, like he's got a point. Like, well, at least in some aspect, like we could have won Vietnam. The thing is, we didn't totally want to cause a genocide, but we had the ability to turn Vietnam, like the entire country, into a glass floor. We just didn't want to. So if China, if we were brutal enough, yeah, we could fucking kill them. But like, I imagine we don't want to cause that many genocides.
I hope we
global
don't.
economy doesn't allow it.
We already have the weapons built to be that evil, right? I mean, we're ready. We're ready.
It would come down to that. We would have some trans drone pilots sitting in an air-conditioned room in Colorado, fucking flying predators at them.
I mean, but like moving on from the hypothetical United States World War III against China, like we all agree that United States foreign policy should probably focus a little bit more, if not a lot more, on soft power over the hard power that the United States has usually relied on. I think China, in particular, under the Trump administration, has clearly demonstrated the power that soft power has in a modern era.
When I say that, they call me an idealist. Lol.
Well, I think the problem with that is that we've already ceded a lot of the manufacturing infrastructure to other countries. So when you talk about soft power, you have to also talk about what the U.S. can offer in terms of productivity and production. So
the thing is that there are extremely high level manufacturing that exists in today's day and age that we could easily finance and construct the infrastructure for here, which would give us a lot of leverage because as countries develop, which they inevitably will, they will receive all their processing power and computational power and the high level technology needed to progress that those economies from us. But instead of actually investing in things that could give us more leverage when it came to soft diplomacy and actually having exports or infrastructure we could offer, we put those finances into the military, preserving a dwindling effect and a dwindling influence that will be meaningless in the near future. So I'm just saying, instead of focusing on the military and saying that is our only resource, and that's the only thing, excuse me, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
That's the only thing we can invest in. We be realistic and actually invest in something that makes sense.
So, real quick, can I just say that
Like our own
it
country?
does make sense. It does make
like our own country, Masag.
So it does make sense. It does make sense in the realm that you are comfortable with having your goods and all of your manufacturing done outside of your country, because in that sense you want to be able to project that global superpowers to make it safe to get those products back and to sell it to the
Why can't we have both?
Market. You can have both, but you have to have trade deals that basically encourage that, and you have to have you also have to have companies that want to invest in the manufacturing in America. Most companies have an incentive to offshore this production and manufacturing because it's cheaper to do it elsewhere.
I agree, but then what Misaj is talking about here is better ways of production, such as automation. Automation can produce more products for a cheaper price at a faster rate, at a better quality than any sort of child labor could ever do. And that's what Misaj is trying to talk about. If we invest in these better infrastructural projects, specifically when it comes to automation and production with automation, we will outpace every other country in terms of production because it's just better. From every single micro automation.
But again, that
we have the unique advantage
an investment
of already being in the position of being able to.
Wait. Why do we need? So why do we need private investment when we spend trillions of dollars on a military that we can just use that money to?
No, I'm saying exactly. The United States is in a unique position to, as a power and country, be able to have the resources and finances to push that while also potentially elevating their own population, because no one's at the point yet where they can do they can take the similar strategy.
I got you.
But we're still living 20 years in the past and trying to compete in a way that they will always succeed in because their labor is cheaper. They have populations that tend to be larger and more willing to do that work just to get themselves out of those poor living conditions. We don't have the same standards, and we try to compare ourselves.
I totally agree. But this is my point. It requires a lot of R&D and a lot of extra money to be able to do those types of things that Savitar is talking about. I agree.
That's our competitive advantage. We have a capital advantage. He's saying we have a gigantic capital advantage, so we should use our capital advantage right now.
No, listen, I have the answer to this. I promise you. Okay, because a lot of you guys, you have the same like ideas I had before I got into college and I learned about global finance and all this bullshit. Listen, the reason our foreign policy is the way it is, why we're evil, right, is not by accident. Our military is there to, and let me finish, I swear to God, and I'll let you talk. I just need like 2-3 minutes.
Okay, sure.
No, just give me a second.
Please,
just don't butt in. All right, so like, listen, our military is there to uphold the US dollar, okay? The US dollar is the #1 currency in the entire world. The reason we went to Iraq is because Saddam Hussein was debasing the US dollar. He was selling oil in euros. The reason we go to war in Yemen, all these countries, is because we made a deal with, it's called the petrodollar system. Look it up. It's verifiable fact. Okay.
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia does not allow the sale of oil on any other currency except the US dollar. This creates a crazy advantage for us financially across the entire world because now everything is financed through us. So when we go into these countries like Libya was also trying to debase the US dollar, and the geopolitics of the world starts making sense. And the reason, so if any other countries like Russia, like China, like Iran, which are all selling oil in euros and not dollars, it causes a less of a demand for the dollar, more demand for a different currency. And then what ends up happening is that creates a problem for the US dollar system, which is mainly Europe and the US. And it kind of leaves out Asia. That's why we have that central divide. Okay, if that breaks down, that creates hyperinflation because all these countries invest their money in our bonds, our government stock. So if our bonds fail, if the US dollar system fail, it'll create hyperinflation across the entire US Euro system. China would benefit from this more than anybody else, but even they would suffer because they would have no one buying their labor anymore. The economic system, as you know, would collapse. That's why we do questionable shit across the world.
So much misinformation there.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Okay, it's almost like
come at me. I'm ready.
Okay, you're talking about finance.
I'm telling you, that motherfucker's spitting the truth. All right.
Go ahead.
No.
Phil, hold on. Phil, back him up for a second, and then we're gonna go to everyone else who is against him.
Yes, Dre, that motherfucker was spitting. I mean, yes. I mean the petrodollar, and it's basically guns, oil, and drugs. It does kind of hold the whole world financial system together. But also, guys, there's a reason. Like our manufacturing production is so over-regulated here in the United States that we feel the need. Like, who the hell wants to get their production half a world away across an ocean in a goddamn communist dictatorship? Perhaps our production capacity is a little over-regulated. Have you ever thought perhaps that could be at least a reason for some? A tiny little bit. If you won't consider
fucking weird. It's not a matter of regulation.
Then I'm sorry, you're just not willing to.
It's not regulation, it's labor costs. That's the primary reason most manufacturing goes overseas.
Regulation nothing to do with regulation. Labor costs.
So what you're saying is it's more beneficial to have poverty wages and have wage slavery and have manufacturing going than to have a minimum standard for your citizens to be paid, is what you're saying. That's too much regulation.
We should so like the petrodollar thing, that's 100% just fucking fake news. While yes, the economic incentive for the United States going into other countries is definitely something that I'm about to counter. Actually. Yeah, sure. So I'm about to counter right now if you let me speak firstly. So firstly, when it comes to the economic standards of the United States or incentives of the United States, while maintaining the money of the United States is definitely a big issue for our foreign policy, that's not the main reason why we went into the Middle Eastern countries. So Iraq in particular violated multiple United Nations laws. They attacked our allies. They also violated, they also jeopardized other economic interests besides our dollar. The petrodollar myth that you're promoting here is 100% a conspiracy theory, dude. Holy shit.
You didn't dispute that anyway.
That did not dispute anything I said.
I did dispute that.
Listen, you follow the narrative fed to you, okay? And I may get a little conspiratorial here, but listen, every world leader that does not have a nuclear weapon, if they debase the US dollar system, magically will get disappeared. Why did we go? Hey, why did we go into Libya? Why did we go into Libya? Tell me that, please.
Why are you shifting to Libya when we haven't even moved past
because Gaddafi was trying to create a global currency for Africa.
Holy shit!
No,
bro, look it up.
Libya is the second. I am from Libya. It's the second richest country in Africa.
Exactly. Listen. I was mind blown when I learned this. Okay, Gaddafi was trying to create a dinar, right? Like the African dollar. He was like stockpiling $7 or $8 billion worth of like gold bars all over time.
Dude, seriously though.
Listen, and then he wanted to create that because he wanted to get away from the US dollar system that the world is run by. Why? Because smaller countries get shit on, right? We finance ourselves through these smaller countries. So they're like, what the fuck? We're getting the end of the deal here. Libya said, I'm going to get out of this dollar system, create our own dollar system for Africa so we can finally create prosperity. They created an aqueduct system that went down the eastern shores of Africa. We went out of our way on this humanitarian raid to bomb with UN NATO forces. We bombed the wells that was bringing water to African people, and then we bombed the factories so they could never repair that. And Gaddafi needed all those systems to finance the dollar. Then obviously Gaddafi got murked, and the system continues.
I'm pretty sure
you don't seem to have much consistency.
I don't defend the U.S. I'm just giving you the facts of why we do what we do.
Earlier you were talking about how it's a necessity to have the U.S. naval ships
listen,
trade routes.
The U.S. sees this as a necessity because they don't want the U.S. dollar system to collapse.
Our own game. So which is it?
Listen, it's a board game, bro. The people at the top look at it as a board game. How do we maintain power across the world?
That's when people like you and me get fucking murdered.
You need to stop telling the U.S. to fucking slaughter people for no goddamn reason.
Did you want to say something?
Any country?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like he was bringing up Libya. Something that most people don't know is that the Saddam Hussein was about to get off the petrodollar right before we invaded Iraq.
Yep.
Yeah.
He just said that. You know.
Oh, did he? My bad.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
Okay. KLE, were you going to say something?
I was just going to reiterate that yes, this motherfucker's spitting, and yes, if you do notice that whenever a nation seems to get like Libya, he got rid of his nuclear device, and like I was saying earlier, there is no greater deterrent to invasion than a nuclear device. But yes, in regards to the petrodollar, it does seem kind of strange that every time somebody's trying to go off at it, we find some reason, an excuse that we need to be go tussling around in their nation. The people saying that that's fake news, you'll notice that they didn't actually say anything to actually counter it. They just kind of said, that's fake news, and then they just kind of
France does the same thing in Western Africa. Okay, if you look at Western Africa, it's being fucked over by France. Okay, every time there's a democratically elected leader that wants to create a national currency, he gets deposed, and some random dictator appears, and then he keeps extracting the resources to France. Okay, look, please.
It's almost like our dollar and our value is dependent on others.
Yes, but the problem is, we would enter a Great Depression ×4, okay, if the U.S. dollar system collapsed. That's the problem. It's a big Ponzi scheme. It's a big Ponzi scheme.
Our economy. It's almost like we should invest in ourselves. Crazy,
bro. But you don't understand. How do you invest with yourself if your dollar's worth nothing?
Taking the money that you're using to fucking leverage and steal from other countries and have a hard time doing it and failing most of the time, and putting that same money into actual planned infrastructure projects. Crazy concepts, I know.
How
does so hold on one second. I'll go to you next, Zell. Someone
Bitcoin is the solution.
Yes, hold on. You paid for a mute, Boji, but like it doesn't tell me like the method you use doesn't actually tell me who you paid for. So Boji, tell me who you paid for, okay? And I'll mute them because I don't know. It doesn't tell me. But okay, go ahead, Zell.
Okay, so how is Gaddafi stockpiling gold bars and stockpiling his mansion with thins, promoting a dollar? He wasn't trying to promote Libya. He just wanted to have a fucking palace, dude. He's not trying to. He didn't give a fuck about his people. He didn't give a fuck about Africa. He just wanted his fucking palace and fucking 12 fucking concubines. Gaddafi, are you actually defending Gaddafi?
I'm not defending Gaddafi.
No, it's defending Gaddafi.
Most of my family is in Libya right now, and I'm gonna be there in probably a month. And Gaddafi was fucking insane. Like people like try to speak about him like he's some grand mastermind. The dude was literally just an egomaniac. Like he was just trying to live the grandest life possible.
Exactly. Like, what did they find? Didn't they find like the craziest?
Literally, you guys are just pushing forward like a conspiracy theory. So, firstly, the reason why the oil is traded on the dollar is not because of the U.S. is forcing countries to do it.
Can someone close your stream? Whoever put the stream up, close it. Close that stream. Whoever it is, knock it off.
It's Zen.
Zen, knock it. Turn off your stream.
I'm closing it.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Sevatar.
Yeah, so it's the two main reasons is the U.S. is one of the most stable currencies, and the U.S. is the largest economy in the world. Even if the world decided to dump the dollar, all it would do is make the U.S. currency cheaper, which would boost U.S. export abroad. In fact, the U.S. has argued for years that China undervalues its own currency in comparison to theirs, causing Chinese exports to be cheap and U.S. imports to be expensive.
Yeah,
But
I'm glad you agree.
that's
I'm glad you
bro,
agree. It's a circular accident.
This addresses the petrodollar conspiracy.
No, I can argue
Again,
this.
No,
I can
you
argue
didn't.
this.
going on oil.
You agree with us. Thank you.
No, I am
Thank you. You
disagreeing
proved
with
our point. Thank
because
you.
if Saddam dumped the United States dollar, that would not really affect the United States money at all. The reason why,
Sevatar, let me help you out.
United States dollars is just a convention.
Let me help you out.
You can't.
Listen.
You can't do it. You can't do it because apparently the person they paid to mute was you, Dre. So you're muted for 10 minutes. We'll be right back at it.
Okay, Dre. I like the way you talk. DM me and I'll push your points.
Okay.
Oh, there goes Dre.
Yeah. Okay. So Sevatar, you were saying exactly.
Yeah. So like, if Saddam were to just drop the U.S. dollar, for example, that wouldn't have affected the United States dollar in any meaningful way.
Okay.
If he traded in euros,
the petrodollar. The petrodollar's value is in its monopoly status. I'm sorry. So we have to stop it where.
That doesn't address my point on Iraq.
Let's go.
It really does. It actually does. That's why we went to Iraq.
Let's go to Zell and then Landry.
Oh, I said my point on
Okay.
with the Gaddafi thing. That was my point.
Okay, Landry, please.
I think Dre Gone, I guess, he has a point that there is value in the monopoly dollar, but that is not the main value of the economy of the United States. I mean, the dollar sort of used to be able to like extract labor and resources from other countries because the fact that we can produce it and spend it. But there are other more important capital reasons, essentially machinery and factories and a lot of intellectual property and stuff like that are essentially the material foundation of the American economy, which we can invest in and expand. And I think that's what McGass, I guess, was talking about.
Womps, you want to say something?
This seems like a pretty low-level conversation about economics. Like, this is something I would expect to look at like Fox News or CNN. Is the understanding of economics here? We could create a currency tomorrow and run an economy with it based on fucking nothing. All you need to do is get the people to accept it, right? That's what makes the whole thing work. You don't need to have these structures that have been in place for years and years and years to make an economy work. You just need some function to get it going.
Bitcoin is $60,000. Lol.
Huh?
I said Bitcoin is $60,000. LOL.
So what?
I'm saying it's just an example of what you're talking about.
It's
just fucking
a little
as
bit more
valuable as what
complicated
people
than
want it to
that.
be.
In a decade.
The only Bitcoin, its true actual value is this one thing. The government can't decide if you own it or not. That's the biggest thing that gives it its actual value. Like everything else is secondary. Sorry, I mean that is what it gives it value. The government can't decide whether you own it or not.
What gives it its value is it has imposed scarcity, right? There can only be ever so many Bitcoins. So you don't have this.
There's only so many Prussian francs, but nobody gives a shit about those.
Right, but
it's but they can't decide if you own it.
George, you're right. This is an incredibly stupid conversation.
If I were running the Federal Reserve, I could double the amount of dollars that are in current, right? But if I had Bitcoins,
I just have to do with the petrodollar myth.
Well, it's not a myth, first of all.
It
I'm
is a
glad we
myth.
cleared that up already. I mean, you already agreed
The
with us
dollar
that
for
it's the only thing that they use for petrol. So
sales
sorry,
made
man.
less than 1%. So
Sorry,
wait,
man, like, you can angrily click
petrodollar
that.
myth. No,
You
I'm not
just
typing
click
anything.
that.
That's Chris. Chris,
I'm not
mute
typing
yourself.
anything. That wasn't for me.
Sorry.
Firstly, the U.S. needs Iran. The U.S. needs like the Middle East, like Iraq or Iran, to sell
reality
United
we live
States
under.
oil so bad that it
You
made
even
it
just
legal
admitted
for
we had
Iran
a
to sell
petrodollar
oil in
like
U.S.
10 minutes
currency.
ago,
It's the
so-
same thing for other countries. We ban other countries from selling oil in U.S. dollars constantly. U.S. oil
Yep,
global.
glad you agree.
because
All right,
oil-
that's settled. Petrodollar's real. Thank you. Glad
no,
you agree.
it's not real. Nice tinfoil hat though, buddy.
No,
I
just
only do
beautiful
trading in
baldness. I am the
abalone
Baron
shells
of
these
bald
days.
this evening.
Like,
Yeah, I only trade
Bitcoin's
in
for babies.
scalps.
Abalone's
It's
where it's
okay.
at, man.
No, okay.
Oh man, I can tell. I pissed off a
Anyway.
Bitcoin nerd.
Well,
And
now that there's
yeah,
kind of a lull, I'm gonna peace on out of here because I've said jack fucking shit and I don't have anything to say. But I love y'all.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
man.
Prime, I was being serious about the chick, dude. If you want me to give you some information, hit me up.
I'll take
try
it.
to
Oh
hook you
yeah,
up.
sure. Why not? No. Yeah.
She's cool, man. Y'all probably get along. Y'all are both like nerdy.
Yep.
Oh
I'm
wow,
also
great,
cool,
thanks.
Prime. Hit me
Well,
up
she likes
sometime.
and she's also a huge Green Lantern fan. That's the other reason. So.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Yeah.
Send
You
her
guys
some
remember
information
when the
my way.
dollar collapsed, when oil prices fell by 75%? Me neither.
Oh God, I'm so glad I'm leaving. All right, bye y'all. Love y'all.
Bye. Okay.
You guys want to talk about chemtrails next?
Oh boy.
I do want
Or how about a
If
certain
you
genocide
believe
never
weird
happened?
conspiracies like the petrodollar isn't real, go for it, man.
Hey,
I mean,
if
all
we're
you're
already
doing
in
is whack
China,
conspiracies.
if we're
I mean, we
already
can talk
on
about
China,
I
other
said
bits.
you're
I
gonna
think
tell
we
us like
should move
bullshit like
into.
Marxism works, and yeah.
Oh no,
okay.
Marxism is fucking stupid, dude.
Hey,
Oh,
calm,
all right, all
calm
right.
down, calm down
Broken
there,
watch.
calm
I
down
will
there,
talk about the lost
Rich.com,
cosmos
Rush
if you
Limbaugh.
want.
Chill
Believe
out for
in
a
that?
second.
Who the fuck is this loud, angry
Flattery
boomer?
will get you nowhere.
Okay,
Look.
chill. All right, hey, how about we just go into the Schrodinger's genocide debate?
No, please
Is
don't.
China committing genocide? Are they not? I like the
Yes.
Schrodinger's.
Alright,
Yeah,
bye,
Schrodinger's
everyone. I'm out.
genocide.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Can we do anything about it? Probably not.
So
End of conversation.
okay. I did want to get what's his face? Yeah, a chance. Dre, as soon as he is unmuted, and which will be in a few minutes. But yeah, I wanted to get 4 minutes. I wanted to give him a chance to respond to all this because a lot's been said about what he said. He didn't really get a chance to respond, so I'll give him a shot when that runs out. Unless he gets muted again. Sorry.
I'm gonna my girlfriend wants to do a call, so I'm gonna peace out. All I want to say is, and I've been wanting to say this to you, Koei, I hate every fucking word that comes out of your mouth, but you're fucking entertaining when you say it.
Oh my god.
Flattery will get you nowhere, sir. Oh my god.
Oh, man.
Yes.
We have truly devolved into WrestleMania '96.
For
We
the
could only
conversation.
hope.
brother.
Because when you mess with Phil KOE, you get the cream.
KOE, I know you're taking it as a compliment. Please don't take it as a compliment.
Too late. Sorry, man. Too late.
Oh.
I'm already gonna do it.
Oh, okay. So you wanted KOE muted? Okay. All right. I guess we'll mute KOE.
I would
Thank fucking God.
Okay.
pissed him off enough.
Okay. Oh, KOE.
Your boos mean nothing. I seen what makes you cheer.
Been a long time since
I love
we
that
have
line.
conservatives on,
So
Okay.
just to
And that
make
dude is
K-
lame.
just to make KOE cry, I've got a spicy topic that we could talk about.
Sure, buddy. What do you want? Also, he took off his headphones, so you're not making him cry.
Well, all right. Well, he's gonna cry later.
I'll feel it in his soul.
How does everybody feel about black nationalism?
Pretty
Oh,
fucking
don't
cringe.
get me started.
That's not my conversation to have.
It is definitely my conversation to have. Any form of racial nationalism is fucking cringe. It needs to be stopped.
I'm not a fan of it, but I'm
Joe
also
Lewis,
not touching
Joe Lewis,
it.
if you're
Well, let me-
watching, this is your time to shine. This is your time to shine, Joe Lewis.
Let me give a little context here.
Yes.
I was at a protest a few days ago that got co-opted by some like pretty ultra folks. They were black nationalists, and it's not my first time hearing that worldview. And for most part, like it doesn't bother me like black people should be educated in black schools and brought up by black families and so on and so forth. I don't necessarily that doesn't viscerally like disagree with me, but like the thing that this particular group said that I don't think I'll forget for a while is well, first of all, they were saying that literally every white person is a colonizer, and like these are students, you know, who are listening to this, and they're like literally you are a colonizer, and white people invented slavery, which is really weird because one of the people who was saying that was Native American, where 75% of Native American tribes own slaves. So that's definitely a little bit of a weird thing. But
where did you get that stat from?
That's true. Google it. 75% of American.
But
hold on. I'd like to finish. I'll post a citation in VC chat. But the point that I'd really like to bring up is that this guy like ended his fucking speech with either kiss the ring or bite the curb, bitch. And I just feel like, is that really something to like say to a bunch of fucking anarchists and communists at a protest?
A dude said something stupid at a rally once.
I agree,
George. Like,
Well, I mean, okay, but like it's a thing, right? Like this is not some isolated nut job. Like,
yeah, people being
this
idiots is a
ideology
thing.
holds no like systemic power in the United States, dude.
I agree.
Dre,
Well, that's
Dre, you're unmuted.
So as using Libya as another reference, I have seen what happens
I'll be right back.
when
I'm sorry.
people revert
No, don't leave.
to tribalism,
Just DM me.
and it doesn't result in good holistic outcomes for that country. So nationalism being kind of indicative of that segmentation and like creation of like those inner groups is sketchy territory.
Libyan politics and American politics are.
It's not about politics.
No, it's human
I didn't
nature.
mention politics. I talked about tribalism. That's a matter of innate human nature. That's how things tend to go when there's instability, regardless of the conditions.
Yes, it's also not always a bad thing either. It just has to be managed carefully.
I mean, when you're trying when you're trying to create cohesive, productive outcomes, it is, because nothing is cohesive.
What about if you're trying to like resist oppression or something like that? Like there's like
if you're
national
trying to
liberation
resist
movements.
oppression, but what I'm saying is tribalism basically implies that it's not like two groups. It's not like it's more nuanced than that. It's just there's a lot of different groups and there's very little trust and communication between the groups, and those people have more of a perspective on seeing what they can get out of a situation for themselves and their tribe, rather than having more long-term perspectives and having long-term goals and strategies.
Yeah,
So
people do be self-interested, yeah, sure, but like as long as that self-interest does not come expense at the expense of like a greater whole, then it's fine. And like black nationalism does not have the power to
that's true. But the thing
break
is
up a
harder
larger
to pull
whole right
off.
now.
It's seemingly hard to pull off, or I would rather say the U.S. is getting to that point, and I don't think they have the capacity to pull off both conditions, where like you have the tribalism that is feeding positively into like the greater good or the greater society. I think it's going the opposite direction, where people are dividing themselves further and further, and it's causing a lot of
that happens when a nation state hits crisis point. Like,
I mean, yes. Well, Dr. K, you're just kind of like dismissing everything everyone's saying, and they're trying to bring up like things that to them are at least legitimate concerns.
Specifically him.
Well, okay, but also, I mean, I didn't see, or Comrade was bringing this up too, and he's saying like, I experienced something that was troubling to me, and people were saying these, and you're like, yeah, dumb people say dumb things, and it's like, no, that's not a fair like response to him for what he was speaking to.
Yes, that's an anecdote. Those tend to like be some things you can kind of dismiss.
Yeah, but there's a pattern inherent.
Again, we're talking about an ideology that has no systematic power.
So can I'm not sure because I had to look away, but have we described what exactly black nationalism is? Juan?
I think
no, I don't believe we have.
Okay.
I think any amount of nationalism is pretty sketchy.
Want?
No, nationalism can be useful.
Want?
That's called patriotism.
I just want to respond to George.
Okay.
The source that he brought up does not support his statement in the least. He's full of shit. That's it.
Yeah, so
Oh,
black
geez, Rick.
nationalism can be
About the Native Americans in slavery.
so if we have
He was saying about 75% of tribes had slaves, and that's not true. And his source doesn't support that either.
So if we have to go down this like rabbit hole, like black nationalism can be like a lot of things. Some black nationalists would like want all black people in America to go back to Africa to form like their own like state, go back to their people, or they'd want like sort of another reverse Jim Crow to where they'd want black only spaces dedicated by law, like black only neighborhoods, stuff like that. It could be a lot of things. Depends on what you want to talk about.
I don't know why the law is being drawn on whether or not they have power to actually execute on their ideology, because every organization that ever existed used to not exist, so it became the organization it is, and it garnered the power it has through its
separatists with no
through-
nuance
through
are
its
bad.
going. So to say, oh, they don't have any power, it doesn't matter. I mean, like the Nazis didn't have power at a certain point, but we all know how that ended. So I don't know why that's like
Yeah,
irrelevant.
black nationalism and Nazis are not two things you can compare. Yeah,
I mean, it's more like hyper-nationalism, like I
here
previously stated.
They don't push exterminationist
And then you said, no, it can be
What
good.
he just said,
Yeah.
what
the thing
Comrade
is,
just
I
said was
feel
that
like what you're describing is patriotism. Nationalism is blind. Nationalism has no direction. Nationalism is toxic.
No, it's not. It can be useful.
Yes, it
you
is.
just have to be very,
Wait,
very
are you
careful.
talking
with it.
are you talking ethno-nationalism? Are you talking ethno-nationalism? Are you talking ethno-nationalism? Are you talking ethno-nationalism or civic nationalism?
I think he just said nationalism.
I know. I was getting a clarification. There's more than one kind.
Right, but I think he's talking about all kinds.
It's almost like the higher umbrella is just national.
Are you asking me, Samantha?
Oh no,
No,
I was talking to Misog or whatever the fuck.
Okay.
Because like racialized and ethnic nationalism, like
I'm
yeah,
back.
that's generally pretty bad. But like,
Black nationalists. You
civic
just said it's none of your
nationalism can
business.
be
Wow.
useful if managed correctly.
Like it's a matter of like people trying to tread the line, like the politically correct line. And don't get me wrong, I'm fucking leftist myself, but at the same time, the use of the just narrative distractions that people use when it comes to race are fucking stupid. And the whole like double standard situation people have where it's like, oh, it's black people, I don't understand. When realistically, if you take the black out and investigate what nationalism is, not good. It's fucking toxic. And if you think that, oh, because it's a minority doing it, again, a minority doesn't determine whether the actions are justified. If they're a minority being wronged, that needs to be corrected. But to try and give an excuse because you are trying to stay consistent in weird ways, I just don't take it as an answer. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Generally, my metric is: are you punching up against the status quo, or are you the status quo trying to reinforce itself?
So if you're not punching up at the status quo, you can do some horrible shit.
That's the argument that's being made. Yes.
If you're the status quo trying to reinforce itself, that's generally not going to be a good thing. If you're punching up at the status quo, then it can be a mixed result.
What the
you
fuck?
have to determine it by the
If you have a black nationalist that goes into a fucking restaurant, kills all the people in there that's white, oh, he was punching up because black people have
This has
minority
never
representation.
happened.
Yeah, the thing is,
Yeah,
what I'm saying is
now you're
that's
just
the
arguing
logic
bullshit.
I judge it by how prevalent it is. So
You're
like,
you're
black
getting
nationalism-
mad at a ghost you have made up in your own
so
head.
like black
You're-
nationalism is, I guess, idea, but it's not gaining any traction within society as you can compare it to like white supremacy, to where it's gaining, I guess, a little contraction in some areas, I guess, but it's not as prevalent as white supremacy or something like that. So why
Marx.
people get upset at this is because it's really just not relevant.
Marx, can you acknowledge that telling someone to kiss the ring or bite the curb is in itself just a disgusting and terrible
it's a
thing?
stupid
we already said that. That's
no, we didn't. We dismissed it as not
someone
a
at a
big deal because
protest
not a lot of
said
people are
something
doing
very
it.
fucking
That's what was
stupid.
dismissed.
Yes.
Yeah, that person did something really bad. Like that was
Right.
Okay, yeah. end of conversation.
I'm not just getting at like one person did something dumb. I'm like, should we as leftists allow, like, should we not even allow, because
I mean, do you guys support the Nation of Islam?
Well, hold on. My question is like should we be supportive towards things that distract from like the socialist message, right? Like if there's people who are saying like yo, you should treat people differently based on their race, right? Like that's cringe. I don't care what the coefficients of that equation are, right?
All right.
Like socialism is inherently materialist and humanist.
Why are you comparing socialism and leftism? Like
So,
why are you conflating?
Here, Wump, may I, my dear?
Sure.
Excellent. So essentially, for any good organizer, right, you're going to have a general main community that you organize around, right? If you want your organizing effort to bear fruit, you're going to generally pick a community that you're organizing with mainly, and generally focus on that. Like, I mainly focus my organizing work in tenants' rights and things like that, right? And if you're looking at how people are organizing communities that, aren't your own, I mean, as long as it's effective and no one's getting hurt because of it, like, why do you care? Right?
Yeah, I mean, I for the most part, I don't. I think that when people, I mean, I've seen some stuff in the past few, year and a half.
Yeah, so have I. Like we've all seen some stuff.
Yeah,
Let 'em finish.
like
Let 'em finish.
there's people who try to co-opt, right, like the socialist message for, for egotistical purposes, or to blow up on fucking Instagram or whatever the fuck, right? Like that's not really that's kind of counter.
You're unmuted, KOE.
Oh yeah, you got to make sure that the message you're using is done intelligently. And Brento, when me and George are going at it, like, George is my buddy. He's all good with me, taking a jab at him here and there.
Okay.
If George has a problem with it, he'll let me know.
He had a point. I know, but he had a point he was trying to make earlier, and that's how it goes on panels. So you can never ever make your entire point.
Valid.
But he didn't get to finish his point, so I wanted to hear what he had
My
to say.
rule of thumb is generally, if the person in question isn't upset about it, don't defend them in place of them.
Well, if I want to know what they have to say, then sometimes I'll speak up because I want to hear what they're saying.
Valid. All right, fair enough.
All right, KOE, you want to say something?
Don't worry, folks. Your moments of tumult and chaos without the King of Extreme have come to a conclusion. I am back. The sweet summer sounds that are my voice are back and filling your earwaves. Prime, I'm trying to see if I can get
Samantha,
remuted
if
in
you have
Prime
a gun,
in
shoot
record
me
time.
now.
And in fact, it's like somebody compared me to Rush Limbaugh. I do a damn good impression.
Hold on.
What
I said I didn't compare you to Rush Limbaugh. I said that you were
man.
Wish.com Rush Limbaugh. Get it fucking right.
Oh, welcome all to the Rush Limbaugh Show, the one show that on a daily basis meets and exceeds all audience expectations.
Oh my God,
I am
this
your
is
lovable
cringe.
buzzball El
Please,
Maha
someone
Russian.
pay to mute him again.
I think I might be able
No.
to get remuted in record time. I think I'm going for it.
I think I hold the record, actually.
Damn it!
No,
Brian,
it is
don't
it
I-
is
Brian, don't I
Redneck
hold the
that
record?
holds the record
When it
3
comes
times in a
to-
row.
When it comes to what organizations are doing and how it affects me, frankly, I don't give a fuck. If they're out, picking flowers and giving them to homeless people or massaging fucking puppies' backs, like, great, more power to you. You do your thing. But if it's not clear what they do, or they operate in secrecy, or they have an agenda that is political, there's always risk involved of radicalization. And it's not a matter of, oh, they have a risk of being radical, so stop it. That's not what I'm saying. But nationalism, in and of itself, is radical because you effectively reject the outside population for the benefit of yourself. It's not very collaborative. And if you don't want to collaborate with those around you and don't care to, it speaks more to how you would behave towards them. And that is where the risk lies. So
Ho Chi Minh was a
you can have
nationalist. Are we going to
communities-
call him reactionary?
Communities are the thing you're trying to describe. Nationalist organizations do not fit that criteria.
They can.
Wait, so radical is
No.
bad? I mean, a lot of
Can be.
people think like socialists or socialist programs and stuff would be radical extreme
Radical
leftism,
in
but
a
how is that
violent
bad?
Way. Radical in terms of violent
Oh, okay,
action.
sorry. Should I stand up to move these goalposts for you?
I mean, I didn't set the fucking goalpost. I'm
Can I stay
clarifying
sitting?
because you fucking. It's funny because you moved them to be more narrow, and I corrected you, but you want to project your bullshit. So go
No,
ahead.
I'm gonna just say it. Like, nationalism can be good sometimes.
Nationalism can be good.
You gotta manage
I'll
it
point-
super
hold
fucking
on.
carefully because it's like
Hold on.
fucking nuclear
Let me-
fuel and it can blow up in your face any second, but it can be useful.
Like
Dr.
I
K,
like
let
how
me-
people
hold on,
here
hold on.
like want to think like black nationalism is the same thing as white nationalism. When white nationalism takes fucking hold, they fucking get elected into fucking government officials. When black nationalism takes a hold, they fucking take guns away from black people in the fucking streets and fucking arrest them after they leave the fucking Capitol after a protest.
And bomb a
Get outta here
city
with that
neighborhood
bullshit.
too.
Like you're basically
So, hold
saying,
on.
oh,
With
they
that
have nationalism,
bullshit.
so nationalism is good. You just admitted their nationalism is fucking toxic. So
All right.
why is it you're like, oh, black people are nationalists, so it's okay? You're literally
So wait,
contradicting
wait.
yourself.
No, I'm
So-
just showing you the
so-
difference
hold
between
on,
what
hold on,
happens
everybody,
and like
wait,
the
wait,
punch up,
wait.
punch
Turn-
down, and you're fucking conflating that with some dumbass fucking argument you think
All
I made
right.
that I didn't fucking
Yeah,
say.
so obviously
So-
white
so the-
national,
hold on,
obviously
Sabotage.
come on, George, you've been
Oh,
talking a
really,
while.
one thing. I want to point out, just to tone down the vitriol here, I want to point out that there's a difference, right, between civic nationalism, like Ho Chi Minh, like the IRA, and ethno-nationalism, and I think we're conflating the two, right?
Motherfucker, I said this 20 fucking minutes ago. You
Yeah.
fucking idiots. You fucking dumb motherfuckers. You're all
Yeah,
fucking
so
dumb.
anyway, since that point, since
She
Samantha
did.
already
She did.
Oh
Fine, Savitar. Fine, Savitar, please.
Yeah, so Samantha already said that point, so there's no reason to like repeat it again. So I agree that white nationalism is a shit ton worse than black nationalism ever is within the United States at the very least. But I don't think that in this particular context, when we're saying, yeah, if you're promoting ideas that we think are bad, you probably shouldn't promote those fucking ideas. These black nationalist groups can have positive effects on their different societies by providing food, education, medical care, and so on and so forth. These things are really good. But if they're also tinting that with simply saying, and this is probably just a strong, but saying, hey, black people are like the superior race and like whiteies are like degenerate that need to be no, we're obviously not going to let think that's okay nor promote that. This is something that everybody on the panel can probably agree to, that we don't want quote unquote black Nazis running around.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, so-
Dr. K, give it a try.
All right. I have to walk this tightrope real fucking carefully. So, Prime, like, feel free to correct me if I misconstrue anything, right?
Sure.
But essentially, like, what we're saying, civic nationalism can be useful. Ethno-nationalism generally not, right?
That's
in
my
fact,
take.
I would argue, basically always not, right? And the issue with that African Americans in the United States have, right, is it seems like there is both an ethnological component to it, but also a civic component to it, right? And you have both of those kind of at the same time, right? Because this is an identity that was
inherent to
forced
the
upon the
authoritarian
community, if that makes any sense. Am I doing all right with this, Prime?
Sure.
All right.
I'm not an expert on black nationalism. I'm sorry. I saw
that.
Yeah.
Completely valid.
Black. So
wait, what?
The definition of nationalism, and we can expand on it. We don't have to take the straight definition, but identification with one's own nation and support for its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the interest of other nations. So the thing is we're saying civic nationalism, but what is defined as civic? And that is up to the nation someone is a nationalist of. So it doesn't matter what you as a citizen, how you feel about your country. The will of your country is what drives the culture and what drives the outcome. But patriotism, being able to, as a society, want a goal and want to, as a society, work towards that goal and be able to give as many people good standards of living as possible, that is what you're looking for. That is community building. Nationalism results in a direct consequence of the standards of living and basically the treatment of another group.
Well,
Because why? Because you are a part of the in group and they are a part of the out group.
Yeah. What you're talking about is basic periphery stuff, right? And every state, right? Every state that exists is composed of nations in thereof, right? One thing you have to make sure we understand is that a nation is not simply something that's drawn out on the map like a France or a Germany, right? But a nation exists as a more ephemeral concept of a collective people group within that, right? An easy example are the Kurds, right? And so in the United States, obviously, we have multiple nations within that, right? Samantha, like, can speak to this. Yeah, Native Americans have, nations. They quite literally call them nations, right?
Yeah.
And so, that I suppose is the question, right? And I am not in any way qualified to answer this question, so I'm just simply putting the question into our mind, into existence, right? But like, what would you say the nation is for African American people in the United States, right? Is there one cohesive identity of it?
Can I jump in
Are there
real quick?
multiple ones of it? And when a nation state, or not a nation state, but when a nation, a group of collective people is oppressed, right? Being nationalistic for that nation, right? Being aggressively proud, being aggressively wanting to see it thrive, like, to some extent, it seems like a fairly logical response.
Okay.
At least in my
You
mind.
just said that you
Can I
can't
hop in?
speak on it, and then you asked all these rhetorical questions to basically state your opinion. It's such a cop-out. Like, that's stating that you simultaneously will say, I don't really know if I can say anything on this, and then you just went and basically told us in full detail how you feel about it.
So,
Right. Can I hop in real
so
quick?
Kobe, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Kobe
so
and
I
Brento,
think-
if you have your beautiful, if you can show your beautiful faces, that'd be great. But go ahead.
Again, if Prime, for the people in chat, right? If I'm getting anything Prime, or if I'm getting anything wrong, Prime or anyone else on this panel has full luxury to interrupt me at any time if I'm saying something.
Okay, Dr. K.
Okay, Kobe.
Yeah, okay. I do think Dr. K is sitting on a good point of disagreement, though. It seems like some people operate with the definition of nation that she just presented, which is one that I would argue is like in 90% of international circumstances would never be considered. This idea that nations is like this ineffable spirit that connects people of like language or ethnicity is just ridiculous. I would assume that people like Misag are, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I haven't had the message to, or I've only spoken with you this time. I would argue that I'm assuming that people like him and also me, nations are something that we see as more as being like a tool of civic government. A nation is like we see it as like Canada and America are nations, et cetera, right? That's one of the big reasons why there's a big disconnect here. When one side of this are hearing the word nationalism and they're seeing, okay, so there's going to be a new state that's going to be for this group, while this other side is seeing nationalism as more of this ineffable connection between people. So that's
No. You can have a state with an ephemeral nation. That is generally the end goal of a lot of the ephemeral nations, is to create a state.
I would just be interested in like what examples in the world of these ethnic national movements are good. Like, what are some good examples that they've turned out really well? I don't know why people bring up Vietnam, because I'd argue that the nationalist elements of Vietnam, of the Vietnamese freedom movement, were some of the worst ones. Right? The NLF genocide, or not genocide, but it committed ethnic cleansing against the Champa because they did not fit into their idea of a Viet nation. And the Champa have been persecuted for that exact reason for thousands of years. It's very strange to me that we assume that there's we just kind of offhandedly say it's good. Where are some good examples of this?
And the thing is,
Can I
also,
make a distinction?
Point, your description of that connection has already a word associated with it, and that's patriotism. People try to conflate patriotism and nationalism so they can normalize nationalism because they know it's fucked.
Okay,
well,
go ahead.
Over here trying to conflate state and nation.
Go ahead, Landry.
So maybe we're conflating two different phenomena, which is ethnic supremacy, nationalism, ethnic nationalism in that sense, ethnic supremacy, and this kind of civic nationalism, which is very close to patriotism, which is connected to a state. So in the United States, there's been both. There's sort of a large patriotic American nationalism, but there's also been this white nationalism that existed. And in my understanding is that the ethnic-based Black nationalism is a reaction to that white supremacist nationalism, and it's bad, but that this other kind of nationalism, civic nationalism, that's closer to patriotism, can be useful and can lead to national liberation movements and other things of that kind. So hopefully that's a useful distinction.
What I would argue here is that a civic nationalist movement cannot be an ethnic movement. For example, you were right here, right? The example of South Africa. South Africa, their liberation movement was very heavy on the idea. This is not a black movement, an Indian movement, an Asian movement, a white movement. This is a movement of all South Africans to create a free South Africa post-apartheid, right?
Yeah,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I completely agree, and I'm saying that what's happening in the United States, the ethnic black nationalism, it exists because of the virulent reaction to very virulent white nationalism.
I agree.
Yeah, but of course it does.
That's an accurate description of why or whatever you want to call it, black nationalism exists. Black ethnic nationalism exists within the United States, but that's not the argument on why it exists. The argument is whether or not leftists, quote unquote, should be okay with it, should allow it, should tolerate it. And
while
I would
there's
argue,
still very virulent and dangerous white supremacy, it doesn't make sense to even have that discussion. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, sure. When it becomes a problem, we'll talk about it. But
the discussion would just be, no, you shouldn't tolerate it.
By and large, a negative thing. People talk about it as a negative thing. It's not sought after. If you just replace the fucking color or the fucking descriptor before nationalism, it's the same intent. It's just they don't have as much influence. They're both problems.
What I'm saying is the amount of time we spend
actually there than the other. That is definitely.
We'll go to Womp. Sorry, we'll go to Womp, and then we'll go to hold on, one second. Hi. So we'll go to Womp, then we'll go to George, who's got his hand up, and then we'll see if MxVivianWulf has something she wants to add.
Okay, so the first thing I want to bring up is consider the people, the African Americans in the United States right now. Consider their position. They were taken out of the country that they
continent.
The continent, yes, that they had been at home in, and they were brought to another place, into another culture they did not belong to. They were enslaved for a long period of time, and then they were released into squalor, basically. So you have a whole bunch of people that are not loyal to the current government in any way, and from that perspective, you can see them being like, okay, this government does not actually represent us, so we would like a nation that does represent us.
Yes, but you guys are,
and I'm not making any argument either way. I'm just trying to set the ground for.
We all agree. No one here disagrees that black nationalism is not a reaction to white nationalism. We all agree on that.
Yeah.
This entire conversation just needs to be, yes, nationalism is stupid. We don't need that. We need to have different movements.
Yes, I'm going to destroy all of your arguments.
I don't know that nationalism is stupid. I think
it very much is fucking dumb as shit.
I think maybe nationalism just scales really poorly. Big nations are a problem, small nations are no problem.
Putting any kind of
Israel
value
with its nationalism is not a problem.
Exactly right. Yeah, no, the idea that you put any kind of value in the piece of dirt you happen to fall out of your mother's womb on is a bad thing. But the idea that we have put the fact that any value this is
farmers do.
No.
Farmers put a lot of value on the dirt they fall on.
Yeah. Having a relationship with the land base that you grew
Come
up
on,
in.
why? God gave me this land 3,000 years ago.
It's just a random. It's just a random chance of the universe. I was born in California, not Oregon.
No, Kobe, come on. God gave us this land, so we just gotta fucking take it from those people who took it from us.
Sabotage's making some good points.
It's basically how people feel when they literally have nothing else going for them. When they lack any personality, motivation, or actual intrinsic value, they fucking associate the color of their skin, where they're from, with it being the most valuable aspect of themselves and their personality. It's fucking cringe. Go find a fucking hobby, find something to fucking do with your life, find something that makes you happy. Stop fucking obsessing about the color of your skin, where you're from.
What about material conditions, though?
It's fucking meaningless.
All right.
And you will not direct result of it, so be a little bit more humble.
Go ahead,
No,
George.
Misaj is just a race trader, dude. Come on.
Yeah. So I just want to point out, let's just put aside the cultural idpol for a second, because whether or not you think that's cringe, I personally think idpol is cringe, but that's kind of a personal take, right? But I want to ask, can we at least all, as leftists or majority leftists on this panel, can we all agree that all forms of essentialism are lame? essentialism is bad and should not be like promoted in society, right? So the question is like where do we draw the line? I don't particularly like. I don't think the Viet Minh were cringe. I think that they made a lot of sense. I think the IRA made a lot of sense. When they, this was a culture that was oppressed by Britain for 400 fucking years, more like 1,000 years, really. But let's talk about the kind of the imperialist oppression. And what did they want? They wanted their own free state. I don't think that that's a bad thing, but the thing you'll notice in things like the Viet Minh and the IRA is that there's a distinct fucking lack of essentialism there. They accepted everybody who is willing to be down with the cause, and like that's what like good Marxists should be about. Like we shouldn't be about it needs to be these people in charge, or it needs to be these people the only one talking, or it needs to be these people are the only people whose opinions matter. Like we're never going to get past this issue until we realize that like all this, like intrinsically we're all human beings. We all share a common bond. And I feel like part of the reason why nationalism is so damaging is because it really distracts from that truth.
Okay. I don't feel like some of us have had like a common bond, because like some of us have been just held in fucking like land cages and reservations for fucking years, and it's like I mean, yeah, I served in the United States military, but I don't feel like a common bond with a fucking average American because we don't share the same fucking experience. Like,
just because our nation.
And Kobe, your little whole just because of where you fell out of the fucking womb on. I mean, that has a different take if you're from a country and that country's stolen from you. There's a big fucking difference.
So
hold on. Just so like the overarching thing of like this whole shit. Hey, I'm not done yet. Thank you.
Christ.
Just because of like, like you fucked me up, whatever, dude. Just fucking keep interrupting and being a dick. I'm done. Fucking piece of shit.
Just because our state has not been able to actually live up to this universalism doesn't mean this universalism doesn't exist, right? So I mean, yes, it's true that in America we have not treated everybody as the same human beings, but this does not mean that we are not the same human beings, right?
Well, I mean, we all take showers, right? We all.
What does that even mean, Kobe?
I'm sorry. I need to explain for Vivian. I have to.
Doesn't mean.
Stop. Okay, Kobe, explain what you want to Vivian.
Of course, yeah, sure. So just because we happen to live in a society that does not respect this principle, that all human beings are human beings, we are all have this common bond, does not mean that principle is not true. It just means that we currently need to change our society in order to make that principle, in order to bring to accept that true principle. That's what I was saying.
I said, what the fuck does that even mean? I mean, how is that like a useful or insightful addition to the conversation? Like, I'm pretty sure
any form of racial or ethnic nationalism is fucking stupid.
Because Samantha was bringing up the fact that it is the true fact that in America, groups like Black people, Native Americans, etc., have not been treated like humans, have not been treated the same as everybody else, and that is true. But I do not believe that.
And that was some deep, insightful statement. Thank you.
There we go.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. I am now officially an indigenous Zionist.
Like that without. I don't have something to say if you're gonna interrupt.
Thank you, Revolt. I'm an indigenous Zionist now. This is how it's gonna be. Fucking
you made me the conversation, bitch. What did you add to the conversation?
Oh no!
Fuck out of here, weirdo.
Ooh.
Oh no!
Well, this has gotten supremely dumb.
It's about to go down. It's about to go down, folks.
No, it's about material conditions,
which justifies
racism. Well played.
What is it? Am I racist for like wanting like to be nationalist and like not just like it's not like a patriotic pride of my native nation, right? It's more like we don't have a fucking civic government. We don't have anything. None of the treaties were honored. Yeah, like I'm gonna be fucking nationalist until my fucking people are seen as a fucking equal.
So we
were murdered off to 2% of the fucking population and shoved into tiny like little fucking cage spots on land with other fucking nations, taking fucking Trail of Tears, all this fucking shit, and like people are like, oh well, nationalism bad. Fuck you. Yeah, I don't even have a fucking nation. It was fucking stolen from me. Get the fuck out of here.
The question would be, what would Native Americans having a nation actually do?
Samantha, I have a story for you at some point that you'll.
What you're describing is
how does a nation make you equal? How does a nation make you equal?
Yeah, Native Americans are actually less.
Baby.
No, they would be less equal because they would not have any money.
Hold on. You want to talk about shit like how would it make me equal? Like, well, right now, if you live on the reservation, don't have a address, it's not a PO box, but a physical address within the United States, we can't fucking vote. Get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
If you're your own nation, you wouldn't be able to vote either.
It's pretty fucked up.
We'd be able to vote for our people.
What the fuck are you actually talking about, Cody?
Let me defend my point. What I'm getting at is Iran is a nation, right? Like we don't fucking treat them seriously as a nation.
Actually,
fucking well, yeah,
we do treat them seriously as a nation.
Hold on. Yemen is a fucking like just because you have
are we conflating terms
status?
Again?
I don't. Yep. No, I don't think that puts you on equal footing.
All right,
I don't think America. Let me finish.
Conflating terms again. You
I'm
people
not
are
conflating
terms again.
So what I'm doing is I'm saying,
please.
George. Thank you. So what I'm saying is that I don't think that just because like there is a nation like America will see us as equals. I mean, fuck, they don't see Puerto Rico as equals, and that's a part of America. Like what the fuck?
Well, then of course they don't see it as equals because
so like Puerto Ricans might want their own nation so they can vote for their elected officials.
It's almost like they've been talking about doing that for years.
Independence from America in order to have self-autonomy, self-governance, and
yeah, but there's a reason why.
Terms again. There is a difference between nation and state.
Exactly.
A nation is a people. A state is a physical organization of government. Stop conflating these terms. Holy shit.
Oh, I have a question. This is why doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, when in most circumstances, when somebody says I am a nationalist, I am a Basque nationalist. Basque nationalists want to be separate and independent from France. They do not want to be part. Is it France or Spain? I don't remember. Spain. They want to be independent from Spain. Okay.
So there's a bit in France too.
Sure. Exactly. Okay. When Samantha says that indigenous people need to be able to have nationalism so they can be a nation, that's what I don't understand. How if nation just means be a people group? Well, obviously they're still oppressed, but Native Americans are still a people group in America. If nationalism means have its own state, then what would having their own autonomous political entity? What would Native Americans having their own autonomous political entity or any oppressed minority?
They would have sovereign. They would have a level more of
sovereignty.
No, but what
actual fucking sovereignty.
This is what I'm asking though.
That's watered down.
Be able to teach their own history, for example.
This is what I'm asking.
Hey, whatever. Stop it. History.
What does sovereignty get us though? What does sovereignty get us?
A lot.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Stop. So I am against actually like Native American separatism from the United States. I think that would cause a lot of negative utility overall. But sovereignty in general will grant a ton to like those people who are sovereign. They don't actually have to answer to the federal government in many different areas. Although like in reality, they probably would have to still answer to the federal government because United States imperialism is just going to be stronger than any Native American. So in terms of paper, it'll get them a lot. In terms of actual reality,
no, but we don't know what the paper is. Like it's dependent on the conditions. If they want to be sovereign and the conditions are okay, you're sovereign, but you also get no support, they lose in that.
They'll die out.
It's a matter of actually gauging the outcomes and changes in living standards for people in those territories, because that should be the main concern, because a lot of people in those territories are suffering. It's like when you renting to owning a home. When you rent, it's a little bit more expensive, but your liability is much lower. When you own, you are responsible for your house and for yourself. And if you don't have the tools to do that properly,
are you all right, buddy? Cool it. Chill.
No, I'm not gonna fucking chill. Fuck you.
Yeah, but Misai brings up an amazing point. So wait. Let's say we hypothetically grant like the Native American sovereignty and stuff like that, but all USA to these territories just like stops.
Screaming into the fucking microphone doing my ears.
No one cares.
I think this is like a largely useless conversation. I don't think we've gotten anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, you go around in circles a lot of this, and Kobe's heard a lot of these answers. I can't believe he's like bringing up the same fucking points over and over again when he knows the answers. So Mesa makes a good point, right? But like inside of the United States, there's not like a meaningful way for somebody to like redress their grievances with the federal government. If they're of a like particularly small minority group, right? Especially if you're like a Native American, for example, who can't even fucking vote because you don't have who can't even vote because you don't have a fucking you don't have a US address, right? Like clearly they're not a part of the democratic process. And like sovereignty and independence from the United States could at least give them some way of like bargaining and communicating with the federal government beyond that like allows them to have a democratic say in how they are governed, right? I'm not saying it would work out.
There's no reason the U.S. government
let her finish, please.
Yeah.
Let her finish.
Let her. Wow! Stop, Masag. Stop, please. Let her finish. And then we'll go to Phil as well. But go ahead, MxVivianWulf.
I'm not saying.
It's almost like you are the
Holy
one
shit,
that's.
I'm gonna have to mute you. I will mute you if you don't knock it off. Please, MxVivianWulf.
Bruh.
God Almighty. I'm not saying it would make everything brilliant and perfect and wonderful and everything, right? But I think if you value democracy, you have to value the ability of people to have a democratic say in how they're governed, right? And nationalism from marginalized groups is one way of trying to achieve that.
So, like, your entire point is just is like debunked by the Native American Caucus, which is a body, like you can Google this right now, is a body within Congress right now that deals with Native American issues in particular. So they do, in fact, have a voice within the federal government and democratic process within the United States to an extent. It could be better, like we can argue it could be better, but like making that better, giving Native Americans more of a voice in terms of the United States democratic process can be achieved without giving them sovereignty, which could hypothetically invalidate. Okay, so like you're sovereign now. There goes all your USA until you like give us some like better trade deals or something like that, which can just be a different form of imperialism, which could obviously be worse. Or you don't get the aid period, and now your entire population dies off completely. Native Americans go extinct.
Phil, you want to say something?
That's
folks talking about nationalism here, and I have found one form of nationalism that is completely beneficial and essential. And that is nationalism for KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Yes, folks. I am never above some shameless self-promotion. And we have a complete
Let him finish. Let him finish. I want to hear this greatness.
All are welcome into the KOE Nation. And yes, so that is the one form of nationalism you need in your life. Nationalism for the KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Sorry, I'm never above some shameless self-promotion. I thought we could maybe.
I checked your YouTube out, by the way, KOE Nation.
Thank you.
Yeah. You seem to have a lot of videos on there that have like 0 or 2 or 3 views.
Hey, we all start somewhere.
Yeah, we all start. Hey, what the fuck?
But no, everybody, thank you for the promotion. Thank you for checking it out. Go to KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You know it's the right thing to do. Come on, folks. And with that, I yield back to you, beautiful people.
I am punching down. I'm just saying maybe you need to change this content.
Can we please get back to the conversation?
Are we fucking kidding me?
But yeah, so getting back to the conversation, I just think that giving Native American reservations or tribe sovereignty will cause far more harm than good, complicate things matters, and just provide overall negative utility.
What do you mean try sovereignty? They already have it.
No, they don't. Not really.
They
And
do.
even here,
legal whether or not you want to recognize it does not matter.
Yeah.
Hey,
No, you guys, don't worry,
hold on, Sevatar. Wompt, you are a billionaire. Whether or not you recognize it doesn't matter. But you're a fucking billionaire.
Yeah, come on, guys. You have natural
dumbass.
like whenever somebody is like hurting you or oppressing you, just say, "Hey, guys, I have these natural rights," and like you may not recognize it, but I have them. That won't stop you from like the SS from kicking down your door, skinning your family alive, and laughing right in your face. But come on, you have this natural rights.
So,
Fuck off, Womp.
Go ahead, Dr. K. And Kobe, if you could take over for me just for a quick second, I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Kobe of all people? Nah. All right, so this line of like you'll get oppressed even harder if you get sovereignty. It's like there's already exterminationist-esque programs ongoing for oppressed peoples who are forced to stay within a nation state they don't want to be a part of, right? So I don't exactly buy that line. And then on top of that, right, it's like people will be saying stuff like this, and then you'll bring up something like Kosovo, and it's like, all of a sudden, sovereignty is the most important thing on the planet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's just a little smacking of hypocrisy right here. I don't
haven't
know.
given my position on
like
those.
from the
I'm pretty consistent where I say
We have a
like
speaking order here, folks. Let Dr. K finish.
Yeah.
She was responding to
Savitar,
me.
shut the fuck
You
up.
can go next,
please.
Savitar, but I want to let Dr. K finish, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Read.
For me, I'm pretty consistent where I say like any nation, right? Any group of people that wants independence should be able to get independence. I think that's pretty reasonable. And like people should have democracies and nation states that reflect their own like interests, right? Because if a nation state you exist within is not actually meeting your needs, why is that, like, why in your mind is that nation state still legitimate to you when it is doing noticeable harm on you and your group of people's like lives, right?
Okay,
like if a nation state is only exists to immiserate you, why stay in it?
Okay, hold on. But
It's
before
like an abusive
hold on.
relationship.
But by that logic, doesn't Trump supporters
Stop, everybody, hold on. We can't stop talking over each other. I will make a list. Okay, Savitar, Massage, and then Dre. You want to go?
Can I go after Dre?
Yeah, sure. So
Okay,
firstly,
sure.
I never said
Savitar,
that they'd
Massage.
be more. Yeah, so firstly, I never said that they'd be more oppressed if they got sovereignty. I would say you've just hurt them overall because you no longer get American aid. And like Misich brought up the great point, if you don't get American aid and or American imperial,
setting up a nation
worse.
state is
That's
a
not
messy
going to be that's
process.
not going to be more oppression, quote unquote. That's just going to be worse off for you. Moving on from there, we also have
wait,
to
question.
No. You shut the fuck up now. I'm going to speak.
I'm trying to
So
expand and
furthermore, we
strengthen
also
your point.
have yeah, so we also have the idea that, okay, sure, like we want democracy and stuff like that, and nations should be able, like, I don't necessarily agree that all nations should have sovereignty if they want it. If your nation wants like a fucking theocracy or an ethno nation or something like Israel, where it's like, oh, this is our land, this is our nation, therefore we can kick out everybody else and do
Is
whatever
the
we want.
Vatican
That's
legitimate?
definitely not something okay. I don't care if you're a nation. I don't care if you want independence. I care about overall utility to like society and humanity overall. And if your nation and your values or the values of your nation pushing forward are negative to overall society, I'm going to say no. You cannot fucking have that.
Dr. K, if you want to briefly respond to anything there, then we're going to go to is it Massage or Misage? I'm sorry. And then Dre, then Marks.
I mean, yeah, the first or second generation of setting up like a newly independent nation is always going to be messy. Yeah, it's a long process. When the modern state of Ireland first got its independence from its re-independence from Great Britain, right? It was one of the poorest countries in Europe, and it took time to set itself up like as a proper nation state. Yeah, sure. Like any nation state that gains independence is going to have those growing pains, right? That's fine. Like the Italians were not, better under the Spanish, ruling them, right? No, they were better once they were able to set up their own nation state over time and set things up properly. Yeah.
Notice how she didn't answer my question about Israel.
That's fine. Massage, go ahead. I'm going to go Dre, Marks.
No, like if there is a coherent nation of people that want like a theocracy, yeah, sure, let them.
That's not a nation of people. So that's basically you saying, so if we flip the script and we have black people who are the majority and white people are like, no, I want to create a nation within the country I already live in. And I don't care what I have to do that because, I'm justified in feeling that way because I say so. And then you grow your platform and you just start fucking killing everyone that doesn't fit your description. Why? Because you have the right to start a country. Instead of maybe if you hopefully are lucky enough to live within a functioning democracy,
the growing pains are justified.
or at least a country with at least a framework for democracy.
I'm not saying genocide is justified, dude.
It is much easier to participate and to try and enact change socially than to literally cut
this
yourself
guy
off.
down so much.
Hey, fuck off. I'm fucking talking. I will fucking talk until I'm done. I don't give a fuck about your opinion about what I say. All right?
You're not talking, dude. You're screaming. Like
fucking
literally
mute
up
me.
close and
I do
screaming.
not
Stop talking over
care.
Calm
I
down.
don't care. I don't fucking care.
Some people scream when they talk.
So, as I was saying, Instead of fucking making it harder on your people, on the community, which you want to grow and foster and be able to give good conditions, it's better to give them resources than to give them an ego and have them fight a battle they will fucking lose. Because you always say, oh, if they sovereignty, if they don't get sovereignty, then they may not get what they want.
A national
The
government
thing
is
is that you
taking
don't
those from
actually
you.
talk about the conditions
national
that
government gives them
should
a
be
bunch of
present
resources.
for sovereignty to be valid and beneficial. No one here is saying they cannot have sovereignty. It's a matter of how the negotiations happen to ensure their outcomes and actual living conditions improve. That should be the priority, not the fucking narrative that you keep trying to push.
Okay, hold on. Before I give it over to Dre, I want to say we all have wonderful takes. We all want to have our time heard. I promise I'll give everybody time to speak. Please stop talking over each other. We have to start shouting. It becomes like a circular effect where people start shouting more and more. We're going to go Dre. We're going to go Marks. We're going to go George. Anybody else want to get on the list?
Yes, me.
Okay,
Me too, please.
Landry, gotcha, and Sifter. Okay, I gotcha. Go ahead, Dre.
Okay, so I kind of agree, like, with both sides here. Like, I get people should be able to, like, create their own nation if they feel like there's an injustice happening upon them, right? But kind of like Massage and Sevatar, even though you're wrong about the other points that I would love to talk about, but I can't right now. But is it good? Like, in a utilitarian concept, will it be good for those people, right? If you do that overall, and by good I mean like literal poverty for like you can think of the problem is like nationalism is a lot of times
No,
mixed
think of
with
your examples.
But democracy.
Stop talking over
Let me talk.
Stop talking over people. It's Dre's point. Stop talking over it. We all have to start shouting. It's tough. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, you can think of horrible examples. Either like I think it was said before, like Israel came in and basically depose the people because Zionism or nationalism or whatever. It can be religious nationalism, but I think the point is nationalism itself. Like when I think of the topic and like how it's viewed in political discourse, it's you create your nation in detriment of another. Like you do your own self-interest over the neighboring nations, right? That's what nationalism is in a way, right? So if you do that with the I mean,
Not really, but I'm going along with it.
You can interpret that either way, but I don't think I agree here where I don't think the an Indian nationalism. I think it would be better if they somehow worked within the system, and obviously the system has showed that it doesn't allow for that. And I wonder if it's better to have
the same system that's broken every treaty.
Right, I agree with that. But my question would be, would you rather have like a national like Native American state, or would you rather have way more representation in like the U.S. now? And I bring up
problem, regardless of whether you think they ought to be able, whether they're going to do well out of it or not, right? Like you can have that discussion, like, are you going to do well out of it? Are you not going to, right? Democracy means allowing people the ability to make the decisions for themselves, and it's really fucking like it's kind of crappy to go over and be like, oh hey, right, you're being oppressed. It's a really fucking shitty situation. You want to try and form your own nation to like get out from under the thumb of this oppressive regime, but for your own good, guys, I'm gonna have to stop you having control over your own destiny.
Yeah, the Vietnamese should have just sought more representation in France.
Great.
Let me rebut real quick.
Please, then we're gonna go to Marks.
So I agree, but like in practice, then you would have all these like the U.S. itself is divided amongst different cultures. Like Texas wants to secede, and then California wants to go this way, and then the Trump people like went to the Capitol, and they might have an argument by your logic, right? Well, we're not being seen. The election was a fraud. Let's create our own nation, right? Like there's no government stability under that like principle that you're espousing.
They weren't trying to set up a new nation, though. They were trying to oppress the existing one.
But if you ask them, who knows what the fuck they're like?
Yeah, but what if everybody democratically
So-
voted on this? By this logic, okay, she put okay, so like if they democratically vote for it, they can like determine their own destiny. So if everybody democratically voted to do something that we disagree with, do we just say, oh well, they democratically voted for it, so I guess we got to allow them to do that? Or do we say, no, that's pretty fucking stupid. You're not allowed to do that.
So we're gonna go to Marks. Hold on, we got a long list. Here, Marks.
Yeah, so the idea of sovereignty is a very nuanced subject. I don't value, like this, talk of democracy, even though I'm a very big fan of democracy, I don't value democracy in every living thing. So like concerned to states, I don't care about democracy in that manner. I don't think you have the right to mixing up my words, secede. When it comes to Native Americans, considering past traumas and whatnot, it's very nuanced. Obviously, I'm not Native American, so I can't speak for them. Obviously they're asking, at least some of them are asking to succeed or become their own nation because they feel that they are not being represented by the government. The reason why, at least to me, is this is such a problem is like what land. I don't necessarily have a problem with the idea of Native Americans succeeding if they want to do that. It's just like what land. And if anybody can answer that for me, I'd love to.
What land, what resources, like
yeah,
what...
like
Supreme Court, Oklahoma. According
Oklahoma,
to the Supreme Court.
I don't.
You just look back on the
what
case.
land, Quebec? Like, I don't know. This is a little silly.
So let's go, George.
Yeah, I just wanted to say here that I think nationalism is cringe because I think nations are cringe, and I think like nations and especially fucking states like do nothing more than turn human against human, and let me fucking finish, Avatar. Thank you. So nations and especially states do nothing more than turn human against human and make sure that there's haves and have-nots in a way where like you're forced to deal with a group of people as an immiscible group, and we have a name for that, right? Class, right? Like it's a situation where I think that you're creating a, I don't want to say class, I don't want to overload the term class, but you're creating like this socio-political entity, right? That like is not necessarily like, I don't think that's conducive towards towards world socialism. I mean, call me a fucking Trotskyist, call me an internationalist, but I think that like we need to move past this idea of states, duking it out with each other, right, and start looking at each other as one people. I think, to be clear, I think culture is awesome.
You're a Trotskyist.
Hold on.
We're
not
people. We're many peoples.
Not necessarily. I'm not a Trotskyist in the sense of like, collude with Nazis and get an axe to the back of a head. I don't support that type of Trotskyism. But I want to point out that like, I think the preservation of culture is fine. I think that's cool as long as it doesn't harm people. But I don't think that like the world needs to be, comprised of these small, like we shouldn't balkanize the world into these little nation states that do nothing but point guns at each other all day. That just doesn't seem productive to world socialism.
Why? Okay, so world socialism is a fucking fantasy, man. We are many people.
I think so, huh?
So it's like anarcho-primitivism to be
So is communism.
That's the back to monkey guy.
We're not one people, and we will never be one people.
Landry.
That's complete fantasy, and that's what your idea of global socialism is based on.
Landry.
Well, that's just your opinion, man.
So I think opinion, man. From a leftist perspective,
stop, Landry, please go.
From a leftist perspective, you can think of like nations as a form of like free association. It's that like if it's done democratically, then in like a future like socialist world, nations could democratically vote to dissolve whatever a state power they have to create like this socialist world. So from my understanding, like people have been worried about like the stability of current states if it's possible to like vote yourself into a new nation. I mean, that's not a bad thing. It should be possible to escape like the tyranny of current like incredibly like oppressive tyrannical states. And but even in the current world we're in, if it's done democratically, like reducing tensions within a state by devolving power into like smaller states, is to me just a plus. It's both a plus like in our current world and in the world we're looking for in the future, as long as the democratic aspect is like, maintained.
Can I ask a question to the people who are advocating for Native American independence or like the quote unquote nationalism for oppressed groups? What is the line where we say, you know what, even though they democratically wanted this particular policy, no? Like where's the line? It's obviously like the obvious shit is out of the way here. Like genocide, obviously no one.
Wait, why does there have to be a
my
line?
question? Can I finish my question?
Yeah, please.
So ignore the obvious stuff. Ethnic cleansing, genocide, maybe war on other countries is going to be out of the question here. But where is the line where we say you are not allowed to do this even if you democratically vote for it?
Okay.
Like, do you think
Initiate
it, force on other people.
I want you to think about this for a second. Now, if you are a Native American tribe of, say, 100,000 members, right? What benefit would you get from joining a larger nation like, say, the United States?
Well, they didn't join it.
Your opinion is going to be thrown out of the window if you democratically participate with your group of 100,000 people.
Well, firstly, 100,000 people actually has a lot of political power in the United States. But firstly, they didn't choose to join, quote unquote, nation of the United States. They were conquered and oppressed. But secondly, it would just be, I think it'd be beneficial for humanity overall if we go like George's meme route, where we say, you know what, like ethnicities, races, all that shit is like detrimental to humanity overall and should be slowly but surely gotten rid of. I don't like the concept of like the white race or ethnicities in general. You can maintain your culture to an extent, depending on like different cultural practices that I might say, you're not allowed to do that anymore. But generally speaking, I find like races and ethnicities to just divide people overall. While people will divide over other shit as well, I find races and ethnicities to be particularly damaging to humanity overall.
Or religion.
I also wanted to ask something upon the same lines.
Religion
to the
stays.
people
Fuck
of-
you.
Religion goes too.
To the people who value like democracy and like the right to succession, how far do you want to take this? Like ignore the
I already asked
Native
that.
American. Well, I wanted to like expand on it. Like ignore the Native American thing. I want to bring an example. Like let's say like the inner city of Chicago, like they identify as a group, and like they haven't been getting the proper resources from their local government or the federal government in years, right? They feel like they are being oppressed. They aren't getting the resources, and they feel that within their own community they have enough to sustain themselves and improve themselves. Do you think that if they wanted to and they had a vote, that they should be allowed to succeed from the union?
Yeah.
Sure, why
Good
not?
luck and God
Nope.
bless.
Disagree. All right. I
My
guess
my
that's- we
only
get-
line is when you begin the mass violation of the bodily autonomy of your citizen bloc, right?
Right, that's the thing. I mean, we care about.
Other than that,
democracy, so
like,
if your new,
no,
if
give
your new
nation states
state,
independence.
yeah,
No.
if your new state is incredibly undemocratic in any fashion, then obviously we're going to oppose its governance, right?
Doesn't that contradict what someone else said on the panel, saying, you know, if they want a theocracy, they can get a theocracy? Like theocracy is like directly.
I mean, I'm
opposed to-
fine. Yeah, I'm fine contradicting that. I think that
Yeah,
was
okay.
something that Dr. K said. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Again,
think
it would
does
vary
depend
by example to me.
It does depend on what you mean by theocracy. There's some countries with
Like
like
again,
state-
is the Vatican a legitimate state? Yay or nay?
Technically, yes. No,
Because the Vatican is
recognized as a
100% a theocracy.
Yeah, they're recognized as a state. They're a theocracy. Same thing with Saudi Arabia. I actually believe that the Vatican should not be recognized as a state and should be treated like a criminal organization. But that's a different conversation.
That's a fun conversation.
That is a different conversation.
I mean,
there are a lot of
take-
different conversations.
Hot take: a organization that moves around child molesters is a criminal organization. Hot take, I know.
I really have no love for the Catholic Church, but like 90% of the people I meet who are like really anti-Catholic fucking have some really awful other opinions.
Hot take on the native stuff, right? I don't see the point in people trying to tell us to integrate when it's like, you know, and to a lot of black people that feel the same way. Like it's like we had our land, culture, and stuff taken from us by force. And now people are like, oh, well, my bad. Sorry. You should just integrate. Sorry that like we erased your fucking history, like fucking sent you all over here, made you do all this shit. But like, no, fuck it. Just integrate. We're cool people. Like we're totally nice and we'll do everything for you. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, empire building.
How does it work?
Empire building
All right.
happened, right?
So
and essentially, what we're trying to do is undo the detrimental effects of empire building from earlier eras, right? Because you know the only major difference between a lot of like I go back to the example of the Vietnamese because it is such a like extreme example of a country dominating another people group on the other side of the planet from them, right? Whereas if there is like no contiguous like body of water between it, it's a lot easier to justify. Russia also does a lot of imperialism inside of its own country. The Yakuts had an entire like rebellion movement that got incredibly squashed under the Soviet Union, right? And like, no, if that people group wants independence, they should have it, right? The only real difference is now we're talking about the people who exist within the borders of the hegemonic states, right?
Okay, so the thing is that the conflation of basically operating within a society, and then that also meaning you have to give up your culture and integrate is ridiculous to me. I'm North African. My family's Amazigh. We've been occupied by maybe 6 different fucking empires from literally thousands of years ago up until now. We currently still speak our native language. We currently still hold a lot of our native culture. Why? Because we as a culture decided it was important to us and to maintain that. So if your assumption is your culture will disappear when you quote unquote integrate, that is up to you. If you do not have
Always weak nations
if
that
you
lost
do
their
not
culture
have
through
the
imperialism.
shut the fuck up. I don't
Shut
give
up,
a
let
fuck.
dickhead finish.
Shut your fucking mouth. No, shut up. If you don't have the sense to fucking make the relationship beneficial and productive for yourself, is the most important thing. That does not require you to give up your culture.
Now, hold on. You're talking.
It requires you to be smart and to basically
be smart. We should have just been smarter when we were genocided.
hone your culture to a high enough level and
No, hold on. I want to respond.
that it's not easily just thrown out. When
All right.
culture is thrown out,
Okay.
it's a generational
Please
thing because
finish.
it wasn't instilled
The
as being
diarrhea of the
important.
mouth.
Don't
Okay.
conflate the two. It's
Okay,
not the same.
go ahead,
all right.
Samantha.
No, check this
Samantha.
out. Hold on.
Samantha.
Hold on. No, shut the
Samantha.
fuck up, Ron.
Hold on. Stop. Samantha. Whoa, stop, please. Samantha.
Okay. So like, oh, great anecdote on your people. Here's a different thing. Your people like
your
you shut the fuck up for a fucking minute.
Opposed to yours.
I have this. What I'm about to spout is historical fact. Like, you know,
What
I
I
haven't
just
read a
started
history.
too. So why are
Okay,
you
shut the
diminishing
fuck up. I'm not done. Shut
Yeah,
your fucking
seriously.
mouth. Shut
So
your fucking
I'm
mouth.
gonna mute
Shut
you.
your
Now I
fucking
will
mouth.
mute you. Now I'm gonna mute you. You forced my hand.
God.
I don't like doing it, but now you forced me. Go ahead.
So the natives, right? We didn't get to like sit, you know, in our own country. We were moved around. We had our little, you know, tribes all over the place. We were moved the fuck around. We had our shit fucking burned. Our women raped. Our people killed up by smallpox blankets. We got kicked down to 2% of the population. Don't fucking shake your head at me, you fucking weirdo. We had our shit taken from us. We had our written history fucking burned. We don't have our languages because it was fucking taken from us. And on top of that, we had to be marched to reservations. Okay, not our land. Our reservations that we got to share with other tribes, and we had to integrate with other tribes and lose our language, lose a lot of our history. There's very few native tribes in America that have their language still, and the ones that do might not even have it all because of what happened. So like sitting here saying it's on ours, we should have been fucking smarter. That's a fucking asinine thing. Yeah, be smarter next time you guys get fucking smallpox blankets, you fucking cunt.
Can I build a bridge here?
Why can't
like
you
to comment on that.
be like stronger instead of such weak shits?
Yeah,
Honestly.
Samantha. So
Yeah,
what I'm
sorry
asking,
we were genocided. We should have just been fucking smarter.
Samantha. So would you say that you wouldn't fear integrating the massive majority of Native Americans integrating into American society because you fear that you will lose the little culture you have left?
Worked pretty well for the Southern Europeans.
Okay. What Massage, I believe, I don't. Oh, well, he's muted. But I think what he was trying to say is that it's not necessarily a 1-to-1, even though that your fear is valid. I agree with it. But Massage is trying to say that you don't have to. Integrating doesn't automatically mean that you lose your culture. You can't integrate within a society without losing it.
How big is his country? How big is his country that he's from origin? How big is the United States? How many different tribes are there that were genocided in the United States compared to what is the current population with now? If we are less than 2% of the population now because of our numbers, right? And we go to integrate, that shit will be lost.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it really does depend on the state you're living in. It depends on the state you're living in. If your state can do the integration correctly, so sort of like South Africa, where it's possible to have like a multicultural, multinational state, or there are other states that are that way. Then yes, then you won't want to vote yourself out of it. But if you're in a country with a state that's like historically exterminated you, then it makes sense to try to resist that. It's kind of, I don't know. It just seems obvious to me. Maybe I'm missing something.
I think the question is secession a net positive for indigenous peoples? I mean, and like Mark said earlier, this is incredibly nuanced. And somebody in chat pointed out that everybody here is dealing with absolutes. Like there's no nuance to the positions that we're taking. Like obviously,
can I answer that directly?
Let me just finish and then you can answer. Obviously, like it's important to recognize that indigenous peoples have obviously been genocided, and we've done deplorable shit, right? But how do we make sure that if autonomy or even independence happens, like how do we make sure that indigenous peoples don't get strung up, or like they don't get, like in the event that there is no aid given to them by the United States, that they don't like starve off, or like in the event that we do give them aid, that they're not still manipulated. What's the solution?
So they were living sustainable.
Sorry.
Can I just
let Landry answer that, and then we'll go to Womps, and then we'll go to George. Okay?
Can I go after George?
Sure.
So
thank you,
Chris. I guess like you're doing a utility calculus. You're saying like, okay, is this gonna benefit the Native Americans who decide to leave the United States? Well, they're human beings too, and they do the same utility calculus. So what I'm saying is that you should let people do that utility calculus. It's beneficial for their own development, for human development, for people to be freer and be able to do the same utility calculus that you're doing, and it's being done at a larger scale with within the group, a group that has more information about exactly what will happen to them. So yeah, that's essentially what I would say.
I'm not arguing against self-determination, by the way. I just want to make that clear. I'm just asking, like, if it's what our positions are on this. Like, if it even is sustainable. Like, obviously they have the right to determine that for themselves, and I'm in favor.
They also have more information about it, so
yeah, of course,
that they'll know. And if they're saying they want to leave, it's for a reason.
Wait, could I hop in real quick? I actually think that I've been a little bit too black and white in my thinking in this. I've been thinking about this a little bit in this like a topic, and Laundry brought up earlier like South Africa, and I was thinking about that, and like that's actually a really good point. South Africa is a very non-typical state in many ways. They have several like autonomous regions within the country that have their own laws. I think there's two kingdoms. When they were trying to get out of apartheid, there was actually even a movement to try to have like a white people state, the Orange Free State. That didn't go through. But regardless, I think that is like that's actually probably how we should be going with this conversation. I think that we can probably imagine a lot of situations in America in which Native Americans have significant more autonomy, in which a lot of these grievances can be addressed, while we also keep the beneficial parts of being one country, right? I mean, the EU can do this, there's other countries that can do this. I've been a little bit too black and white in my thinking. It doesn't need to be one or the other, right?
So let's go to Wompt, then George, then Savitar.
Okay, so real quick, the EU is a trade organization. It's not a nation in any significant way.
Well, it's a lot of things. It's also a cultural organization.
So hold on. I want to touch on the indigenous thing. So I've thought about this deeply, and like, where am I to settle in stolen land on an ethical level? Now that my ancestors came here and took land away from people who were living in a sustainable fashion and implemented their unsustainable way of living, if I continue to live there, am I not just perpetuating the process of stealing the land from these people?
If I moved back to Ireland, would I be perpetuating the taking of the land from the Picts?
If you move to Egypt, would you be perpetuating the conquest of the Egyptians over other tribes like happened over 10,000 years ago?
What about Turkish people? Turkish people are literally settlers to the Middle East that came in.
What about the Japanese?
But we would again, like at some point, we have to recognize that you cannot be responsible for the sins of your father, especially when the sins of your father go back like 17 generations, or sorry, 7 generations.
This is very different. Like there aren't any fucking Picts. Half these tribes don't fucking exist.
There are, for example, there are. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. As Ahmedzad, there are indigenous groups in the North Africa that were genocided and were ethnically cleansed by the Turks that still live, and they still live in peace. And those people, I'm sure that the average person in North Africa doesn't want Turkish people to go out of Africa, right?
Okay, so let's go to George.
I'll go after George.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, and it's unfortunate that Samantha's stepping away at this moment, that I feel like my position is being strawmanned a little bit. When I say nations are stupid, I shouldn't say stupid. Nations are lame. Nations are undesirable. What I mean by that is that it's not. What I mean by that is that like it's not like, it's not that I'm expecting anybody to integrate, right? Like, I am no fan of fucking like America's like fucking machismo jingoistic culture, right? Like that aspect of it, like socialism is not American, right? Like communism is defined as a moneyless, classless, and stateless society. So my point here, right, specifically is just that, like, I'm not expecting anybody to integrate. We're confounding positive and normative arguments right now. I don't think that there's this false dilemma of like either we get a nation or we must integrate. I think that like through socialism there can be a different way, a better way that includes everybody in a unified like fabric that doesn't, like, I don't believe really that land belongs to anybody. I think that's kind of dumb. That's kind of not cool. The earth is put here for everyone, and we all have a right to take care of it. This is gonna get all hippie for a minute.
Wow, you smoke more peyote than I do, don't you?
This land, yes, this land is made for you and me. We got it. Let's go to. Are you done? Or do you need another point?
No, that's it.
Okay.
That was my point.
We'll do Sevatar, and then we'll do Marx. Okay.
Yeah, so I provided a bunch of links about Native Americans in the VC chat. Many things about how the United States interacts with Native American tribes in particular. The Congressional Native American Caucus, how many Native American organizations within the government are mishandled greatly, which leads to a lot of negative utility to Native Americans, amongst a couple of other links for you guys if you're interested. Secondly, Native American governmental, so like I already brought up how Native American governmental organizations have to be managed better so they get the resources that they deserve. One thing that they brought up in one of the articles is that Native American territories and reservations have very few resources to actually, or at the very least jobs, to help feed their people or help keep their people alive. This is kind of one of the major issues within many Native American reservations, which kind of answers Swamp's question. The reason why many Native Americans probably can't live on their own anymore is because maybe the government, by design, put them on reservations to fuck them, to make sure that they have very few resources on their land. So they have to be dependent upon the United States.
Also,
wait, I have a bunch of points. Please, can I finish? So there are over like 500, many more tribes of I think there's like 575 Native American tribes within the United States right now. That's 575 new trade deals, independent treaties, foreign aid deals, and just so much more time.
Knock it off. Go ahead.
So many chances for shit to just get fucked up, different tribes to be lost, other people to be heavily exploited within this. It just seems like there's a ton of ways this can go incredibly wrong, which could lead to the extinction of many of these tribes. And to I have just a bunch of these points written down. To respond to Landry's point, many people are you're talking about cost-benefit analysis. Cost-benefit analysis is different from the hedonic calculus. Many Native Americans and people on this panel, at the very least, are not making utilitarian arguments. They're making deontological arguments. These people ought to have their own states because it's a good thing within itself, or they ought to do it because democracy is a good thing within itself. These are not utilitarian-based arguments. My final 2 points is practicality matters over everything else. I believe it would be far more. Yes, it does. I believe it is far more practical to reform the current system of the United States and how it treats Native Americans, to give them the resources and land that they deserve in order to be prosperous, and then we can talk about independence if it would provide overall utility. But for now, I think we need to get them. At the very least, get them better land, get them better resources, have better government organizations dealing with them, deal with the treaties better. And finally, to respond to all this hippy-dippy nonsense, no, power is all that matters. You can say that the land belongs to everybody all you fucking want, but those people in power, those people with the bigger guns, can just put their boot right on your throat and there'll be nothing you can do about it. Conquest is a reality of this world. It will always be a reality of this world, and there's not a chance that anybody can do anything about it.
It's a terminal disease.
Let me clarify a point.
Just like humanity.
That everyone took completely out of fucking context before. I was given an opportunity to actually clarify. So, your representation of the struggles of Native American culture and their history, not a single thing you mentioned was unique to Native Americans. Every single thing you listed applied to Amazigh people. So go fuck yourself. You're not special.
We get it. You hate us.
B, when I said it's best to be smart, I was referring to making the decision to take basically make sovereignty your priority over actually having a sustainable standard of living. Be smart in whether it's better to have sovereignty for the sake of saying, oh, we're our own people, over the fact that if you do that and you have no support and everyone fucking dies, that's a surefire way to end your culture. So be smart when you make the decision and where you place your ego. That's what I meant.
Okay. Marks, and then Dr. K.
Yeah, so to answer like Wamp's question of like, should you feel bad? Me personally, I don't feel like you should be bad. You didn't ask to be on this land. You were just like kind of like what Colby said. You were just born here. You're given the circumstances you have, conditions you were given. What you decide to do with it is what really matters. And I think that our decision with the Native Americans. I mean, if we're talking like realistically, none of us in this room have any fucking power, so it really doesn't matter. We're just bullshitting right now. But as far as like, if we want to speak onto like
I'm a motherfucking Twitch streamer. I'm a big time. I'm a Twitch partner. I got no fucking power. Go ahead.
But yeah, as far as like to the land back movement, I kind of agree with Sabotage movement. Whether you want to like further imperialism or like de-imperialize the world, power is what matters of what you're going to get. And speaking practicality into this, if you feel like you can gain enough power to have the U.S. government succeed livable land to you, I mean, I guess so. But like me personally, I think the much more practical and feasible solution would be to try to get more support so that Native Americans in general are treated better, maybe given better land and hell, I don't know, citizenship, whatever the fuck you want. But I just don't think you will get enough political power, just power in general, to successfully succeed from the United States.
Dr. K.
Yeah, no, exactly. The Vietnamese should have just tried to succeed better under the no, I'm just I'm not dropping that match, don't worry. So yeah, if integration is the way we're going to push for this, right? If that's what you all think is important, right? I would say that one, right? You know, I don't think that's the way to go, but if that's the way you would suggest a group of people go, I would recommend that it be the hegemonic culture actually integrate into the minor culture rather than the other way around, right? Like that tends to lead to not only better results for the minor culture, but the larger culture as well, right?
How does that make any sense at all? What are you talking about?
The thing is, it's
no.
assumed,
For example, you can see it
in, when people try to like defend minorities and marginalized people. They take this fucking bullshit stance where they try to basically attribute this victim fucking mentality. My entire point is that you are worried about your culture. Fair. It's a valuable thing to actually hold dear to yourself. But to think of your culture as being so fucking weak that if you integrate, it'll disappear, that is more a testament to your own insecurities about your culture than the actual fact that the culture will disappear. If you want your culture to sustain itself, you will make it a priority.
States to wipe out
if you put the power of your culture in other people's hands, it was doomed to begin.
Oh shit! You know, if the Jews were just smarter, they would have been killed off by the Nazis. Is that what you're saying?
Out of context, you will continue to sound just as fucking
Holy
stupid
shit.
as you do now.
You're such a fucking dumbass.
Can
I respond to Dr. K real quick?
Lay off the steroids. You might get your hairline back in less anger.
Can I respond to Dr. K really quickly?
Let Dr. K finish. Then Brenterbox, is that you? Then we'll go to you.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
The cool dude sort of chopped me off midway, which you know, whatever. But yeah, like I wouldn't say they're doing it perfectly, but for example, Bolivia under Evo Morales or New Zealand, these two countries are examples of taking their indigenous cultures that exist there and elevating them and actually saying, no, this is the culture of our nation. We're going to elevate it rather than them having to come to meet us. We're going to come to meet them, right? And that's an okay way to do it if we are going to maintain coercive power structures, right? And yeah, when I'm talking about this, like I try not to get too U.S. centric about it, right, and keep a more holistic perspective, right? And like when we're talking about these things, like, and talking about, you know, the movement of giving these people independence, right? Obviously, it should be led, you know, it shouldn't be led by some dude in Washington, right? Who's saying like, all right, let's cross off this box here and, you know, do a Sykes-Picot agreement kind of thing. Like, no, it should be, yeah, I love bringing up Sykes-Picot. But no, it should be led by like the people, you know, who are going to be living in and surrounded by this new constituent state, right? Like they should be the people, you know, sort of deciding where and how these sort of new systems and institutions are going to fall, right?
Yeah, I
And
also
with
want to
that,
back up.
with that,
Well, I just wanted to say something really quick, Marks. Do you mind?
Yeah. Well,
Are you done, Dr. K?
Yeah, let Dr. K finish.
it's all good. Did Dr. K low key say that is no?
I mean, can I respond?
So,
come on. Do you remember what you were gonna say?
yes, I remember what I was going to say.
Just go.
Yeah. So just remember that when you're dealing with a smaller culture and a larger culture, right? That there is a heavy coercive factor that exists there, right? Large nation states literally, you know, embark on campaigns of suppressing minor cultures within, you know, their nation states, and so like keep in mind that when we tell people to integrate and to be smart, that there's an incentive structure literally baked into a lot of nation states that incentivize people to abandon their previous cultural predispositions and integrate into the monoculture of whatever state we're referring to, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Brento.
Can I?
Brento, then Landry.
Yeah. Let me just respond. I guess I can't understand or really agree that, you know, that like within like the numbers that we're talking about states that can be millions of people, right? And the percentages we're talking about, as Samantha was saying, 2%, right? And that's just within the United States and talking about native people. But within all countries and all cultures, the idea that like 98% of people, if we're going to integrate states, should change to meet the 2%. And the thing is, you could say that's just the 2%, or it could be the 1%. And the thing is,
No,
on
I'm
top of
not
that,
telling them to like
no,
abandon
Dr. K, let me finish, okay?
We're having a
I was listening.
conversation,
I want to
yeah?
see my point. Yeah, I know, but I hadn't gotten to speak my half, so I just wanted to speak. But I'm
Yeah,
going
because
to say,
you're kind of misunderstanding.
Okay, hold on.
but I haven't finished my point yet.
first.
So my point was simply that. To say that, like, you know, 98%. And I don't mean to mischaracterize you, so I apologize, and I can understand that's annoying.
yeah,
So I
it's
don't mean to do that. But let me just finish.
It's
I just
hard
want
to get
say,
to a good conclusion if you're coming with false premises.
but that's true. That is true. But you can correct me very soon. But I just want to speak. My point was that if there's a larger monoculture that is a very large percentage of people, and there's a smaller culture that's a very small percentage, there might even be multiple smaller cultures of multiple smaller percentages, and
Yeah,
it's not
usually.
entirely possible for a very large percentage to change and drop their culture to incorporate the possibly even conflicting multiple smaller percentages of
Well,
larger.
see, I'm not
versus
asking them
cultures,
to
like-
drop it. right?
Well, what they're not sharing would be where their differences are. So they might be able to adopt things that they're not currently using, and that would always be good. But that, you know, there are conflicts between cultures. There's cultures that don't share
Yeah.
common values or even have like conflicting beliefs. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
well, again, the danger here, right, is what I'm saying is, let's say you have a fresh Italiano immigrante to Spain, right, and over the course of 100 years, he sets up like a small community there, right, and they contribute culturally to the nation state, right. What I'm saying is that, you know, and what is often done is he is incentivized then to become part of the monoculture, Spanish, right? And, you know, ignore essentially the contributions of that culture and push it off to the side culture, right? And instead, right, what needs to be done is that if we're going to do this integrative stuff, right, this nation state needs to be like, yeah, actually, these this small group within our nation state has contributed quite a lot. We will essentially reflect them as part of our greater national identity, right? And integrate them, and feel that they, or not integrate them, but allow them to be a separate identity, but one that is essentially respected within that for its difference, right?
So
rather than saying no, you have to be part of American culture.
So Brento, you can respond, and then we're gonna go to Landry, and then Dre.
Sure, and I don't have much to respond. I'll just say I understand what you mean. But I just think that there are underlying, and I think maybe even intractable differences that are not going to make that possible in all cases. And where it's not possible, that is where we see monocultures, and that is where we see smaller cultures that say that they're perhaps being being either integrated or phased out and ignored. And so it's not going to be possible in all cases, which I understand you recognize.
So,
yes,
Brento, just one last thing. Did you get like 10 times sexier? Like, what's going on, buddy?
You talking about this avatar here? What do you mean?
No, I'm talking about your voice.
Puberty
finally.
Your voice like pitched down, and you sound like an absolute fucking chatter.
Oh damn! All right, I like it.
I've heard this happen. I've heard it happen.
I'm gonna head out.
Okay, thank you so much, Saboteur.
Sub to Prime. Thank you for having me on. Everybody have a great night.
As always. But yeah, I heard it happening to people when they connect and disconnect their mics. Certain mics it happens to, I think, maybe. But yeah. But it's working for you. It's working for you, buddy.
I'm gonna have to keep this up.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Landry and then Dre.
So yeah, I mostly agree with Dr. K's analysis, except that I don't think culture should be the defining factor of
one facet on a many-sided gem.
Yeah, I think self-determination is more important. Like democracy and self-determination are more important than culture. For example,
there's a number of reasons why a group of people would want to practice self-determination.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, even if people I think the argument against there being a lot of small cultures and therefore there be a conflict and needing a monoculture doesn't even come about when you say that a group of people can want to be a nation even if there aren't cultural differences. So I think a group of people wanting to be a nation and wanting to have a state, can happen without considering ethnicity or even culture. So there's
certainly.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to add that.
Okay, certainly. Trying to think of a good example, but yes.
Let's go.
Here's a good example. The UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recites self-determination as one of those inherent rights of Indigenous peoples.
Let's go to Dre.
I guess my biggest question, or where I get hung up on this, is this sounds like an argument against nation states, and it's let's create a bunch of city states with each individual cultures and their own sets of idea of what their destiny should be. That isn't.
No,
because I'm just wondering,
I'm pushing for the breakup of large hegemonic states mainly.
Right? But isn't that a city states, right? So instead of United States, you create 50 tiny states, and they're all their own nation.
If there's 50 groups within the United States that want that perfectly fit the shape of the current U.S. borders, sure. Then if a nation state, right, is not serving the purpose of bettering the lives of its citizens within it, right, then it's not doing the at least supposed job of what a state is supposed to do, right? And if something that big and powerful is not doing what it's supposed to, toss it out the window.
So
you don't need it.
What is keeping those individualized balkanized states from murdering each other?
Oh yeah, that's the issue, right?
Well, that's a problem.
It has to be done.
Prayer.
Prime is 100% right to ask that, right? How do you how do you do independence in a way that doesn't, you know, end up rubbing salt in old wounds, right?
Well, you can't though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
You can. Ireland and Britain are not currently killing each other, and yet those two
Because they're
they want.
I mean, they went through a lot.
They
Not a great
want to.
example, but also there is there's also like this big thing called the European Union that kind of like helps a lot of like situations go over there. Like I don't know,
We're
not a
not
great
in the
example.
we're not in the European Union
Well, not
anymore.
anymore. Not anymore. And
You've
things have gotten
forgotten.
worse. And things have gotten
Isn't
worse.
the European Union like approve of the opposite of nation states that are not killing each other and that have created?
But they all need to work together. They all have to give up a little bit of
Yeah,
sovereignty for that.
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
The United States isn't going to collapse.
National alliance like trade
Sorry,
bloc things.
hold on.
Those are fine.
Sorry, I gotta point out one thing. I gotta just point one thing out. Misag.
No, fuck that. You have seen everything they've said.
No. Misag.
The only
Misag.
reason I've
Hold on.
said anything-
Holy fucking shit! Do not fucking talk over me.
Oh
Don't
my
fucking
God,
do it
what's wrong
again.
with
Don't
you?
fucking do it again. Don't fucking do it again. I'm telling you right now. Don't fucking do it again. Don't ever post that shit in my chat again.
How about you get them to stop posting shit on me?
Fuck
and
off.
maybe
All right.
What did he post?
Yeah.
He's being transphobic.
Yeah, he's being transphobic. I tried to give him a chance, but fuck that guy. He can eat shit.
Okay, to be
I mean,
fair, I
it's
did make
not-
fun of
it's
his
not
forehead being
surprising.
huge. but
His
that's
example
the
of
same level.
Yeah.
His example of nationalism was a brilliant example of like toxic nationalism. My culture is better than your cultures. Look at you weak cultures, blah blah blah.
You
So it's
should've
not
just been
surprising that
smarter.
like transphobia would come from somebody like that because
Yeah.
generally
I
does.
wanted
You're just a rude asshole.
Yeah, he's a rude
I
asshole. He's a
wanted-
piece of shit.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. All right, moving on.
Fuck you too, Prime.
I thought when it comes
Mal.
going back to like earlier point, because I thought like somebody made up a really good point. Like when it comes to like if we're still on it, when it comes to like Native American sovereignty, you like when we speak of like other nations like the Kurds, right, who want their sovereignty, and they have been, and we realize that we want them to have sovereignty because they've been oppressed by like a larger majority. But we don't do this like utilitarian calculus for them. We just usually support it. Why don't we do that for Native Americans since they've been oppressed by this larger hegemonic majority? Where are we going through all these like utilitarian calculus deciding for them like, oh, what should it wouldn't be practical or like it wouldn't be necessarily good for them? Like what's the difference between there?
I actually disagree. We actually do utilitarian calculus. We support Kurdish nationalists that want their own state in northern Syria, but we don't support them in northern Iraq because the autonomous region, the Kurdish autonomous region, staying part of Iraq is for American hegemonic interests, while Kurds spreading up with Turkey is for hegemonic interests. So we actually do this utilitarian calculus.
Okay.
I mean, I would
Is
disagree.
that a universal utilitarian calculus? That sounds like just like a very self-interested utilitarian calculus.
Yeah, no,
Well,
America,
yeah,
America
that's the problem
entirely
with
will
utilitarianism,
support, you know, self-determination movements entirely based on whether it furthers their interests or not.
Exactly.
That's 100% true.
I mean,
And I guess that's not really utilitarian in that sense. It's
Well,
not
I mean, I agree with you, but that's kind of the problem with utilitarianism, I guess, is that you have to figure out what perspective you're coming from. I guess somebody who's pro-America would say that it's utilitarian for America to have power in the region, but then you could disagree and say that it's not, right?
Well, all right. So when it comes to me supporting Kurdish independence, right, and having a Kurdish state, and my positions on Native American autonomy and independence, right, like I think the biggest difference for me right now is that, like, well, obviously Native peoples in America are definitely getting the shorter end of the stick, right? The difference between them and the Kurds right now is that the Kurds are genuinely being genocided, like 100%. Like there is a lot of actual violence against them.
I've got some terrible news to tell you, dude.
At this given moment, and listen, let me finish, right? Like this is not to like downplay the severity of the crime with native peoples in America right now, right? I'm not trying to make it seem like that there isn't anything negative happening.
Can I ask you a question, Chris?
I would like to respond. I want to hear him talk, and then I want to respond to this.
Oh yeah, finish your point, Chris.
I mean, with the Kurds, they have multiple nation states that are literally killing them. I mean, if you look at what's been going on in northern Syria with Afrin, the fact that Kurdish women have been being trafficked and that they've completely obliterated the Kurdish language there, it's happening right now, right? And it's violent.
It's also happening.
I know, and I'm not trying to say that it's not happening here, right? But
you sure as fuck are minimalizing it, though.
I'm not trying. Listen, if you could afford me the opportunity to finish, I would appreciate it. Like, I'm not trying to minimize what's happening to Native peoples in America, right?
Okay, then just get the point out.
Okay, please, let him, Chris, please.
in America, obviously, like we don't treat Native peoples with the respect that they deserve, right? But we are not like killing them. In Kurdistan, in what should be Kurdistan, Turkey, Iran, and even Iraq have been murdering Kurds by the thousands. Saddam Hussein killed hundreds of thousands of Kurds in the 1980s and 90s, right? Turkey has been waging a systematic war against them for the past 50 years, and it's still going on, right? Like Iraq is probably the best of them, but even then, Iraqi Kurdistan has been working with Turkey to completely undermine any attempts of a Kurdish state or even just Kurdish rights, right? In America, the native peoples depend on America for a lot of things, and I agree that we need to give them a lot more
You're doing
autonomy.
some whataboutism, man.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying, like,
you might not be trying to, but you are. I really recommend dropping it while you're ahead, dude.
I want to hear him out.
Dude, this is gonna get very ugly in a moment if you keep going down this.
I'm not sure how to get
Let
up.
him
I
finish.
wanna-
Let him finish, please.
Because I'm not trying to like perpetuate anything or anything. I just want to hear what he has to say about this.
Okay, Samantha, Banana, you wanted to respond to him?
What I was saying, just because we're not being like, okay, like there's a difference. I will say there's a difference between like being directly attacked, weapons, war fronts, and stuff like that. But they are still within ways killing us. So like oil pipelines, when on a lot of reservations, that little bit of water that we have is our water source. Like a lot of people don't realize that, but like that's where we get our shit. And you know, with stuff that's cut off, we aren't allowed to like the land that they gave us, you know, it can't grow food, right? And getting out there and with what we have, we are only afforded enough money to kind of like buy the shit food. And like I will say, yeah, there's a stereotype of being fat, drunk, and depressed on the reservation for a reason. Because all we can really afford is shit food, get fat, McDonald's, and you know, alcohol. And you know, we can't grow food, we can't do things, we can't trade. Our governments are literally like the United States government has a control over our government. So like say we have a tribal council, right? The American government still has a say in who's actually in there at the end, right? But we don't even get to vote on who's in the American government, right? You know, unless we live off reservation with the United States of America address, like a home address. So like there's all these other ways that, you know, it might not be a direct attack all the time. Like when we asked for COVID response, Prime has heard me talk about this. We've talked about it on the panel with news articles. When we asked for a COVID response, my tribe specifically, instead of giving any help, they just sent us just packs and packs of body bags.
That's terrible.
It may not be the same thing, but still they're systematically killing us.
No, and I agree. I'm not denying that.
Standing Rock.
I think that we are totally in the position to be doing a lot more for indigenous peoples in this country than we currently are, you know. But when it comes to, you know, actually let me just focus on this. I think it's important that we start to, you know, give, you know, Native Americans what they need right now. Like and if somebody mentioned this earlier, if when the time comes, you know, indigenous peoples want to have their own nation and their own state, I'm not opposed to it. But I think it's important that we help them get there first. At least me personally, I'm not trying to, you know, downplay the importance of self-determination, but we're in the position to actually, you know, make it less of a blow to the peoples that, you know, to the people that live in these areas. You know, like we can help them build their infrastructure and then give them their own state. You know.
To be honest, we're honestly not looking for our own state. To be real, when we say land back, it's like a movement thing. It's like a lot of things that get taken out of context. We're looking for just like, give us a little bit of usable land. It could be the same amount. Just let it be usable. We want the treaties that were promised to us to be even acknowledged. We would like a say if we have to pay taxes, this is fucking government. We would like a say in who we can vote for, who's in charge. Most of what we are saying, like it's hyperbole. It's hyperbole. And you know, most of what we want is just to be acknowledged as, hey, this is a group of people. This is bad thing that happened. Here, let's give you usable land. Since we made sure you were on land that had no goods for like mineral rights, you had land that no good for like oil. And even if you did have oil, we'd take that land from you in a fucking land grab and then take the oil from you and not pay it. And like all this stuff, just like let us have our thing, give us a say, let us manage our own tribal councils,
Exactly.
And like, let us have a vote. We can have our little like reservations and be happy there. But like, when you put us in the worst possible circumstances, like, yes, we're going to get a little hyperbolic because we're pissed off. We're angry. Nothing's been honored. When we ask for help, you send us fucking body bags. You let us die. And you're just like, oh, but you got casinos.
Yeah, no, it's terrible.
That's all we want. We just want an equal. Really, what we want is an equal say, an equal ability to live, even if on a reservation, as anybody else in this country.
Let's go to Dre, and then George, and then Chinchilla.
Wait, so I thought the whole argument was so you don't want nationalism then, right? You want to you want to integrate.
Oh, I do, but I'm
conversation
different.
is-
I'm an indigenous Zionist.
Okay.
The
All right, and
nationalism conversation is wider than just indigenous people in the United States.
so I
central.
yeah, and I'll go with that. So like I feel like this is such a hard thing because nationalism seems like a tool that can be used good or bad, and it's hard to like broaden it out to every situation. Like we can all bring up an example where it's good and bad. Like Dr. K, you brought up the Sykes-Picot or Sykes-Picot.
Sykes-Picot, yes.
Right. That's a great I think I agree with that, right? It's the whole Middle East being mapped out by, colonial England.
Yeah,
right. And now we
fucked
have all
over
the issues.
Sharif Hussein of Mecca big time on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Like they didn't pay attention to any ethnicities there or the religions. They just kind of grouped everyone together the most convenient way possible and threw it out there, and now we have a huge clusterfuck in the Middle East.
Specifically, let's make sure everyone's in the loop, right? Essentially, the British promised Arabia like an independent Arab state that has much of modern day Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Israel, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, and the little states that all as well, all essentially grouped into one pan-Arab state, right? And when it came time for the British and the French to make good on that promise they made during World War I to the Arabs who rebelled against the Ottoman Empire, they said, no, we are now colonizing Iraq and Syria, and then the Sharif Hussein of Mecca was like, hey, this is not fair. And so the British couped him and instead replaced the House Saud, the more fundamentalist religious family, in his place as stooges for him, or as stooges for them, the British, right?
And I agree definitely with that description, and I agree in that situation. I look at the Middle East like maybe there is some nationalist movements that are very valid, and maybe we should I don't know how to pay attention to that. I'm not even going to pretend like I know the correct way to go about that, but I do agree in that situation.
Is a very confusing political situation.
Right, and maybe you could argue even for obviously the Palestinians and their nationalists, or
I would argue for that, yeah.
Right, exactly. So those are situations where I'm for nationalism, right? But then if you it's like
extend that out, be careful.
Yeah, if you extend that out to like let's say Native American tribes, then I don't know where the line stops. Where essentially every like governing body, like the United States or X nation, just essentially becomes split up into the smallest of its parts, and I don't know where to parse out the middle of that, right? So I see it as
this is where I am a far left extreme weirdo, right? Is like I'm completely fine with taking that to its logical conclusion, right? And saying like if you have a coherent group that wants independence, sure.
But don't you think that just restart? Like I feel like we went through that process and then it ended up here, and the nation state seems to be the most globally stable way. And then we're kind of devolving back.
You're drawing a preconceived conclusion to history when history is not a thing with a conclusion, a beginning, or an end, right? Like there's no like logical end point to human social structures, really. Like that just smacks a little bit of social engineering.
Here's a little bit of argumentum ad absurdum, but what happens?
No one asked you. What
happens when we get sovereign republics of ourselves? Like how
yeah, right.
So a single person does not a state make.
So okay, so hold on.
Says fucking who?
So go ahead.
I consider myself the KOE nation.
All right, if you want to go out into the woods,
Landry, you can respond. Landry, you can respond. Then we got to go to George and then Chinchilla.
There can be multinational and multicultural states that are democratic that where people won't want to like split up into little
exactly
smaller countries. Like if there's a coalition in the United States of all sorts of people that produce together enough power to to create a more multicultural like state that's able to handle these actually kind of tiny conflicts that should be easy to handle, like relative to conflicts
exactly. So sovereignty is only when your state fails you, like the existing state you are within has failed you, right?
There can be successful states, and the United States could be a successful state, but I don't know. We do weird shit.
Okay, let's go George and then Chinchilla.
Cool. So just a few comments I wanted to make here. I think that like having like I can sympathize with land back, but like my big question there is, where does the land come from? Like just about all of the land in America, most of it is owned by somebody, whether that's the American government or by private enterprise. Like it's owned, so like practically
eminent domain.
Well, okay, but from whom, right?
Who cares?
Well, okay. So
corporate farming, corporate farms. I don't give a shit.
Okay. So I have a few questions here. Or I have a few takes here, and then I got to sign off because it's getting late. So my second take is that like I'm not a big fan of balkanization. Like I mean anybody who thinks the state government is the best way to run things, like, should look at like the COVID-19 response and how that was handled by the fucking state governments. Like it really is the state, like small states running the show is not always the best solution. And anybody who supports balkanization, I would say, look at the fucking Balkans. Like, how did that work out for them? I mean, we had, kind of couple world war, or at least one world war, and then really two that started from stupid bullshit that happened in the Balkans.
Yeah, it happened because imperialist states didn't want to let go of nations that wanted independence.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, the assassination happened because of some stupid ethnic bullshit in the Balkans. Like that's
because Austria wouldn't let go of Serbia, which wanted independence.
Right, but I'm just saying that like a lot of individual or a lot of smaller actors can add to the tumultuosity to that. So with that being said, I just want to say thanks. I guess I don't know. I have to go to bed. So thanks for having me on, Case. I really appreciate it. Politics.gg, come and join the conversation.
!Dibby in chat.
That was a great question.
If you want to visit Good Fed Comrade George, it gives you the link. So click on that. Join the Politics Discord server. Thank you once again, Comrade George. We love having you here. Thanks for coming back.
All right, I'm also going to get going. Twitch.com/AmazingDrK. I'm going to do D&D on Sunday. Bye. I'll be in the watch party room. I just don't want to be live anymore.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. K. Thanks so much.
All right.
Next, Chinchilla.
Yeah. So it's kind of sad that the amazing Dr. K just left, because I don't believe in nation states overall, so to speak. I generally believe in states being like just a vessel, so to speak, that in the last 200 years we had nation states, but before that nation states weren't a thing. So if you look in our past, which are the most successful nations are the nations that are having the most cultural diversity within them. So when we talk about like the Dutch Empire, it's because of the fact that loads of immigrants came to the Netherlands, my country. When we talk about the US, it's because they have like a massive diversity within in their own country. When we talk about the Romans, it's because they have like an immense diversity within their whole empire, so to speak. So when we talk about like all these different kinds of nations, we talk about like cultural diversity. And I don't get it when you say like we gotta divvy up our country along the lines of like either cultural lines or like ethnic lines. It sounds all so weird for me. Second of that, I'm glad that I finally got to meet KOE Nation. I love to see him. He's my favorite. Like, regardless of his takes, I love to see him. Also, KOE, it means cow. I love to eat cow, so within my language. So there you go. I love you, buddy. So just want to
I
say that.
still don't know any of KOE Nation's takes. I've tuned in with several streams with him on, and he's just
I can tell you.
his YouTube channel.
Do you know? I can tell you.
The
Yeah.
awesomeness overtakes you. Now, one moment first.
Go to his YouTube channel. That's it.
Chinchilla, I am going to say thank you for the praise. I really do appreciate it. And also, I do always admire someone that is willing to dive into the waters of going into either a political or philosophical discussion in a language that might not be their first language. I always admire that. So thank you for jumping into this discussion, sir. I mean,
Yeah,
you're really
and-
good with our language, but I just always am amazed at people that can do that.
Well, I don't speak American. I speak English, so there you go.
Hey.
But my first language is English.
Sorry,
my first
I don't
language is
understand
Dutch, but,
English,
yeah.
right? We don't have English people here in the States. We have American people.
Y'all all speak with the guns.
No,
and stuff.
now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Yeah.
Speak American. Bang bang. Hamburger.
Generally, Vivian, and yes, it's.
And this is why I think that the natives should get their own fucking state. This right here, it's exactly. I don't want to be associated with this
It's
shit.
embarrassing. But wait, Samantha, do me a favor. Let me hear KOE Nation. All right, I want to know what this dude's about. I mean, he's got the embarrassing, cringe, fucking American flag behind him. Kind of looks like he's.
I'm not going to let a British slander the greatest nation on earth. Are we allowing this? Prime.
No, we're not allowing this. We're not allowing this. America now, America forever.
Speaking ill on this beautiful flag, but no, I'm just a guy that really believes that people should be as much as possible left alone from the state in their day to day. I'm just believe that.
Oh, you're an anarchist.
No, I just believe in libertarian principles.
Oh, so you're not a person who believes that the people should be left alone by the state as much as possible.
As much as possible, yeah.
All right, so you're an anarchist.
Even in our day, throughout our day.
No, it's fine. I get you. I get you. You're a right-wing libertarian, which is an oxymoron, but I'm sure we'll get to that at some future stage.
We should have a debate on age legalization here. And caps, yeah? And cap.
Also an oxymoron, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Y'all are shitting on my man. So let us speak.
Yeah, man.
They gotta label him like.
They gotta try and label me immediately.
You're an anarchist. You're a
just
libertarian.
don't want this awesomeness that is KOE to get out to the world, so they gotta try and.
I just want to hear your
as
takes.
soon
That's
as
it.
possible. Well, I'm trying, but you just keep saying, "Whoa, so you're that, and so you're this, and so you're that."
Go
so
ahead.
you're this. I'm sorry, you just don't. Listen, KOE.
I'll give you a few more. I'll give you a minute or two, please. Enlighten us.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm one of those folks that believes that, there is a point in your day when you should have no further business with the state. And if you read the news even badly, you find that time in your day becomes less and less and less and less and less. And I'm a person that just believes we need to try and turn that around and make that more and more and more and more and more. And yes, I do believe in individual liberty. I do believe in freedoms. I do believe that this great United States of ours offers the greatest freedoms of any set of human beings ever. We are not perfect, but we are the greatest nation on the world. I'm so sorry to inform you. I'm also, in case you're curious, MxVivianWulf, the internet's leading shill for big peace. So if you were accusing me of trying
for big what?
Peace.
For big peace. I'm a shill for big peace. Actually, the internet's leading shill for big peace. I oppose any new wars. There's really no reason we need to do it. And any time that we can decrease wars, God bless it, and may it be all the more. And so that's just a few of my.
God damn it, get this man some
I don't
views.
want to give all the spiciness away. I don't want to give all of it. Like, it's kind of like you gotta wear a welding mask when you look at me, because
And
it's
so
like,
far, you're not
awesome.
particularly spicy to me so far. I mean, I
I'll
think
give it
some
back.
armed conflicts are necessary,
That's
but
all these.
I support the war on
Christmas.
Christmas.
Salty. I'm sorry.
I think your spiciest and most obviously incorrect take is that America is the greatest nation on earth somehow.
Well, we have
But
the most,
other than that,
freedoms, like freedom of speech, for
I
example. We
mean
have the greatest freedom of
that's
speech
just
of any nation
demonstrably
on the planet.
untrue.
Wait, we have freedom
Yeah.
of speech.
If
We
you
have
have
freedom
hate
of speech.
speech laws on your, if you have hate speech laws on the books, you don't have more freedom of speech in America. Period.
Wait. We have freedom of speech here. Hey, call me a slur right now.
or not, maybe.
I'm just kidding. I was making a
At the start
joke.
of your screed, KOE, at the start of your
So-
screed, you talked about how the government is encroaching further and further into people's lives, destroying their civil liberty, and then you go on to say that America is the freest country in the world. I admit that these two views could be congruent. You could think that America's becoming
Yes,
less
we still have
free,
the most freedom,
still
but they're
remains
still trying to
free at
encroach on it.
many
We're
places
still
in
the
their
most free.
Huh.
Hell of a lot
How
more
do you-
free than any European nation at the moment.
So
I'm not altogether sure that's true.
Can I?
Do you have hate
can I
speech laws
react?
in the book?
No, but we're banning Dr. Seuss books.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Chinchilla.
I can
Privately.
still buy them, and I can even still read them.
Honestly, like the way that freedom of speech is handled within several countries, like the US, it's like within the US, it's more along the lines of like civil laws, right? It's like among the lines of defamation. And within the Netherlands and then most European countries, we do it with like with legal laws, so to speak, because of the fact that we don't have that much prisoners, right? Compared to the US, because you fucking lock everybody up, take their freedom away. So in that sense, you could say like Americans have less freedom, and I honestly think that it's more of a healthy way that we how we do it within Europe, so to speak, in most Europe countries like Western Europe or the UK, within like a legal system.
Oh, sorry.
So because of the fact that we don't have that much cancel culture here, if you don't do certain things, you inherently like create like mob mentality, which is going rampant within the US. And I think you would agree with that cancel culture is like a major thing within the US because of the fact that you don't have great laws around freedom of speech. There you go.
I think reducing freedom to
of culture is conformity.
I think reducing freedom to an America-centric idea of
freedom of speech,
absolute freedom of speech, I think is very, very reductive. I think freedom is. I think if
let MxVivianWulf finish, please. Go ahead.
I agree that speech is one way that your freedom can be impinged upon, okay? But what I'm saying is that I do not think it is the sole measure of freedom. I think that freedom is the ability to do the things that you want to do, basically, right? It's autonomy, okay? Now, America has one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. Going by that alone, you are probably one of the least free countries because you are one of the countries that has the least free people, right? On top of that, your wealth disparity, the wealth gap in the United States is enormous. If freedom is autonomy and the ability to do what you want to do, you have an entire underclass of people with very limited ability to move socially between classes, very little ability to do anything in their lives beyond work themselves to
That's
death.
a different argument entirely.
It's not a different argument. I just think that
because you have the liberty. Liberty is defined as freedom from government bonds. So I mean, you're kind of bringing in this new. Like, I get what you're saying, that you have this. You're bringing in economic ideas, but no, we're talking strictly liberty. And yes, when it comes to things,
you said you value freedom, not liberty, friend. If you want to argue that liberty has that definition, fine. But I was talking about what I think the definition of freedom is. If you want to say that America has more liberty than any other country on the planet, that's a different argument. But if you want to say that it has more freedom than any other country on the planet, then I think my point's off earth.
Freedom of travel across the nation. Like, yeah, we've got a lot of great freedoms here.
Do you freedom of travel across the nation? So are you able to travel to another state if you don't have a car, if you don't have enough money, if you have to be working 6 days a week? Do you think it's particularly easy to move states for somebody who's living in utter poverty?
You can, Viv. You can just steal a car. Come on.
Oh yeah, I mean technically.
And
right?
Joe, if you're coming in here to yell at me because I said that you don't even live in a country, so stop spreading lies, I don't care. I stand by that statement. You don't have like better laws in your country because you don't have an actual fucking country that's legitimate.
Wait, what? What?
What
country are we talking about
Joe,
now?
Australia.
Oh, I'm yelling at Joe. This is serious
Oh,
shit.
Australia. Australia's fake. What? It's a conspiracy theory. It doesn't exist.
Joe,
Quit calling a fucking prison colony a country.
First of all, Joe, thank you for being here, my favorite person in the world. Joe, what do you want to add?
Your mic is muted, Joe.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. Elegant words once again from Joe.
Hold on. While she fixes that, I'm so sorry to have to leave right when Joe shows up because I always love talking to her. But I want to eat my delicious salmon and my salad and my asparagus. I'm going to leave. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much for talking. Be well.
Bye.
Good night, Gubby.
Bye.
See you, go.
Okay. Well, hopefully our friend Joe will get herself all put together. So I mean, I guess agree with Viv with like reducing freedom to like just like a few axes. Like freedom means lots of things, right? Like how free are you? Like for instance, if you live in America, you could say yes, everyone's free. But like if you're homeless, are you actually free? Like what are your options, right? If the state is patrolling, if you live in certain neighborhoods and the state through its police are patrolling your neighborhoods, harassing you wherever you go out to do the same things everyone else does, right? Throws you up against the wall, searches your pockets, right? And occasionally puts you in jail just cause, for funsies, right? Are you really free? Like you technically on the books have all the same rights as everyone else does, but
I can pretty much guarantee there are several countries within Europe in which had protests arisen like they did last year in the United States, the police would not have acted with nearly as much brutality. And that's definitely an infringement on people's freedom of speech, the freedom of people to peaceably assemble, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The initial force is always bad. It's always a bad thing. When you're talking self-defense, that's another moral category. But yeah, the initiation of the use of force is always immoral.
Yeah.
But that's something that your country did, and you said there was the freest country in the world. Like
I didn't say
like
we were the
that
most
there and-
perfect. Nirvana is not for this world. I'm sorry, you're not going to find perfection, but we are the freest. It's kind of like what Winston Churchill said about democracy. It's the worst system in all the world except all the other ones. Yeah, America, we got a lot of flaws, and we're a terrible nation except for all the fucking other ones, and that's how.
Are you free?
Some people.
I just disagree. I just gave you an example of how of how certain European nations are in fact more free to exercise their freedom of speech, which was one of those axes.
No, they don't. If you have hate speech laws in the books, you do not have more free speech than America. Period. Sorry, if you have hate speech laws in the books, the government can sanction you for having a bad opinion or having the wrong opinion. Sorry.
Okay. Not all European nations have quote unquote hate speech laws on the books, right? We don't have hate speech laws on the books. Hate speech laws is kind of a bit, man.
I think you do, don't you?
Like,
yeah,
in Europe, yeah, and in England, yeah, or in the UK.
We have,
the UK and the EU.
It's hate speech laws is a bit of a weird boogeyman catch-all thing for a whole bunch of different laws that limit the spreading of like hate propaganda and things like that.
Right.
But,
I think it's probably an accurate term, correct?
No, it's not. Because let me explain this. Because of basically, when it comes to hate speech laws, it's because of the fact that we organize our laws among like within like the whole. You can lock people up because of that. When it comes to most countries or countries like the US, so to speak, they have like a more of like a defamation laws, which you can go through in civil court. Also, like when you talk about like copyright laws, they are way more stricter. That kind of stuff, like fair use, all that kind of stuff is way more stricter. So when it comes to the EU, it generally means that if you say something bad, you get a fine. But when it comes to the US, it basically means you get sued and you need to pay even more money. So
it's not the government.
It is because of the fact that it needs to go through the court. So in the end, it is all the same.
No,
I don't
it's not all the
see
same.
why people take pride in the like. Oh, we have freedom of speech because we can be hateful bastards in the street and not get a fine for it. That
Right,
is
but
not
you
something I
can't.
just
It's
But you
meaningless
can't.
without the freedom of
Fun.
those who think differently. It is meaningless unless
Yeah,
those who think
hold on.
differently have the freedom to speak.
Hold on,
as
Viv.
well.
Okay, well they don't. They don't. They don't, do they? Because
come on.
when thousands, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions possibly of people around the United States last year stood up and said, "Hey, we don't fucking like the way the police work in our nation." They were met with horrendous police brutality.
Let Samantha speak. Samantha, please.
But like I don't see like I used to be big. Hey, KW, by the way, I used to be like big centrist libertarian type, right? And then I saw the effects of unfettered free speech. Okay, like, and I don't see why we should be sitting there, and I didn't look at it in a certain perspective, right? It had nothing to do with me being like, yeah, free speech because we don't have hate speech laws. I just thought free speech meant like, hey, nobody can tell me what to put in my book or in my blog or whatever. Cool. There's other facets about this. Why are we praising something just because we don't have hate speech laws? That seems fucking asinine and shitty to fellow Americans that you're just like, yeah, America is great because I can walk over to this native and call him an uppity fucking redskin. Like, that's fucked up. That's like that shouldn't be something to be proud of. That should be something you should be ashamed of.
Your opinions are also protected. You do not have free speech. The common opinions, the opinions that are safe to have, don't need protections. It's the opinions that, like, there was a time when being a socialist could have gotten you thrown away. There was a time when a lot of the ways that people think on this very panel think would have gotten
Socialists can
them.
still get you thrown away, KOE.
Yeah. So okay, so we'll move on. We'll let Joe in, but once again, KOE, are you KOE? Are you free if you're a Twitch streamer and you have people in your chat who haven't subbed to you? Are you actually free? You tell me.
You're the most oppressed.
I'm the most oppressed, I think.
Yes, and the way you can get out of that oppression is to come to the KOE Nation. A complete open border policy is there, folks. Come on in. The sunshine of freedom will come down on your face, and you will love every second of it. Step out into the sunshine, folks. It's a great time.
Joe.
KOE Nation at YouTube and Twitch.
10 months.
Joe.
10 months.
Yeah.
169 videos and 116 subscribers.
Sorry, I don't live on the computer like you do. I've actually got a life away from this thing. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
Well, all I needed to do was make like 5 videos. And I got like 4 times your
Wow,
subscribers.
that's rough. That's rough.
Spend your life on the computer. Yeah, well, it turns out for you.
I'm not boosting.
MxVivian, boo, boo, boo. No, boo. We want to hear from Joe now. Joe.
Bunch of cloud chasers in here. What's going on?
Joe.
While she fixes that again, I just want to say, like, it doesn't matter if I agree with you or not, KOE. I'm just to say, like, every time I've seen you debate, no matter how heated the debate is, you've always got a smile on your face and a fucking belly full of laughs. You always keep everything so lighthearted. So as much as I might hate some of your policy ideas and stuff like that, you are genuinely like a happy dude. I could probably get into a political argument with over a beer at a bar, and we could laugh together, even though I hate everything that comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, I love
I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying, like, you're that type of guy. You're just so chill and genuinely fun and smiley that I wouldn't actually hate you. Just your words.
Acquaintance as well. Thank you. And yes, you too, Vivian. Even though we're getting a little, put them up.
I'm just saying you should switch up your content a little bit. I'm not trying to shame you. I'm just like,
well, like I said at the very
what are you
beginning,
trying to get
you'll know when this isn't fun for me because you'll see an empty screen. I do it just because I love every minute of it.
That's cool. As long as you're loving what you're doing, you keep doing it.
Okay.
As long as it keeps you happy.
Vivian, I got a question. For you. If not the United States, what do you think is the best country in the world?
What do I think is the best country in the world? That's a real tough one. It really depends on what axis you measure it on, right?
No, that's,
I mean, whatever you
Which
think.
one's your axis? Yeah.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I think there are multiple axes, and I don't think there's any one country that bests all others on all of them, right? There's like sort of just general sort of satisfaction. There's economic prosperity. There's economic mobility. There's there's so many different axes that you can do it on, and it really
I mean, like
It's
you weigh each axis, right, and then you create an aggregate, and then okay, this is the country closest to all these axes. I guess that's how I view it, right? Like,
Sure. I mean, it probably is a Scandinavian country, right? Just judging because I guess like the most important thing would be like the well-being of the citizens and how happy, satisfied, and free they are to live their own lives. And it seems like one of the Scandinavian nations would probably do the best in that sort of area. But then I do think that there are other nations which like who may not be as happy or as prosperous, who are like on a much better path towards freedom, right?
So I would agree with you, like in terms of quality of life and all these things and the way they do education. But the problem I have, like when you weigh that with the U.S. and what, like the scale of it, how many different nations there are, how many different types of people, and the way it combines it all, and
So
like
many
to me, I
nations.
don't see that as like comparable, right? You have one homogeneous like kind of culture in Scandinavia where everyone's pretty the same. It's easy to legislate because
What are you
everyone's
talking about? What?
well, I'm
Very
saying there's
Compared to the
multiple.
US.
Compared to the U.S., the cultural diversity is like nothing, right? Obviously, there's cultural diversity within Scandinavia. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying relative to the
Well,
U.S.
America's a really, really big country, sure.
That's his
It's,
point. Yeah.
it's super large.
So, in
Super
my
massive
opinion,
country.
that's why I see the U.S. as the best
I mean, if
country
you're
in the world
saying that
because
there
it
is
can
more
deliver all.
discord in this country because it's huge, then I would be on board with you, right? I actually think democracies function a lot better when they are smaller, when there's less people in them, right? Because more people
We
can.
just got to get rid of the
have an
people,
effect.
and it's going to be a good democracy.
That's right. It
Well, no,
works.
it's not get rid. It's
Individual
not
nation
get rid
states.
of the people, you
wasn't for
dipshit.
those
It's
damn
divide it up into smaller democracies.
Okay. I think we have her. I think we have her. Right, my favorite
Nice.
person. She's here. Oh.
Hey.
I worked
Hey,
it out. I
welcome.
had push to talk on, and I forgot.
This is like a
Genius.
recurring thing, right? It's like it happens like quite often when you come on Prime.
I have an issue every time.
Joe.
I would like to talk to you, Ko. I've never spoken to you before. Hello, it's lovely to meet you. So I'm also a big, I have libertarian ideals. I probably align more with Vivian, but I'm very protective about freedom of speech. Speech is my area, right? But I think maybe you and I have different ideas about what constitutes speech and what freedom of speech truly is and how we protect it. So first of all, I agree. John Stuart Mill, keep the bastards honest. It's an important part of a functioning democracy that we have the ability to talk and criticize our government. We have the ability to say things that would be dangerous given the power of the state. However, when we talk about freedom of speech, what are we talking about? We're talking about the power to do things with words. So we're talking about the ability to criticize or hold to account or to vote or to marry or to promise. We do things with words. So when we're talking about hate speech laws, a lot of people who actually look at this look at it in two ways. The first is they look at it as an accumulative harm on the state in terms of if you have a lot of people saying hate speech, it gets rid of the public assurance that people can be safe to speak. So it's actually harming freedom of speech because it's creating a situation where some people don't feel that they can speak, that you're ruining the state, right? And it's like climate change, right? You don't look at an individual person's car emissions and go, that person is causing climate change. You look
I
at
do.
all of our emissions.
I do.
I do.
No, but in terms of how policy works, we look at the total emissions and say this is causing an erosion of our environment. So in the same way, we look at hate speech and we go, this is causing an erosion of our state, which is creating a system where some people do not feel safe. Now, the other thing is if you're truly committed to freedom of speech, I really do hope that you're committed to improving education and you're committed to improving literacy, because people only have freedom of speech so long as they have access to speech and they have access to ideas and they have access to the concepts that represent their reality. So that's incredibly
Read
important.
to my daughter every night for 3 years when she was growing up. So yes, you have no idea. Like yes, being
No, I
illiterate
bet you
is
do.
a true gift to
And
any
you're
human.
extremely
If you can
literate.
gift that literacy, that is.
And I love what you do
Super.
with language. And I think, but it's about making sure that if you are committed to this idea, you're also committed to ensuring that every single American has access to literacy and education. And then finally, I'd just like to say that you have to remember, once again, focusing on this idea of freedom of speech being the freedom to do things with words. Now, there are two things. One, most hate speech, and certainly in my country, there's the distinction between causing harm with speech. and this is so picky, causing harm with speech and speech being a harm, right? So because you are doing something with language, you can harm with language. So in the same way we can legislate about assault, we can legislate about harmful action. It's not speech causing harm, it's speech as harm. And the second thing is...
Of that.
Could you-
in your
Sorry.
opinion, what would be an example of that?
Well, I mean, racist speech is a harmful act because you are attacking someone with a weapon they don't have access to, which is based on a social hierarchy, and you're making them feel unsafe and you're taking away their authority. And this is the other thing, right? So the freedom to do things like even calling the police on someone, in some ways you could say that constitutes an act of violence if you're using language to harm someone in an attempt to harm them. Now, that is not necessarily the best example, but I'm running on the fly. The final thing that I wanted to say is so in speech act theory, you've got locution, which is the actual words, right? And that's not what hate speech laws are so much about. And then illocution, which is what you're trying to do with the words. And there are a lot of instances where you're actually impacting someone's illocutionary force with allowing for hate speech, right? So if I'm an actor and I'm on stage and I'm like, help, he's killing me, he's killing me, he's killing me, the audience is going to be like, is he killing her or is she acting, right? Like I don't have any illocutionary force. In the same way that rape myths mean that when women say no, 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 sometimes people are like, oh, she wants it, right? Our illocutionary force has been taken away. Yeah. So when you're using hate speech and you're pushing false facts about people based on sexuality or race, you're actually taking away their illocutionary force to be heard and have what they're trying to do with speech be done and executed by proliferating a system where there is a disconnect between their locution and illocution.
Very, that was a very well thought out and very well put together intro. And thank you. Like the one thing I would give to you in counter is a lot of the things you said were true on a utilitarian basis. But for me, and I've always viewed it this way, these kinds of liberties like freedom of speech, they are an absolute value. It either is or it isn't. You either have the freedom of speech or you do not. You're not allowed to barter a little bit of it away. That's exactly like dying just a little bit. So to me, I understand exactly what you're saying from a utilitarian perspective, but when you have a liberty that is in and of itself an absolute value, it does, you really can't barter away a bit of it.
I mean, isn't dying like something like I would die like a little bit for some money, right? Like a little bit, you know, just a little bit.
You know what I mean? Like you either are,
like you have the freedom to be an asshole.
What?
You should have that freedom.
Yes, it's like, does the sinner have the right to sin? Or is it the part of the church and the state to stamp out sin? Or does the sinner have the right to learn from their sins in their own time and in their own course? And that's that's a question.
But what does that mean? But what do those words mean?
I have a response. Can I say something really quick? Like, I guess like when you're talking about hate speech and you're saying like, is it eroding the state? And I'm gonna bring this around. But like, I mean, in that kind of question is based on what the state deems as good, right? And in past times, and you know, the time we're living in now, we'll look back and we'll say we made mistakes, and so we can kind of assume the same. But like in past times, you know, Galileo said the Earth revolves around the sun, and the church, which was the state at that time, said this is against the Bible, which is what our state and our people are based on. This is a harm to the state. You're eroding the good of the state and you're attacking the people. And it's like, you should not be limiting people's speech based on those kinds of things because he was right. So they were the ones doing the harm. And when you're like, well, we're going to, limit people's speech based on, they're eroding our kind of like society, that's you're playing with like an extremely dangerous game. And you're actually, as KOE was talking about, you're actually stepping on something more important, which is like an absolute right of the people to exchange freely these types of ideas.
Okay, look, Joe put it really, really eloquently. The way I usually put it, because I'm stupid, is when we talk about other freedoms, we recognize that they have to be curtailed in order that other people can also be free. So there's that really one of those quotes, right? Your freedom to swing your fist ends at my face, right? Because we recognize that if everybody is just fucking smacking the shit out of each other, once you've had the shit beaten out of you, you don't really have the freedom to beat the shit out of anybody else, right? Like that's been taken away from you because you're now on the floor a pulp and feeling like shit, right? And likewise with speech, you can do exactly the same thing, right? By restricting other people's freedom of speech, restricting people's ability to be fucking heard in any meaningful way, or even restricting their ability to speak at all, because to speak out might be to invite violence due to the environment that's been created by the proliferation of hate speech.
True.
But I mean, yeah. So I do believe in free speech, right? But I believe in the maximization of free speech. I think that everybody should have as much free speech as possible without infringing on the free speech of others. And I think free speech absolutism is a very naive position because it ignores the fact that speech has the power to dull the speech of others.
Okay, but then Vivian, your speech is sorry, I was gonna say your speech is limited then by like someone else's essentially like vulnerability, and someone could be incredibly vulnerable, but you might still be right. Like to return to my previous example, the church was vulnerable to truth. So so that speech was limited by the church's vulnerability because they were using this like the Bible as a science book, right?
So let's go to Joe was called out, so let's talk to Joe. Then we'll go to Chinchilla and Socrates.
Yeah, I really agree with what you're saying, Brento, and I think like being very careful about making sure that you don't limit speech to the point that there is an inability to criticize the state is incredibly important. And this always comes back to my number one question is, what are you trying to do when you're talking about freedom of speech? Like, what are you keeping free? Because when we talk about speech, we're talking about the ability to do things with speech. So in terms of hate speech laws, it's not to do with the words. You're not saying people can't say words. You're saying people cannot harm people with a particular kind of speech. And it's not like making it illegal means that you can say something and instantly you're like obviously you go to a court of law and these things are tried out, and we see if actual harm has been caused by your speech. But as Vivian said, and I think you said it just as eloquently as I did, if you create absolute free speech, you don't actually have absolute free speech, because you have some people's speech privileged over others because they can use their speech to limit the speech of others. Gosh.
Okay, Chinchilla.
Yeah, so I have a question for KOE. So my question would be like, is he fine that people putting up like posters on their shop, so to speak, like saying like no black people allowed here, no trans people allowed here, or only people with blue eyes are allowed here, that kind of stuff, because that is the meaning of absolute freedom of speech. If you want to take it that route. Well,
and also in the public market, that's really not the laws we're operating under.
Well, it's freedom of speech, right? If you
and yeah, those kind of people would be assholes.
That's freedom of speech. You wanna go fully absolute, right, with freedom of speech. So yeah, I would assume that you are totally fine with that kind of statements.
I believe you should be allowed to say even objectionable and awful and reprehensible things without sanction from the state.
Okay,
and that comes with shops, right? That they can lever their own freedom of speech, which is absolutist, which you are saying, right? So therefore, the shops can do whatever they want when it comes to not allowing black people in, or colored, or people with blue eyes, whatsoever. So I think
that's
the
Civil Rights Act. That's a different issue entirely.
Yeah, but
not letting people into.
But you're talking about absolutionist of freedom of speech. So
we're talking about two different things now.
No, you are an absolutionist, right? So you wanna expand that. You wanna say like it's fully freedom of speech, right?
Freedom of speech is going to entail ideas that many people are going to find reprehensible. Yes.
Yeah, so I would.
Sorry.
I would.
The freedom of speech, like I said earlier, just like the John Stuart Mills idea, the freedom of speech is meaningless unless it protects objectionable ideas. You're gonna have assholes allowed to be assholes. I live,
Yes, Coach,
hang on,
what do you-
hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. I live 200 miles away from the Westboro Baptist Church. I can hear what these assholes are doing all the fucking time. I don't like it. I don't fucking like the fact that they're anywhere near where the fuck I live, but that's the fucking bricks. They have the right to say these awful, reprehensible things because they have the freedom. So guess what? That means we all have the freedom.
I mean, actually, like the Westboro Baptist Church has
They're
been the
assholes.
subject of several court cases pertaining to their use of speech. You know that, right? Like so your argument currently, right, is that America is the most free in the world because they have this freedom of speech that you're talking about, and then you're giving examples of what freedom of speech means to you, but actually it's curtailed in several of these ways that you're talking about.
So let's go to Socrates, and then Socrates, then Dre, then back to Joe.
Right. So this question of like whether we would stop certain institutions from doing things, like there's a real difference between saying the Catholic Church isn't allowed to do something and like people aren't allowed to do something. There's a real difference between curtailing individual freedoms and curtailing the freedoms of some organization, right? So is there anybody who disputes that like, you know, maybe there's some organization that has some weird ass fucking, you know, maybe some Scientologist church somewhere? Is that a response, KOE?
What was your question?
What are you drinking, by the way? You look like you got some like nice whiskey over there.
Just sipping on Madeira wine this evening, but I figured
Madeira,
because
okay.
we're so close to St. Patrick's Day, I put a bottle of Teeling Irish whiskey out in front.
Okay.
Pure undiluted
Yeah,
freedom.
you've got kind of like a lot of like light on it. I can't really see the actual label.
Oh yeah,
But
I forgot to turn off the light. What was
yeah.
that?
So KOE also is a landlord as well. Like he's like a Scottish. What's the thing you have there? The certificate, right? It's like
a landlord.
Scottish.
Oh,
Scottish lord, a Scottish lord, right?
Yes, I
KOE.
actually am also a official. My buddies Tony and Chicken got me 5 square feet in the Scottish Highlands, so I am now
That's really
actually
nice.
officially a titled lord. So yes, my name
You
is
have
actually Lord
you have very
Phil.
good friends. You have very good friends.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Okay.
They're awesome. Guys.
Okay.
So like,
Sorry.
So like,
So your
I can put
question?
that on my tombstone if I wanted to.
Your question?
So like the Catholic Church, it's like the Catholic Church having some claim to some moral whatever, and then being rebuffed by some like more kind of liberal sentiment of society saying, no, you can't say that people can't do whatever. This is very different from some individual or some like kind of, I don't know, collectively organized group of people saying they want something. Like, is there anybody who disputes that like the Catholic Church is just like exactly the same as like an individual or like a couple people saying they want something, right? So this idea that the Catholic Church, you know, is like identical to a group of people saying they want something. Like this is an organization with a huge amount of money behind them, a huge amount of organizational power. This is not just like a populist movement saying they want something to happen in the United States. This is like a powerful, moneyed group that has like powerful interests behind them.
Agreed. Let's go to Dre, and then Joe.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and I'll side with and I'm not like right or Republican. If anything, I'm like center left or I don't know, whatever you want to say. I don't like going with those things, but I do agree with KOE on this for the and Vivian, you brought up the Westboro Baptist Church lawsuits.
I mean, brought that up. Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
I'm just saying you brought up that there was a court litigations against them. Well, they won. I mean, Phelps won.
they won one
decision.
of them. They won the Phelps v. Snyder Supreme Court case,
That's kind of a big
where
the funerals,
where the Supreme Court upheld their right to picket a gay funeral. Yeah. But there's multiple court cases that the Westboro Baptist Church have fought, and some of them they won, some of them they lost.
But I think the main point is like in their church they're allowed to say whatever they want, and I think it's
Wait,
the
what?
main
No,
point. The
wait.
main
Oh,
the
no,
main
fine.
sorry, the main point of this to me is like, sure, you're gonna have assholes say fucked up shit that has no net benefit for society, period, and that's just something we have to deal with. But we also have the ability to criticize our government, like Silly Series pointed out, and all those things. And she did a way better job of doing that. And the main thing is, for me at least, is that the opposite of that. So if you have someone try to, let's say, put laws on speech, then what's decided right and wrong is determined by who's in power, right? By whatever party determines what is lawful speech or not. And then I see that as being, even if the person you agree with is in power, right? This is the United States. Every 8 years, every 4 years, there's going to be somebody else in power, and then they're going to have that right to be able to determine, oh, well, is this freedom of speech? Should someone be allowed to do this? And in that sense, I see it's simpler to be an absolutist and say, you know what, fuck it, everybody can say whatever they want.
You're not
and
an
it's the
absolutist.
marketplace of idea, right? Like,
You're not an absolutist. The Supreme Court is not absolutist. The fucking I put in chat a whole list of like the ways in which
I know threats and stuff, but like outside of that, like
outside of what?
Outside, like threatening people directly, trying to like organize a
Libel,
terrorist
slander,
group,
false advertising, obscenity and profanity, solicitation of a crime, or fighting words. These are all ways in which, like, the Supreme Court has upheld judgments impinging upon freedom of speech. You're not a free speech absolutist either, right? You agree that there's a line. You just don't agree with us where the fucking line is.
Fair.
Yeah,
So
America's
maybe not
the best
absolutist,
line.
but
That's what I was saying from the beginning. They go the furthest than anybody else. It's not all the way, but it's damn farther than anybody else.
I mean,
and that's pretty damn good.
we have a pretty far line, but
Nirvana's not from
one
this
last
world.
point.
You're
One
not
last
gonna
point.
get perfection.
Let him get his last point out. Stop. Look, Dre.
One last point. You're
Stop.
right. You're right, Vivian. I'm probably not an absolutist. Maybe there's a line, and I don't want to go into that right now, but I got a baby. I got to go. Sub to Prime. You know what I'm saying? Sub to Prime. He gives us content. I don't see any other Twitch channels with this kind of content. I mean, I see a couple, but like this kind of
There
content.
is none that does this.
Exactly. And all these people with their freedom of speech talking to each other. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, that's why I love
kind
the
of
USA
cringe,
so much.
kind of beta, kind of based.
I love it all.
of the above.
Okay, hey, cringe or not, I love all y'all. All right, I'm a piece of. Hey, I love the shirt and the necklaces. That's some. See what I'm saying? Like, it's beautiful. Where else do you see that, guys? Come on, except Socrates TV. Go ahead and follow him too. All right.
All right.
Peace
Thanks so
out.
much.
I've been disarmed.
Okay.
I don't want the state to heavily curtail freedom of speech, right? I'm a fucking anarchist. I'd much rather that we sort of police this shit from the bottom up using community organizing and social pressure and so on. However, right, what fucking KOE said earlier, that like the US goes further than any other nation in freedom of speech. If that is your axis of freedom, this just simply isn't true. Like all those ways in which I said that the free speech of Americans is curtailed, like there are numerous countries around the world that don't have strong authoritarian governments, that don't even have governments that reach into like a huge parts of their country, wherein none of these restrictions exist, and people can engage in fighting words, libel, slander, all these other fucking things that the US infringes upon. So you're demonstrably not correct in that
Other
sense.
than an abstract one. What specific country?
Fuck
we can talk about my country.
Sudan has terrible fucking governance. Syria is basically fucking dead at the moment.
Okay,
in
we'll go
terms
to.
of
Why don't
government.
we try Joe? It's her turn anyway.
My country ranks higher than yours on the Freedom Index, and we have speech laws. I think, for me, it's just like
No, what nation are you in? I'm just curious.
Australia.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, Australia. Sorry, I forgot to press the button.
It's a made-up country.
I'm
You probably haven't heard of
ruining
it.
my own
Well, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
Sheesh, Australia.
Australia
But,
and New
it's
Zealand and Hong
unfortunate, but
Kong all
like,
rank
it
higher
does kind
than.
of. But it does kind of circle back to, you even admitted you do have hate speech laws in the book, so the state can sanction you for saying the wrong thing, and so that's kind of, it comes back full circle again.
Well, I mean, I hate to be the language person, right? But immediately when we have this conversation, I want you to tell me what you mean by speech, and I want you to tell me what you mean by freedom. Because for me, speech is the power to do things with
Can
words.
the state
I'm not
sanction you for stating the wrong opinion?
Well, no. It
Oh,
can sanction
really?
me
So
for
you don't
causing
have hate speech
harm.
laws in the book, so they
We
can't
do.
sanction you for saying the wrong.
And this is
Then
why I
yes, they
wanted to
can sanction you
clarify.
for having the wrong
You and
opinion.
it's not a wrong opinion.
sorry.
It's not a wrong opinion. I
An
can have a wrong opinion.
unpopular opinion, an opinion that isn't up to state standards.
Kelly,
No,
let her finish.
Joe, that's interesting to me, right? Because it's not about right or wrong, is it? It's about popular opinion. It's about what most people will accept, which is different to sanctioning me for having a wrong opinion, which is different to what Mill said as well. And you know that. And so this is why I want you to really think about what you mean by speech. What is it that you're talking about? What do you want to protect? And what do you mean by freedom? Because if your speech means that people look at me, I've got blonde hair, I'm a bimbo. If you talk about bimbos, for instance, as looking a certain way, then people don't take me as seriously. So I don't have freedom of speech because what I'm trying to say isn't taken seriously in the same way you standing there with an American flag is taken seriously. So what I'm saying, yeah, it's beautiful, but this is what I'm saying. Your speech, ultimately, inevitably, if we have maybe not your individual speech, right? But when you have a culture that allows harm to be executed with words in the same way, like, okay, should I be able to be taken to court if I tell Prime to kill you? In Minecraft, but like, is there anything wrong with those words? If am I guilty of anything? They're just words. I have the freedom to say them. If he kills you in Minecraft, should anything happen to me?
Yeah, there's a specific distinction for that. Those are
Start my
called calls to action.
Yeah, because we do things with words. So I'm saying that perhaps hate speech is a call to action in a different kind of way. It is doing something with the speech. It's another kind of speech which we can regulate
But
because
I
it has
feel
an
like
impact.
that's. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to. But
No, you're fine.
that's almost to indict like anytime anyone speaks, they're doing something. And so you're saying
Yes.
like words do things, and therefore
Yes.
all words can be doing things, and therefore like
Yes.
no, I mean at a certain point you have to recognize that you have a freedom, and you can't just generally say that anytime you're doing anything with a word, it's equal to a call to action, and therefore can be regulated.
No, it's not equal anytime I do anything. I am doing things every time I speak, but I am not harming every time I speak. Speech that causes harm should be regulated.
I mean, but that's I'm sorry, but that's I'll let you go. That seems like that is purely up to
What's the harmful
interpretation.
speech and who is the harmful speaker in advance? There's really no way to do that, and so nobody has the foreknowledge to know.
But that's
what
why-
would be the harmful speech. What would be the consequences of those harmful speech of what that's supposedly harmful speech? So there's really no way. Nobody has the foreknowledge
Well,
to make
you
that
could
call.
I think there is a way
you
to know
could you
whether
could
your speech will
estimate a little
harm.
bit about what the effects of a speech would be. You could have some idea.
Mm.
So
The
like
foreknowledge to know
PewDiePie,
that ahead of
PewDiePie saying
beforehand.
the N-word, what are the
Fine.
effects on his underage viewers who might view this thing, right? So there's some increased percentage of people who view this content that will have this effect. Some of those people, maybe one of them will become a Christchurch shooter, right? It's only one of many factors, right? But this is just like a scientific question, right? This is an empirical question. It's difficult, it's complicated, but we put a rover on Mars. We put a man on the moon. We can do complicated things, right? We can examine things with multiple factors. Right? We could do something that's difficult, right? We could examine speech and we could examine the effects that it may have. If somebody says something bigoted that is likely to indict a population who is marginalized, if it's likely to indict immigrants from a certain country, we could examine the effects of this speech, right? This isn't like some magical woo-woo thinking. This is just science, right? Does anybody dispute that we could examine the effects of some speech?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can always examine.
I mean, I don't dispute it. I'm saying we can.
So
Yeah.
I want to say something because basically we're talking about freedom of speech, and there was like one case within the US where somebody got locked up because he said within an online game like years ago, we're talking about like 10 years ago, he said like, well, go.
Talking about the
Yeah,
Bonnie's
and
school guy.
we're talking about the guy that is
Oh,
playing
uh-huh.
RuneScape online. That's
RuneScape.
playing RuneScape online.
That's
to talk
bad
to
enough.
to talk to another person in voice chat to basically do something to himself that would would not be good for that person, so to speak. So and that person got locked up because of that outing. And basically, that wouldn't happen within the Netherlands. That wouldn't happen. That never did happen. But it did happen within the US. So
It
when
happens
you
a
talk
lot
about
in the
like,
US.
so when you talk about like freedom of speech, it's like it's like wishy-washy to me because of the fact that you say like, well, we have the greatest freedom of speech, but then again, when it comes to that kind of stuff, you lock up people. So I don't know what you mean by the greatest freedom of
Perfect
speech.
place,
Like
but at the end of the day,
I
I
do
wouldn't trade
believe
it for
in,
nothing.
like within my country, so to speak, it's still like the unpopular opinion is being tolerated, right? uh, I yeah, it's the same within the US, but you can definitely have some rules, like
All right.
just like you didn't bite the bullet on saying like, well, shop owners shouldn't be able to allow to like keep
I've
black
seen
people
that shit
out or
before.
whatsoever, right?
I've
So
seen that
so
shit
you
before. It's not
didn't
cool.
you didn't bite the bullet on like freedom of speech
No, I
absolutism.
did.
So
No, I said that the freedom of speech entails sometimes reprehensible and awful opinions, and that's an unfortunate reality of it.
okay,
Now,
so you're
whoa,
okay
whoa,
with
whoa, whoa,
with
whoa,
with
whoa, whoa,
keeping
whoa,
black
whoa,
people
whoa,
out
whoa,
of shops,
whoa,
so to
whoa,
speak?
whoa. Again, that's you're talking direct action.
Wiggity,
people's
wiggity.
actions and spaces.
Yeah,
What
but
I'm about to say here, hang on one second, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I am actually going to have to get up in 4.5 hours to go to work. It's 3:20 here out in Nebraska.
You didn't answer my question.
Do you think there was a better moment to exit more gracefully?
I've been trying for ages. I just wanted to. Okay, so Somalia, significant portions of Somalia, no government can reach. No, let's control.
Time, Brian K's panel, like, share, subscribe. Check me out at KOE Nation on YouTube.
Look, I'm not saying that we're gonna judge you for exiting at this moment.
Before you go, before you get out of here, I just again, you should actually go join KOE's channel, but hold on. Oh, God damn, I should have got this ready beforehand. But one last thing, everyone, this is not a drill, not a drill. Okay, we have a link. I'm putting it in chat. KOE is trying to raise money for his nephew, who is going through childhood cancer. Please, we want to raise money for him, want to help him out. Click that GoFundMe link, help out this person. If you have a few dollars or anything else, Canadian dollars, Australian dollars, it's imaginary, but I think they accept those too. Yes, please click that GoFundMe link. Help out KOE's nephew. We want to be supportive here. Some people have been supportive during this stream, so please, right now, not a drill. I'm putting it in the chat again, so in case you missed it, please help them out. Be so kind if you could visit that link. It's a worthy cause. Thank you, KOE, for being here. Really appreciate it.
For hosting and getting the word out. And to every last one of you on this panel, thank you for. It's actually been a really delightful time, even if I disagreed with all of you on
Thank you,
on things. Yeah, it was actually a really fun time. It was a pleasure meeting all of your acquaintances. And yes, please do check out the GoFundMe for my little nephew. I actually just shaved my head yesterday for the little guy. And yes, more than that, more important than that, folks, I just need your prayers for that little guy. So thank you. All that being said, God bless every last one of you. I love you all, and I will catch y'all on the flip side.
Have a good one.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Nice to meet you,
man.
Pleasure to meet y'all. Later.
I'm just gonna do this anyway because like I'm fucking annoyed, right? Like here's the argument, okay? America, greatest country on earth.
True.
Wait. Here's the argument.
True.
Okay? America, greatest country on earth. The measure of
Best
greatness
country.
is freedom. The measure of freedom is freedom of speech, right? America curtails freedom of speech. There are places in the world that the government doesn't fucking reach, in which all these ways in which America curtails freedom of speech just don't fucking exist. Therefore, Somalia much greater country than America, according to KOE. Right, I'm fucking done.
It's kind of Ancapistan. It's pretty great, yeah.
So I'll give you all one last shot to make your cases for freedom of speech or whatever, however you want to put it. So go ahead. So we'll start with Chinchilla. Chinchilla, what's your last words on that?
Yo, freedom of speech, greatest thing ever. I love it. I love freedom of speech. How you're gonna regulate that is like kind of weird because of the fact that within the US, doing hate speech laws are kind of problematic. So therefore, the US chose to do that with like defamation laws and with like copyright laws and with all these other kinds of different laws to curb freedom of speech. Within Europe, we got hate speech laws because of the fact that we can do that within our system. So we have like different kind of systems. We have like different kind of systems, and in how we set things up. Being said, maybe freedom of speech within the US should have some more regulations. How you do that is your choice. So that's all I want to say.
Okay. Next, we will go to Socrates. Socrates, what's your last word on this?
Free speech, hate speech. We have freedom.
Amazing.
Nice, dude.
Crushed it. Oh my
You're
god.
joking.
This
You're
is
joking.
What are we doing? I was writing a comment. Freedom.
Ah.
Freedom.
And-
USA. USA.
Goddamn right.
USA.
That's all you have to say. That's all you
USA.
need to know. USA.
Whenever anybody does the USA chant, all I can think of is that one fucking video of the whole church like chanting USA and setting free a bald eagle that promptly flies into a window and breaks its neck.
Yes.
Is that a thing that happened?
That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say.
USA.
No,
that was the vibe I was trying to give.
So hold on,
Yeah.
Viv, did that
Bald
actually
eagle
happen?
smacking into a window.
Viv-
Yeah, there's a video somewhere. I saw it like fucking years ago. I don't know, if you want to see it, I'll dig it out for you at some point.
Please,
So I can't have to go look for it now. It's just it's crazy. They're all in this mega church. Everybody starts screaming USA as they releases the ball. It just flies into a fucking window. Falls down.
I mean, I'm sad for the eagle, but holy shit, that's hilarious.
It's honestly a perfect metaphor for so many things in the United States.
It's beautiful. Okay, MxVivianWulf, our Imperial Masters, tell us all the things we're doing wrong.
I don't know. Everybody's doing like relatively memey answers, so I'd say freedom of speech should not be enforced by a state because there shouldn't fucking be a state. All right, fuck the state. Down with all that bullshit. Free fucking communities, right? Fucking decentralization, anarchy in the US, the UK, and all around the world, and solidarity between all peoples.
Okay, all right, works for me. All right, next we will go to Brentobox. Brentobox, what would you like to let the audience know about freedom of speech?
I think of it largely from like religious aspects, and I think about it like, and I don't want to beat a dead horse on the Galileo thing, but the whole concept is that speech speech was curtailed for a long time by the church, and it's only when people are allowed to speak freely and criticize what's considered to be sort of like sacred and protected, but have that freedom and have that upheld, that we can get through ideas that hold people back, and actually oppress a lot of people throughout human history. And so holding your right to speak as more sacred than somebody's like feelings is, or the way your words make someone feel, because you know what, it's one of the worst. Jesus Christ, Vivian.
What was that?
Anyway,
That was a weird noise.
I don't know. Weird.
I I thought my mic was muted. I was making exasperated noises at the ridiculousness of the speech.
Oh,
Carry
great
on.
job.
I was actually
Anyway, no,
burning
I'm
blood,
set up.
but all right,
Anyway,
go
so,
ahead.
Sorry,
so
Brent Box,
let me just say
are
it.
you on steroids or something? Like your
Yeah,
voice,
saying
man.
that
What's
to me
going on
tonight.
there?
I
I'm
know,
talking
he's
directly.
extra.
I'm talking.
Carry
I'm
carry
super
on, my wayward son.
jacked.
Sorry.
No, I'm talking directly into my mic. Maybe that's it.
No.
But I'll just say this. I'm gonna finish this up. Sorry, I have to get back on track after that thing. It's just that how your speech makes someone feel can be so subjective. And the thing is, if someone like Prime, you might like this. If someone believes in God, and then you tell them God isn't real, they might, oh my God, you've destroyed I'm gonna kill myself. Oh no, now you've threatened their life, Prime. You can't tell people God isn't real anymore. And that might sound like a joke. You know what? But that's not a fucking joke if you are not the one in charge and they're telling you that that's hate speech. And
It's
you
not
don't
a
want to
fucking
give people
joke.
that power.
Okay.
Even though it's
That's the
hilarious,
truth.
it's not a joke.
Okay, so all right, we
It
will.
sounds like a joke
Thank
that
thank
you would be restricted.
thank
Sorry.
you,
Come on,
Brent.
Joe, bring some fucking
Thank
sanity.
you,
to the
Brento
talk.
Box, for being so kind. And ladies, yes, Brento Box is single. That sexy
True.
voice, I know. It's a little too much for us all, but thank you so much. All right, Joe, tell us why everything Brento Box said is wrong. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I like Brento. I don't think everything he said was wrong. I think I think your point about Galileo is extremely overstated. That has been extremely mythologized. The information that he had at the time was nowhere near enough to overturn the current worldview. And there were a lot of theologians who were on his side, and there are a lot of scientists who were extremely religious. And he wasn't burnt. He lived his life out on a beautiful estate. So I think that sometimes this Galileo being a martyr for science thing is really overpushed when he wasn't this big scientist who was martyred for challenging the religious point of view at the time. He was punished for heresy, and yes, that's a freedom of speech issue, but it's not this like martyring of science and religion. And on that point, it's not people having their feelings hurt, and that's what speech law is based on. That's perlocution. That's how speech is received, right? Illocution is what you intend to do with the speech. So in Australian law, for instance, we have the Racial Discrimination Act. Oh, and what you are not allowed to do with the law is like you cannot intentionally try to offend or humiliate or harm. I don't remember. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the language of the actual act, but it's about the intention with which you say the words. Hate speech law, I have never seen hate speech law which is actually talking about what you can talk about or what words you can do. It's about what you are trying to do with the words, not the impact that the words have, your intention when you use them.
Is that it?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay, all right. I guess you.
I might mute myself. I'm like a big freedom of speech risk to myself with this fucking push to talk.
Galileo always sucked. He got it wrong, by the way. He said the sun was the center of the universe, so he wasn't even that good on the science.
Okay,
right?
I mean,
all right.
it's the center of the solar
Oh,
system. That's
fucking-
pretty good. you know.
Yeah, he's working on it. All right, look.
God damn, fucking.
I mean, like, damn.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
I'm sorry,
Right.
right? You have pre-industrial technology. You didn't understand
God
the makeup
damn.
of the universe? Oh, wow. Sorry.
Galileo wasn't as smart as Vivian.
Okay,
really.
silly Sirius, I'll say it to your fucking
Jesus
face.
fucking
You were
Christ.
fucking wrong. What the fuck?
What am I wrong about? Say it.
I don't remember what you said. That was a moment ago. But you were fucking
Let's-
wrong.
Let's
I was
all go
right.
together.
Whatever it
Prime,
was.
Prime is the center of the universe.
Goddamn
and
right.
True.
That's why
Good
you,
point.
Fucking
that's
true.
why you should sub to Prime. So
Gotcha.
there you
Prime-centric
go.
universe.
So it's
Static,
it's like
unchanging
the
universe with
sun
Prime at the center.
resolves around Prime, and when Prime never gonna die. Obviously,
Einstein
because
said it.
He's like he's the god, so to speak. So there you go.
Einstein said that
But-
Prime was
but-
the center of the universe.
but-
Are you
if
fucking
he's
smarter
going
than
to die,
Einstein?
the
I didn't
sun
think
is
so.
gonna-
I didn't think so.
Einstein wasn't that based.
Okay.
Like
Wow. Wow.
He didn't advocate for
Okay,
Prime. So
I
there
guess
you go.
Chinchilla, who takes fucking dust baths is smarter than Einstein.
Okay, all right. This is amazing. I love it. Anyway, go to Socrates TV. Link is in chat. And see what it looks like when a human gives up on life. So I really appreciate.
Don't ask me for my opinion.
I mean, look, man, watching you like grab spaghetti straight from the pot into your mouth, right? Like that's what sadness looks like. That's what sadness looks like.
It's not spaghetti. It's fucking cabbage, okay? It's fucking cabbage, okay? Cabbage.
Sure. Whatever. Anyway, check out MxVivianWulf, who I love so much. And MxVivianWulf, of course, will put her Twitter page in the chat because she's great like that.
Yeah, follow my fucking Twitter. I get better interviews the more followers I have.
Yeah, do it quick. So throw it in the chat if you want people to follow you. Brento Box, if you want someone to follow you somewhere, I don't know.
Oh no, don't worry about that right now. It's okay.
Chinchilla.
Yeah, so I do a Sunday show. I mostly do like social and politic and mostly comedy. So that's where I come from. So follow me there. I like to have fun. So yeah.
Okay, and last but not least, because they are the greatest, the absolute goddamn greatest, we have Joe, the silly serious, right? One of the greatest panelists I've ever had. Like I say this all the time. If I had 20 Joes, right, then this show would run smoothly, so much better. But instead, I have Socrates to pick on. All right. So anyway,
yeah, I know. I'm better than Socrates.
So everyone, please go check out Joe's channel. Joe, tell the world about yourself.
I'm a bad streamer, but occasionally I do it and I try and make it very fun. I am finishing my PhD eventually one day in philosophy. And in the meantime, I'm going to start making YouTube videos about philosophy. And I've got a philosophical investigation of bimbos coming out soon. So if you follow me, then you'll be able to watch that.
So if you go to my YouTube page, and you can sub while you're there, but there's a link to Joe's channel, and you can already pre-sub to her channel before she actually has the content. You can pre-sub to Joe's channel. I'm sure whatever she
I'm
actually.
gonna film it tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna film it tonight.
Great! Yes, look forward to it. So if you want to get a jump on that, click on my link there, and then click on her link. But before you do that, sub to my channel. That'd be great. But then sub to her channel, definitely. Make sure you do that. Joe is a great, wonderful ally to this channel, and we want to see her succeed. So we're gonna help her out. All right. So now I'm going to a raid because I only stayed up this long. I only stayed up this long because good friend Socrates and Joe came through. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'll stay for longer because it came at the very end. But anyway, we're rating well enough. Come back tomorrow for the thing with Amazon Lily, and then our all trans everything thing on Wednesday. That'll be great.